Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Parayantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all for the experiential session on Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself as of now to whatever you can perceive you. Till that level, you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore individually, separately, you are Shiva. Listen, let me repeat once more. Whatever you perceive as you, as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you, whatever you are perceiving as of now, to whatever you can perceive as you. Understand? Even if you perceive yourself as Sadashiva, you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. Only then you are Shiva. Listen carefully. I'll repeat once more. Whatever you think as you as of now, from this to whatever you can think of you, perceive you, all that put together is Jiva. There will be a space where you can't perceive you separately. That is Shiva. The basic unit of Jiva, I'll explain now. Listen carefully. Basic unit of Jiva. Listen. You all know in your day-to-day experience, sometime you are with thoughts. I should say most of the time maybe. You are with thoughts. There are some moments in your life where you don't have thoughts, without thoughts. I can project this on you in your screen. I project it on LED screen. Listen. With thoughts. Now, there are some moments in your life where you don't have thoughts. Every night, deep sleep. That is why you wait for that moment where you can forget your spouse and boss. There are some moments in your day-to-day life without thoughts. And there are some moments in your life where you have that clear I identity with I consciousness. Now, for example, now, how many of you feel you have that I identity clearly, I consciousness? If you have not raised the hand, you don't have. Okay. Waking state, you have that I, that idea. Listen carefully. In the dream state, you don't have that I clearly. That is why the thoughts are driving you. The I is not able to do anything in your dream. You can see your thoughts are acting, functioning in much higher frequency than your individual I. How many of you understand what I am saying? That is why I am saying in the dream state you do not have the I clearly. In the deep sleep you don't have the I completely. How many of you understand there is a space in you where there is no I? So the basic units of your life is with thoughts, without thoughts, with I consciousness, without I consciousness. These four crisscrosses each other. I'll explain. When you have thoughts and the identity, idea, I, both, it is called waking state, where almost 80% of you are. Not 100%, I'm seeing still. Some are in Pongal Samadhi, some are in Puri Samadhi, some are in Vada Samadhi, some are in Pav Bhaji Samadhi. I don't know what is the evening snacks. Huh? Mixture. Okay. Mixture and Bundi Samadhi. Whatever. In the waking state, you have I and thoughts, both. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? I want you to come along with me so that when I explain the 25 states, it will be literally experience for you. First understand, step by step. Where you have thoughts and I consciousness, that is Jagrat state. Where you have thoughts, but the I identity is not strong enough. It is almost non-existent. That is why in one night itself you will see the dream of you getting married, you writing exams, you being chastened by the tiger and elephant and lion. All bad dreams. No. The I is not that clear. Thoughts drive the whole happening. Thinking, thoughts are there, but I consciousness is not there. That is what I call dream state. If you have any doubts, I will further give you more examples and give you clarity. There is a space where you neither have I thought nor have thoughts. You neither have I consciousness nor have thoughts. That's what I call deep sleep. I think 20% of you are there. Whoever has not laughed, I know, they are there. Where you do not have I consciousness and you do not have thoughts. Both are missing. That is what I call sushupti, deep sleep state. Then there is a fourth state, very rarely you experience, where you have I, but you don't have thoughts. Very rarely, when you are having energization. When you are really, really unclutched, or when you go through a very powerful energy experience, those moments, you get the glimpse of it. We call it Turiya, where there is no thought, but there is that I exist. The whole Buddhist enlightenment is only up to Turiya. Understand, these four are the basic units of consciousness, in Sanskrit. I use the word Jakrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Turiya. Turiya means simply fourth state, that's all. Fourth state. There's no meaning for the word Turiya technically. Technically, Turiya, if you translate that word Turiya, means fourth state. Maybe in English I can give a new word, awakened state. I myself can create a word, that's all. There is no English translation. If I translate that word Turiya, it only comes as fourth state. Listen, there is a fifth state on which all these four states operates. All these four functions, that fifth state is almost like this board. Board on which all these four happens in you. The idea of I, the awareness, the consciousness, whatever. That is called Turiyatita, alive state, where the wax out of which your waking state and dream state is made is under your control. You can melt this wax and make whatever you want. Anything you want, it will be under your control. I'll try to repeat once more. Waking state is the state where you have the idea I and thoughts. Dream state where you have thoughts but no idea I, stable I. That is why in one dream itself you will feel you are writing examination, and same way you will feel you have your son next to you. You would have written examination much before your marriage. And this examination fear is one of the strong wedge inserted into your consciousness. How many of you, after 3-4 years of your education got over, used to have a dream that you missed your examination? God, please keep the hands up. I never had this dream. First of all, I don't have a dream. Next thing, I never went to examination. So both problems. Neither I have dreams, nor I went to examinations. Examination fear is the strongest wedge inserted into human consciousness. If we can remove examinations from our education system, world will become non-violent. Really, world will become non-violent. Examination is the worst thing. You go through most horrible experience thinking that if you go through this experience, you may never need to go through any other horrible experiences in your life. It's like I read a one-liner. Husband is a person who stands by you during all the problems, trials, tests, difficulties, which will not be there if he is not there in your life. Now, examination is almost like that only. I am seeing thousands of people every day, either in classes, programs, or giving personal interviews, darshans, or people who come to hear about their Akashic records, whatever. With all my experience, I tell you, the largest reason human beings suffer without experiencing the fourth state is examination fear. The human beings I dealt with, mostly Indians I can say, with thoughts, without the idea I, what you go through is swapna, dream state. Neither thoughts nor the identity I, both does not exist. That is the sushupti, deep sleep state. And you have the thought I, but you have the consciousness, identity I, but no thoughts. That's very rare phenomena. Very rarely you go through that during energization, initiation, or Kundalini awakening. That is Turiya. So this is the basic unit. The space where all these four is happening, like this board on which all the four are written, that space is called Turiyadita. Alive state. The fourth state is awakened state. Fifth is alive, Turiyadita. I want you to take few minutes and take notes. Usually I'll say, you don't need to take notes, listen, listen. But now I want you to write also once more, so you are all clear. I can take you to the next step. Please listen. First, I want you to intellectually understand this column. Then I'll explain step by step and define the states of consciousness and give you the example and raise you to that experience. I'll do it literally like a process. When I'm doing that, I'm going to be sitting center of you guys. We'll be sitting in mandala and I'll be there down in with you guys. Now I only want you to understand intellectually. Listen. All these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. All these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. all these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea. Your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand? Both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions, both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two-part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand, the line, vertical line is a heart projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Head's line. So listen, when your head is in Sushupti, heart is also in Sushupti. It is called Sushupta Sushupti. Deep sleep, deep sleep. Very rarely you experience this. Even in your deep sleep, if you are lying on your bed for 8 hours, maximum you may experience this deep sleep for 20 to 30 minutes. Not more than that. Please understand. Head, heart, both parts of you experiencing sushupti and sushupti, deep sleep and deep sleep. It may happen just for a few minutes in the whole 6 hours or 8 hours you are lying on your bed. When your head experiencing dream state and your heart experiencing deep sleep, you can perceive this experience. When you dream and just fall asleep without even waking up, you will dream something and you will fall asleep without waking up. Again you will dream something, you will fall asleep. Maybe third time or fourth time when you dream only you will wake up. How many of you have experienced this? When you wake up you will remember all the 3-4 dreams. That is what this state, that Sushupti and Swapna. Then Sushupti and Jakrat, Sushupti and Turiya, Sushupti and Turiyatita. Understand that horizontal line is line of logic, mind. What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. That line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 that becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. Anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It's good, sometimes you are not able to see. No, we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. That tantrum throwing child. So better I will use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line, and logical, strategizing mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are joint families inside, some of you are apartment complex inside. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. Or even I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do? Listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face. Whatever, come what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I'm calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no. Does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that is okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state, and the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life. That personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep, and logic goes through the deep sleep, both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Now I am showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit it's called vrakti. In English I am trying to translate with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming. But the logic with which you need to control you, that reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part where, see, this is TC, means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic, your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse. It is running. It may jump any time off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know your tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? How many of you are able to catch what I am describing? Please raise your hand. Next, the tantrum throwing child is in waking state, but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously you agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's in a waking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I'll call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, which I marked. Seeking awakened but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed. But you know something you need to discover. I'll call that as a seeking but not active. Means you don't plan about how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes the benchmark. The awakened state becomes the benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, you will say a big capital letter no to everything external. But you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Next, Turyatita and Sushupti. When you enter Turyatita, when the tantrum throwing child enters into Turyatita and the logic is in Sushupti, I call this accidental enlightenment. No, there are few people who got this. They got it accidentally by Guru's grace or by the high energy experience without their logic planning for it. This J. Krishnamurti actually had a glimpse, but accidentally. The next, your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream but go back to the deep sleep, again dream and go back to deep sleep. You need to know maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this Sushupti Swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I'll say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan. As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experienced this? Your logic's plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? See, I'll put it in a very simple way. What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand, you will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. You are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire, you will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief. Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying, this statement? Understand, next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in Turiya. During these moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC, if he enters into Turiya, and your logic is in Sushupti, which I circled now, at that state, if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently, because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages, because he lived his whole life in Dakshineshwar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mungus. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mangus or mungus? How you pronounce? Whatever. The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mungus. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a dug below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, they will carry them. Just like the mongoose, in whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere. Because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here, your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, you don't lose it. Next, the tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experienced. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got, unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. I think now many are experiencing Bhava Samadhi. I am seeing many faces. Already experienced. I think I am experientially putting you in Sushupti. I am experientially showing you Sushupti. If your belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turiyatita, that's the state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turiyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turiyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, Sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching, your own effort. If both happens, that is what is. If both happens, that is what is called Turiyatita, which becomes permanent. Thank you. Be blissful. Space, kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only. So what he left it for us to understand. From that, the word kasha only is there. So let's use that, that's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I'm going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasadashiva. Resting in that state, operating in that space, manifesting the powers of that space. For that understanding space, whatever we need to understand, I am going to give you those understandings. All of you are clear? Actually, if I have to speak on space, 2,000-3,000 verses Mahadeva is giving in various agamas on kasha, on space. Even this cloth is called kashaya because only a fellow who is established in that space can wear this cloth. That's why the cloth is called kashaya. Whoever is constantly in the space of akasa, only they can wear this cloth, this color. Two, 3,000 verses he explains about the space. I'm going to give you some maybe 20 ideas which is useful for you to manifest powers of Sadashiva and to understand the space of Sadashiva. See these simple words: feeling suffocated, irritated, I'm not okay with all these simple words. Only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space, becoming experience, few incident. First time when you started using the word depression, various explanation. It is nothing but Shiva, Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva, like that. Depression. Means Shiva becomes Sadashiva and Mahasadashiva. Like that, depression becomes depression and depression. When you started using these words, cherishing these words and manifesting those experiences in your space, just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. If a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, idea, depression, irritation, simple words. How you teach to these teenager kids, how they pick up between when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this, I can't digest this, hell with it, better to die than living like this. All these words, they pick up while both of you fight. And when they use that word on their space, they generate that as an experience. You yourself have done this crime against you. First time when you did this crime, try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, that is called freedom. You chose the word and chose the experience. After that, even if you don't choose the word, experience does not leave you, that's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you, all these phrases, there is a tons. All these Jerry Springer shows phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time and manifesting them as reality, you had a choice not to use them and manifest those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage and those experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what, I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most abnormal thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Sometimes people question me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand the Damaru of Mahadeva, dancing in the space of Chidambara, generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember one or two incidents and write so you will understand when you started doing this big crime against you, using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space stupidly. And same way, even when you use the good words. See, when I go to the temple, such a peace happens to me. Initially, it may not have been that big experience. But the good words repeated, third time when you go to the temple, really you will have that peace. How many of you experienced this? That's all. Generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa. Kasa. You are an adult. You can choose your words. Don't come and give me a big letter. Oh, still I have some doubts about you. Then die. Who cares? You are an adult. You pick up the word. Is somebody else sitting in your head and picking up the word? Nothing else can be done. Don't try to, ooh, ooh. No. Still I am feeling very negative about spirituality. Then what can be done? You are an adult. You decide which thought current you decide to cherish as your part. I can teach only to adults. My kids may not be adults, but they are matured. Understand, their very connection with me makes them matured. Try to write both experiences so you understand how initially the word you generate in your space manifests reality. Then I will teach you about, make you understand about the space. End of the day, it is not teaching. I am just making you understand the spare parts you have. what I am giving you is owner's manual. I am not giving you any disciplinary. I am just telling you how to ride the bike. You go in 200 miles or 600 miles speed, I don't care. I am okay whether you do a race, a bike race, or you go for a pleasure ride. That is up to you. I am giving you owner's manual. These are the spare parts you have, and these are the effects and side effects you will have. And I want to tell you guys, this Rudraksha holds the space. This Rudraksha, see, just like battery has a capacity to hold the neutron, electron, that proton, that all the electricity activity, Rudraksha has a capacity to hold somebody's space. All the Rudraksha you are wearing is holding Mahadeva's space. It is energized and brought to you. So Mahadeva's space is put in that. Karukkidai Nikandu is done. Then it reaches you. You can, even that word, record that word Karukkidai Nikandu means impregnating with a thought current or experience. It is not even impregnating. The Karukkidai means making you deliver. It's end to end actually. Not just impregnating. Then you may get aborted, who knows? So Karukkidai means successfully making you deliver this thought current as your experience. Karukkidai Nigandu. The word is from Prakrit. I think one of my important contribution is going to be reviving all these sweet words from Agamas and making them all day-to-day used words. Listen. Next, one simple understanding. The space inside you, space in which you are breathing, and the whole space. Listen, 3 words I am uttering. Space inside you, where you are alive, where you feel you are alive. The space you are alive. The space where you are breathing. And the whole space where you are living. Taharakasha means where your life is pulsating. Taharakasha. The realization science, self-realization science is called Taharavidya. Taharakasha, where you are alive inside your body frame. That space. Where you are breathing. This is Nithyananda Sabha. This is called Katakasham. The whole is called Mahakasham. The words you reverberate inside decides the quality of your state. The words you generate in your breathing space decides quality of your space and life. The words you generate with the cosmos decides your existence, mantras. The words you generate here, I can't tolerate, I am irritated. You understand the examples? Now you understand why I gave those examples and made you do the homework? Taharakasha. Along with the power manifestation, I am programming this whole thing inside you as a powerful cognition. See, goal is actually you manifesting powerful cognitions only. Power manifestation is to inspire you to manifest powerful cognitions. And it is not that it is something wrong. And Mahadeva, such amazing software developer, his whole system is only to the level of enlightenment you will manifest powers. Because it is from there he is making you manifest. See, in the Yoga Vedanta Sampradaya, towards enlightenment you manifest powers. But here, from the grounding of enlightenment you manifest powers. So the whole software Shaktipada is different.
And one more thing you need to know. You need to be very careful about whose breathing space you are breathing and listening to these great ideas, because Shaktipada happens. Understand? You need to know, when you take any help, you grasp, you imbibe the foundation context on which they are sitting, they are standing. All of you are clear? If you go to a guru who says siddhis are wrong, they come during enlightenment and they stop your enlightenment, and you heard that is hell for you. Because he knows only that science and he is doing Shaktipada with you, only that, and that will be your reality. If you go to a guru who says, it is from established groundedness of Sadashivatva, the powers manifest. Understand? When you become Shiva, Shakti manifests in you. That's all. When you listen to this truth and manifest powers, this is your Shaktipada and this is your reality. So you need to be very clear from where you are getting Shaktipada, from whom you are getting Shaktipada, and is that system authorized by the Shastras? That is too important. Siddhi is stepmother. In Tamil, Siddhi means stepmother. Shakti is mother. Adi Shakti. Understand one more thing. For you to manifest Shakti, you need a strong Shaktipada with a master who has already mastered this science. When there is no master to give the Shaktipada, teaching yoga is the best. You can do it from manual book. Why do you think yoga became very popular? Because you don't need masters. Teachers are enough. But for Shakti to manifest, actually, only if you manifest Shakti after the Shaktipada, it is called Shaktipada. Otherwise, it is Verum Pada. Not Shaktipada. Only if you manifest Shakti after the Shaktipada, it is Shaktipada. Otherwise, it is what? Pada, that's all. These three words. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chitakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, If you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live. The state. Space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha. Am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Katam. No, Katam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. Anapuram theriyum. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist, Taharavidya. Taharavidya means the knowledge of enlightenment science. Now, whatever I am talking to you, all this can be classified as Taharavidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara. Grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Taharavidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha. the space of your life, alive, your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? I tell you, if this science can be taught in schools, the whole quality of the humanity will become different. The words you utter, actually, what we should do, that fork is there, what is the name? Spoon. Can you guys get one? We have the tuning fork. It should be given to everyone. Just 24 hours you should experiment. Every time you utter a bad word inside you, you should hit that and feel. I have damaged my state. Now for you to remember, just 24 hours is enough. So much awakening will happen to you. How many times you are damaging you? Understand? After a few days, you logically start substantiating this self-sabotage pattern. What is there? That is the way it is. All right, I stop self-sabotaging. As if my life is going to become better or what? See, my business is failing. My life is ruining. All right, now I will stop doing all these self-sabotage patterns. So it's going to become better. It means what? You yourself have come to the conclusion that you are doing is okay. How many of you understand with what I said? So, okay, a lot of drainage water is coming into your home because of flood, then why not drink it? Let's drink. No, that's what you are coming to conclusion, am I right? So you are saying, okay, I am not drinking it. Is it stopping coming here or what? I am not saying it's coming or stopping coming and all that. But this is not the way to go about. Understand, even if it is not immediate pleasant, do only right. Kathopanishad says, right, not pleasant. Even if it is not immediate pleasant, do right, not pleasant. The words you utter, that creates the space you operate. That makes your breathing space as katakasha or chitakasha. Chitakasha means consciously generated space. Means if you are uttering all the words consciously, tuning to your life's goal, you create chitakasha. If you are uttering without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions, and manifest default reality by fault, that is called katakasha. Listen, default reality is katakasha, conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists, that you don't know anything. You don't know ABCD of Mahakasha. Please understand, just because you have seen some movies, some chakabuk, no. We do not know anything about Mahakasha. It's only a word you need to be introduced. That's all. Whatever is Mahakasha. That's all. See, one more thing you need to know. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last 100 years, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. The next few understandings about cosmology. Actually now it's not even understanding, it's bomb. Mahadeva says you don't have a soul till you get enlightened. Now this is the most funny thing. He says, till you are solidified with the consciousness manifesting, you are only the accident of play of Katakasha and body-mind. Not Taharakasha. Listen carefully. I'll explain. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space. Only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the Vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jakratam. I will be using this word many times in the satsang also. Individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Listen. That is why Agama says, only when you are initiated, life enters into you. In Vedic tradition, we have something called Dvija, reborn. By birth, only the Katakasha keeps you alive, not Taharakasha. Taharakasha is infused into you by the person who is operating from Mahakasha through Chitakasha. Too many words. Come on, I'll repeat. the individual soul in you is breathed by the person who is breathing the cosmos into you through his breathing space. That's the translation. Till then, your perception of existence is because of the ambience of the Katakasha, like in your mother's womb, even though you kick, hit, move, do everything, you cannot be called as individual soul. By its Vatavarana, it appears as if you are alive. So, it is only substandard of consciousness. I should not even use the word consciousness. Substandard existence. How many of you are getting? Understand, the Katakashic existence is called accidental existence. You need to use your will persistence ferociously. You need to break the laws of Katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your Vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. More tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics. He will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking Katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Katakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive. Because you are breathing, you are made to believe you are alive. Like ups and downs of the wave gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area. Even though there is no independent individual energy exists, you have soul only when you manifest powers. Now that is what is the conclusion. And do you know funny thing? People who are not initiated or not manifesting powers, he classifies them as Panjama, and murdering of those people is not punishable crime. Sorry for... No, I am not saying we should take this literally, but I am saying the importance he gives for power manifestation and awakening the Pratyekatma Chaitanya Jagratam. You should read in this way, not in this way. You should read the importance Mahadeva gives for power manifestation. You should not read in this way, saying, oh, he doesn't have a respect for life. Now let's come to the point, what is will persistence and what is will? Listen, will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released is Shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept unused. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will. To manifest will persistence. And will. You need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. In the length dimension, your whole past is required, only then you can move towards future. You need to know about your past history, only then you will have the confidence about building your future. That is why British destroyed our history first. So we will lose confidence. Destroying history is not a small thing, it's a strategy. Destroy it so he doesn't know his possibilities. Just before extinction, I have come, so don't worry, it cannot be destroyed. 79 would have been too late. It cannot be destroyed now. I am grounded. We have grounded enough now. The important lesson you need to know, understanding you need to know with all this is, for consciousness to manifest in the form of will and power manifestation to happen, you do not need pre-training. Astra is different, Shastra is different. Astra means you meditate on Nagadevata, goddess of snake, and get the boon from that Nagadevata and keep Nagastra and put it in the bow and send it. That is Astra, Nagastra. Where pre-process is done and loaded. Shastra means you just pick up something, use only your will and send it. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Womanizer, Arunagiri Nadar, not Arunagiri Yogeshwarar, Arunagiri Nadar, who lived in Tiruvannamalai, he gets Kailasa Padavi. He gets to go to Kailash and come back with a Parijata flower. But a fellow who was in the Parijata flower garden, Sundarar, just because he saw the Rudraganyas in a little flirting way, he has been sent down. Understand these two stories. A womanizer goes to Parijata garden and brings Parijata flower. The fellow who is in that garden serving Mahadeva whole day and night, who was supposed to have been such an intimate assistant, who brought even Alahala to Mahadeva, just a flirting look, he has been sent back to Buloka. So fundamentally, Mahadeva asked Sundara, what do you want from now? Forget about what happened. This moment and now, what do you want? You want to enjoy them, then go and finish and come back. For Arunagirinathar, forget about what has happened. Now what do you want? I want Kailasa Padavi. Come on, have it. Understand, past, the good news I have for you. Past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, Akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with Akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me, does not matter. Or yesterday only you entered the program, does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Now do you want to manifest power and cognize what I am sharing with you, not believe. Because I am not talking some stupidity you need to believe. I am talking science. You don't need to believe. Come on. Cognize it. Belief is a prerequisite if some stupidity is going to be dumped on your head. Here I am sitting and analyzing the science of life, science of existence. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience, I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel? Listen carefully. After the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and makes it into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Understand? Whether this is Ponnambalam or part, Kata or Chita is up to you. In part, what you can do? Only. In Ponnambalam only you can dance. In Chitakasha only you can dance. Signs of initiation. Diksha. This word Diksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for Diksha. If I have to translate exactly the word Diksha into English, breathing life, infusing life, the frequency of your will existence raised to the level of frequency of will persistence to become the realization of will, reality, realization. Understand? Taharakasha, breathed, Guru breathes life into Taharakasha. With that you start that will persistence with the will persistence, you start manifesting not only powers, even the life as you want. Kata Akasha becomes Chita Akasha. Understand? In Kata Akasha, Kauravas are cooked. In Chita Akasha, Pandavas are cooked. See how Pandavas are born? Kundi calls gods and goddesses. Out of will, they are generated. Chida Akasha. How Kauravas are cooked? Kept in the pot. From Kata Akasha, Kauravas manifest. From Chida Akasha, Pandavas manifest. 5, but conscious. 101, but unconscious. It's not 100, 101 actually. One daughter and 100 sons. I don't know how many of you know Pandavas also have one sister, but before born she's dead. She was dead then. The Madhuri, Pandu had a curse that if you have a physical relationship with anybody, you will die, and he was not able to control himself, has a physical relationship with the second wife. That Nahula and Sahadeva's mother. That night, see the power of Pandu was such, because for quite a long time he was celibate. Within 24 hours the child has happened. But before the delivery, she also entered into Sati and left the body. So, died before birth. But one sister. Karna was never called Pandava because before the marriage of Pandu he was born. So he was only called Kaundeya. Kundi's son, not Pandava's son. Bio-memory from Pandu, muscle memory from Kundi, bio-energy from those gods. That's the way they were born. With Karna, bio-energy and bio-memory both Surya gave. That is why even the body had Kavacha, Vajra. Unless you understand Agama, you cannot understand Puranas of Hinduism. You need to know the Agama as a context to know the Puranas of Hinduism. Conclusion of these truths I am sharing with you, you do not need pre-training for power manifestation. Now if you decide, Swamiji says, life is continuous rhythm, rhythmic continuum. I have option either to cognize with my own capacity. I have one more option till I cognize, because he cognized and he will do only good to me. I am deciding to vote for him and cognize this. With this strength, let me start acting out what I am supposed to act out from this cognition. Is initiation. How many of you are getting? That is what is Shaktipada. See, life is rhythmic continuum. You can realize only if you die 3 times and see. Before death, keep the accounts in your muscle memory, die, and after coming out, pull it out and check whether all the house, number of houses, wives, cars, properties handed over to you. And after 3 times checking only, I think bank is working properly, okay. Do you want to do that? I think this guy is saying he has seen many times. He must be telling only good for me. Let me try it out, putting my understanding as his understanding. Let me cognize and see. Like how in the maths teachers they say, let's keep x equal to y for the sake of solving this problem. Once you solve the problem, then it becomes yours. See, once you keep this cognition as a proposal and manifest the powers, after that you don't need to die and see. This cognition is yours now, because it has worked for you. How many of you are understanding? See, till you manifest the power only, this is a proposal. Will you become me? Understand? Once you manifested the power based on that cognition, then what happens? Then it is yours. Then it is your realization. Yeah, Acharya should have the capacity to convince the disciple to keep this as a proposal till the manifestation happens. That is the qualification of an acharya. Acharya needs a different frequency. He has to be so strongly manifesting. See, when I am proposing, saying, hey, till you manifest powers, keep this life is rhythmic continuum. I should be able to command your inner space and should have proved at least in few people a good track record. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? Otherwise, why will you say, life is continuous rhythm, who cares, go. An acharya who occupies the seat of Sarvanyapita has to be strong enough by his own authority. When he proposes, disciples should be able to hold it and try it out. Because till it manifests in you, I am responsible. See, this life is continuous rhythm. Once you manifest the powers associated with that understanding, that powerful cognitions, then your self-doubt, all that doesn't matter. Your being cognizes, hey, this is the truth. Your being just grasps. Your logic do not know, but your being acts it out is what is falling in love. You will fall in love with these higher cognitions. Nothing can be done. You just know this is the way you are going to be. You will not bother about anything else. How many of you are catching what I am saying? That falling in love with higher cognitions. An acharya should be authoritative enough, authentic enough to present this proposal and make the ball roll. Because now you are going to get into the virtuous circle. One higher cognition, one power manifestation, then because of that more trust on the more higher cognition, and more trust means more power manifestation. That's virtuous circle. Otherwise vicious circle. No faith, no higher cognition. Faith is too small word. No higher cognition, no power manifestation, only powerlessness manifestation, and more depression, and more lower cognition, and more depression. Somebody has to stop the snowballing effect and push it out that side. From Taitriyaredas, somebody has to push it and send it to us Urtvaredas. That is exactly I do during the initiations. Stopping this Taitriyaredas idea and pushing it out as Urtvaredas. Listen. With this cognition I am giving, life is rhythmic continuum. First thing, powerful cognition. Fear of death is not there. Second, responsibility. I have to come to completion with this wife, otherwise she is going to come back. No, with any situation, not wife or boss, completion is the only freedom. Till then, it is going to be continuum. Freedom and responsibility both. You do not need earlier training. Decide now. Life is a continuous rhythm. Then, what all is the effect and side effect of the way I cognize me and my fears, my desires, my understanding, my goal, my vision, my mission, my existence. I think that is where fear comes. Oh, too many things are at stake. This is what is washing your brain, not brainwashing. Understand? This is not brainwashing. Washing all the dirt we collected. Washing all the blind spots. Just with this one understanding, life is continuous rhythm. You can become enlightened and manifest all the powers. That puts so much of trust on life. All your insecurities are humbug. All your possessiveness is humbug. Understand? Own but don't possess. Owning means taking responsibility to include everyone and share. Possessing means owning it to exclude everyone else. The whole Indian village economy will be all about owning, not possessing. If your friends, family or brothers have money, you have a right to go and ask, hey, you have na, give, I have a problem. There is no such thing as, hey, it is yours. If you have, come on. Because our mental structure was all about owning, not possessing. Your idea about possession, your idea about people, your idea about wealth, your idea about your mission, your idea about your existence, all will go through a huge acid wash. If you just relax with this one cognition, life is continuous rhythm. How many of you already are feeling the effect and side effect of this one truth in you? Few minutes. Can you pen down whatever you want, you pen down about this truth. If this becomes your experience, what all will be the first changes you will find in your life? See, after power manifestation, it is going to make your experience, not now. But suddenly you manifest powers really. And this becomes your realization. What all the immediate effect going to happen in your day-to-day life and in your day-to-day thinking? Few minutes. What all you may want to do, or what is the changes you think will happen if you experience life is continuous rhythm? I tell you, this will give you such a tremendous grounded healing. You will make wealth like a ghost and you will live peacefully like a saint. Your asa gets converted into pasa and collapsing your whole life. The desire becomes blind spot because you don't add awareness to it. If you have tremendous healing, trust on life, desire becomes Icha Shakti. Icha becomes Icha Shakti. I tell you, Icha is not wrong. Making blind spots out of Icha is wrong. Life is rhythmic continuum. If you avoid this boss in this life, it's not that you are going to be liberated. You will project the same boss in your life continuously till you come to completion with the pattern why you are projecting the same type of people in your life. Karma sabalyam is janma sabalyam. Not changing place, person, situation. No. Karma sabalyam is janma sabalyam. Means Completion of the karma is completion of Janma. But always what we think, somehow if I escape from this boss, I am saved. If I escape from this person, I am saved. If I escape from this situation, I am saved. Sometimes we say, okay, I need to escape from karma, but let me first escape from the situation, then I will plan. Listen, if you decide to change the karma and want to escape from the immediate problem, God will support you completely. Any man who decides for completion, the whole cosmos supports him. Cosmos is not interested in taking revenge on you. It is interested in rejuvenating you. Listen to this important truth. Let me solve my karma pattern, but immediately I want to get rid of this few mess up. How many of you have that kind of a thought current and request? Raise your hand. Pen down that. Because I'll invoke enough energy that you are immediately rid of that messes as miraculously. With the commitment, you are going to get rid of the karma pattern once for all. The moment you want to transform, I have authority to use all my powers to empower you. Because all these powers are to transform you. Yesterday I made the statement, life is continuous rhythm. How that and space is connected. Listen. There is a part of you again and again forgets you are going to die. Gives confidence to you as if you are going to exist forever. How many of you understand that? Again, there is a part of you which always puts you in fear of non-existence, that one day everything is going to go away, what will happen to you? How many of you understand that? Both of you are getting, all of you are getting it? One group of people always scream, oh, people are forgetting they are going to die, that is why they are doing all nonsense. No. People are forgetting they are going to be there forever, that is why they are doing nonsense. Listen carefully. If you remember you are going to die and all the decisions you take, it is called dharma. If you remember you are going to be there forever and all the decisions you take, that is called moksha. Definition of dharma and moksha. Dharma, mental setup, and moksha, mental setup. Listen, all moral teachers need to remind you are going to die. All moksha teachers need to remind you are never going to die. All moral teachers will torture you saying you are going to die, don't do this, don't do that. All liberation gurus need to teach you, you are never going to die, you are never going to die, you are never going to die. How many of you are getting this dharma thought current and moksha thought current? When you think you are going to die, the decisions you take is morality, dharma. When you understand you are never going to die, the decisions you take, the space you enjoy is moksha. Moksha thought current. All moksha thought current leads good to you and to others. I am not blaming dharma thought current, but that is not ultimate. When you don't have moksha thought current, eat dharma thought current. When you don't have idli and chutney, eat the burger and die. When you have idli and tamarind rice, why will you eat burger? When you can enjoy nice sugarcane juice, all these, why will you go for burning alcohol, which literally burns your system? Mahadeva defines dharma thought current. Mrityu Smarana, remembrance that you are going to die. Whatever actions, decisions, feelings invoked in you develops dharma, and remembrance you are never going to die. Whatever powerfulness is invoked in you, that evolves as moksha. Your inner space should be hit with the idea life is continuous rhythm. Understand? Hit your takara kasha with understanding life is continuous rhythm, powers will start manifesting. See, I tell you, all your thoughts either manifest powerlessness or power. It cannot just be dead. No. It cannot be your retired mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, even retired, cannot keep quiet. Indian mother-in-laws especially. I am seeing many people are looking this side and that side. I think if your mother-in-law is here, you are confirming. Indian mother-in-law cannot keep quiet even after retirement. Any thought invoked or provoked in you cannot keep quiet. It has to generate powerfulness or powerlessness. Hitting your inner space powerfully with the sacred truth, life is continuous rhythm. Akanda means unbroken. Kanda means broken. Akanda means unbroken. You may think, how can power manifest if I just think life is continuous rhythm? It will manifest because I am telling you to do that. Because you never understood power of your will. You always have been clouded. Next understanding, listen. Even if it is dharma also, if the decision comes from the powerless cognition, it should be given up. Listen carefully. Even if it is dharma also, if the decision comes from powerless cognition, it should be given up when you have met the moksha guru, not till then. Only after you hear these words directly, sarvadharman parityajya mamyegam sharanam vraja aham tva sarva babebhyo moksha ikshyami masuchaha. Understand, here Krishna gives the assurance, I will liberate you from everything. You drop whatever you know as dharma and surrender and do. When you hear this, only then you can give up dharma, not till then. When you hear, you have to give up dharma, not after that. Now I am going to make you understand why dharma is good but not enough. Because even though it is good for many people around you, not good for you because it stems out of powerlessness and makes the powerlessness more and more stronger. How many of you can catch immediately 2-3 things at least in your life to match with what I am saying? Pen down. Your powerlessness decisions, but useful for others, which continues to keep you powerless, and others now have a vested interest to keep you powerless. That is when sometimes dharma becomes bondage. How many of you are understanding that stark difference between dharma thought current and moksha thought current? Life is continuous rhythm. Means you are not going to die, moksha. You are going to die, remember, dharma. Do not measure dharma or moksha based on its effect on others. Measure based on its effects of that on you. Its effect on you. When you declare life is continuous rhythm, fundamentally what happens, suddenly your gear is shifted to consciousness. If you are a body, life cannot be continuous rhythm. If life is continuous rhythm, then who you are? Consciousness. That is when it hits your inner space and makes you manifest powers and powerful cognitions. Understand, when you are generating a will, if you remember your consciousness, that will becomes reality. Mama sangalpam Shiva sangalpamastu. Let my will become Sadashiva's will. When it will become? If you are consciousness. You may think all this can happen just by thinking. Life is continuous rhythm. Shifts your existence from body, mind to consciousness. So, from that moment, before any clouding starts in you, the will you generate starts manifesting powers. How many of you are catching what I am saying? See, if again cloud comes and you remember your body, your mind, and your husband, your wife, your man, you are this, you are that, then all mama sangalpam, kada sangalpam astu. That's all. That fleeting second, few split seconds, where the gear is shifted to consciousness, where you don't remember about how beautiful you are, the makeup you are supposed to put to make you more beautiful, and how rich you are, and the money you are supposed to add more to your bank to make you more rich, where you don't remember all this taritriyata. Taritriya means nothing. See, listen, the word means not enough concept. The idea of not enough, that's all. Taritra means the idea of not enough, that's all, nothing else. It is the idea of not enough pulls you out of your conscious space. You cannot do anything directly about that. Forget about it. But from conscious gear, when you declare some will persistence and manifest powers, your inner space starts enjoying and romancing with that idea, your consciousness. See, my only job is I need to create a cherished romance inside you about your conscious existence or conscious part of you. That's all is my job. Are you all getting? See, you have a lot of cherished romance about you existing as your body, you existing as your mind. I need to generate and make you cherish the romance of you existing as consciousness. This whole power manifestation drama is that's all, nothing else. Generating romance and letting you cherish with the idea you are consciousness, you are Mahadeva, you are Sadashiva. When I say conscious, you can use the word super conscious and supro super conscious or whatever. Meha super conscious, Maha super conscious, okay, that's all okay. How many of you are getting what I am saying? I tell you, with this understanding, you don't even need others' third eyes to see what is happening in New York. You can directly see your consciousness, all-pervading space. Why New York? Start seeing what is happening in the moon and the sun. Start seeing what is happening in the Jupiter. Sunny Perchi, you go to Sunny and talk to him and come back. How many are feeling this? Life is continuous rhythm is a very powerful way of ironing out your whole inner space. From the various angles, I am trying to iron it out. Mahadeva, the way he defines itself, he provokes you to manifest him. He is not talking to you in the language where after that you can just tie the book and put it under your pillow or above that paran. Paran in English? Huh? Loft. You can put the book in the loft and sleep well. He charges you up so much. You just have to manifest him. You just have to manifest him. It has to become reality. Shiva means reality. I'll tell you exactly when Agama was revealed. I'll tell you. All the Vedas, in his formlessness, he breathed all the Vedas and handed over the Vedas to Brahma, telling him, come on, create the whole creation and let things happen. Brahma did a beautiful job. He created, and then the whole Manu did an amazing job based on the Vedic knowledge, wrote a practical dictum, a constitution, kind of a social structure laws. Everything was going very well. Then Manu's Smriti, Daksha developed. Manu's daughter's husband is Daksha Prajapati. He developed a next level of very precise theories, like a currency, the whole concept of exchange, all that started by Daksha Smriti only. It's not from Manu Smriti. From Daksha Smriti only, the exchange items, all that thing starts. Everything was going smooth. Then Vishnu and Brahma, they request Mahadeva, Sadashiva, to assume a body and assist them in the physical plane. Then Sadashiva assumes the body. That is when the Sati falls in love, when he was there in the Himalayas. And they elope and get married and all this whole mess that Daksha Prajapati opposes. And then finally Sati gives up the body. This whole mess has happened. Then Mahadeva withdraws Adi Shakti into himself. He sits as Sadashiva and Adi Shakti together. That is what is Dakshinamurti form. That is why in all Rajeshwari temples there will not be Shiva. In all Dakshinamurti temples there will not be Devi. Because in Dakshinamurti form he is both. In Rajeshwari form he is both. When the male component is sucked into the female component, he is Rajeshwari. When the female component is sucked into the male component, he is Dakshinamurti. In no Dakshinamurti temple, there will be Devi. So he sits as Dakshinamurti. Sapta Rishis come to Mahadeva with a complaint. Now, how can we follow something written by a person who is not respected, who has not respected you? See, Daksha evolves the Smriti. So all the Saptarishis say, we neither want Daksha's Smriti nor wants Manu's Smriti. You yourself give practical applied technology also from your own mouth. That is why the pure science Veda, he himself gives applied technology Agama. Otherwise, earlier the applied technology was given by Manu only. Manu and Daksha Prajapati only evolved the social system based on the original Vedas. Because of this situation, Mahadeva teaches to Sabda Rishis in Dadiji's ashram. That is where the Agama gets revealed to Sabda Rishis. He himself gives applied technology. From that time, the Smarta, Smriti Sampradaya and Saiva goes on fighting with each other. The Smarta Saiva problem starts from that time. Means Yoga Vedanta and Vedagama. Started from there, till now it is continuing. Even though always Shaivism means end of the day, it is continuing. See, all of you know this tuning fork. One, if you just beat one and keep it near, other one also will start vibrating. And literally, like tuning fork hitting the space, hit your inner space with the thought current, life is continuous rhythm. And I tell you, just like how vibrating fork, if you bring this near, this also starts vibrating. I am a vibrating being, consciousness. When you come near, your space also starts vibrating with that very frequency. And I can comfortably vibrate all of you. Few minutes. Let's vibrate our brain with this one truth. Please understand. Most of your space is not here, it is here. Because 99% of you live in length. Shall we vibrate us few minutes with this truth? Life is continuous rhythm. Life is continuous rhythm. Actually, the description of this only is Nainam Chindanti Shastrani, Nainam Dagati Pavaka, all that you read. With this description, with this understanding, I am going to make it as experience. Akanda Paripuranam, the continuous rhythm.
All of you know this deep sleep, Sushupti, Swapna, dream. Many of you are in. Waking. You know what is the waking state. Listen. In the waking state, you constantly hurt yourself by impossible expectations or irreparable past failures. Please understand, you lost $1 million in the past. You can gain 2 million in the future, but you are not okay with it. Why did I lose? I want answer for that. Can that be repaired ever? It can't be. See, this hitting your head on impossible corner, you start enjoying it. Listen, listen. I want you to know, all the abusal you do in the waking state to yourself is the reason why you are afraid of higher awakened state. Listen, because in the waking state, you constantly hurt yourself. You try to bring impossible dreams or irreparable past failures. Either you are all the time hanging around irreparable past failures. Come on. Hanging around irreparable past failures means saying no to life. Looking at the future possibility means saying yes to life. That is what Isavasya Upanishad says. The demon, the difference between demon and God, only one thing. If 51% of you is hanging on the irreparable past, or 51% of you is hanging on the possibility of the future. Person who is always looking about the possibility of the future will not collapse himself and others and the whole system. The fellow who is all the time hanging about the irreparable past will not bother to collapse the whole world. See, please understand, Isavasya Upanishad elaborately describes the difference between the demon and God. If you are all the time looking about the future possibility, you are God. If you are all the time hitting your head about the irreparable past, you are demon. If somebody is all the time hanging on the irreparable past, he will be so frustrated, he will not be bothered to collapse the system. He will feel, let the whole world be destroyed. If I am not happy, let the world not be happy. Let it be destroyed. Listen deeply. This hurt which you create on you, you get frightened about moving to the higher awakened states. Turiya is the higher possibility state. In Turiya, you will feel a strong oneness with the whole. In Turiyatita, you will be able to manipulate everything as you want. See, in Turiya, you will feel one with the whole. Like this wall, this hall, this whole universe, planet, with everything you will feel one in Turiya. In Turiyatita, you can do as you want with all of this. It's all in your disposal. Listen, I am not talking two big things. Whenever I describe something like this extraordinary, you always have a feeling, okay, nice story. In the waking state, you may have 100 ideas about you. Roughly, it is not 100, sometimes it is even 2,000-3,000. I am giving you a rough example. In the waking state, you may have 100 ideas about you. In the dream state, you will carry only that 4 or 5 ideas from this 100. When this 100 idea calls these 4 or 5 ideas identity back, you wake up from the dream. When that 4 or 5 idea is freely roaming around, it is called dream. Listen. When this 100 idea identity calls that 4 or 5 idea identity back into itself, it's called waking up. Dream maybe 5 ideas. Waking maybe 100 ideas. Awakened state will be 1,000 ideas. I should say 1,000 possibilities. Alive state will be 10,000 powers. Listen, this 5 calls the 100 back is waking state. 1,000 calling that 100 back is awakened state. 10,000 calling this 1,000 back is Turyatita, alive state. How many are, if you are able to understand, if you understand this Swapna and Jakrat, you will be able to understand. See, in the dream state, you can never imagine you can do what you can do in the waking state. Do you remember all the capacity you have in the waking state, in your dream state? Now, if you remember, you will wake up. Forgetting your capacity is lower identity. Listen, I am giving you the formula. Forgetting your capacity is lower identity. In the dream state, if I tell you, you can do so much, you will never believe. Only if you wake up, you will believe. Same way, in the waking state, if I tell you, you have so much of possibility, you can manipulate, you can manifest, you can play with this whole, you will never believe. Only if you reach this awakened state, you will understand, yes. People who are manifesting powers, ask them, have they believed? When I told you will be able to do it? No, ask. I tell you, actually when you start manifesting, first few days even you will have confusion about it. Is it happening placebo effect? In placebo effect, you may even win a fight between you and your spouse, but not manifesting powers. The percentage of the placebo effect and the power manifestation is totally different space. Listen carefully. Even the people who manifest powers, first few days will have this doubt. But few more days of manifestation of powers, your very identity changes. I tell you. If you heard my lion cub story, how many of you heard it? How many of you have not heard it? Please don't miss. Go to YouTube and see. Please go to YouTube and see the lion cub story, where a cub mistakenly identifies itself as a sheep and lives brought up by the sheep, and it meets a lion by mistake, and the lion makes this cub realize its identity. That's the whole story. And you are the cub, mistakenly you identified yourself as a human being and got caught with human beings, and by mistake you see me and I catch you by the throat. And in that story there's a beautiful part where the lion is trying to feed the cub the flesh, the animal flesh. Poor fellow had only grass along with the sheep, never tasted flesh. But when the lion is trying to push the flesh into the mouth, the blood goes inside, automatically it changes the identity of the cub and it starts roaring. Same way, when I feed you with powers, 2-3 powers, when it goes inside, you start roaring. Eating powers transforms your identity. Actually, in the initial 1 or 2 days, it will look like a trial and error. Oh, I read one word properly, not second word. All that, you yourself deny you can do it. The whole game is that only. You can't handle, your third eye is open. No. For others, okay. They have done so much and they are with Swamiji and their eye. Not for me. That strong, I call it toxic mental setup. not for me. I am very clear. It is for everyone else may be possible. But that is not for me. Let me be just devotee. And it will be very humble. Let me be just devotee. Oh God. Unless you taste me and evolve as me, you will never be devoted. Your devotion can never be trusted. Understand? Only if you start manifesting powers, your identity will evolve, become stable. Only a higher identity's devotion can be the real devotion. That is why in Shaivism it is very clearly described. Shiva can be worshipped only by yogis. Vishnu will be worshipped by rich people. See the Tirupati, whole rich crowd. See Tiruvannamalai, all sadhus. Devi will be worshipped by sons and daughters. Vishnu will be worshipped by rich people. Shiva can be worshipped only by yogis. Only if you start manifesting powers, your devotion can be trusted. Your higher identity. Your higher identity forms the foundation of your devotion. Higher identity should be the basis of your devotion. Listen. When you are in that 5, Swapna, actually Sushupti is 0, complete 0. Swapna, when you are in the 5, you can never trust 100. When you are in the 100, you can never trust 1,000 is possible for you. When you are in 1,000, you can never think 10,000 is possible for you. Only somebody from 10,000 has to call. Come on. That is what I do. Kundalini. That is what exactly I do. When I call Kundalini, it is exactly the 10,000 calling. The 1,000, the 100, the 5 and 0. Lion calling the cub. Feeding. The flesh is what is the powers. When you eat powers, you will wake up to the higher realities. All I need to do is break this toxic mental setup that this is not for me. Sometimes the moment you see the hanging rope, or the moment you see the Mallakamba, how many of you without even trying decided this is not for me? Raise your hand. That is what exactly I call toxic mental setup. I am not saying you should try. That is up to you. But I am saying that mental setup is wrong. The toxic mental setup. Before even trying, declaring to yourself, this is not for me. Anyhow, I will poke holes into that setup. One good news is that toxic mental setup, even if you drill 2-3 holes, it will collapse. It's like a huge concrete floor. Even if you drill 2-3 holes, if I just puncture your logic, it will collapse. That puncturing is what is initiation. This Turiya and Turyatita. Turiya is all possibility space. Turyatita is all powerful space. Actually, this word awakened and alive is not equivalent word for Turiya and Turyatita. We can replace it with all possibility space and all powerful space.
That can be the much better equivalent. Even then it is rough equivalent only. In Turiya, you will feel oneness with everything. Buddhist enlightenment is only that much. In Turiya Atita, not only you will feel oneness, you can play with it. In Turiya Atita, the space of all powerfulness, not only you experience the state of oneness, you can also manifest it through the system you are carrying. More understanding, more clarity you have about you, the higher the consciousness you experience. Listen. I'll repeat. More clarity, more understanding you have about you makes you experience higher states of consciousness. If you only have 5 clear understanding about you, you will be in dream state. If you don't have anything, you will be in deep sleep. If you are carrying 5, dream state. If you are carrying 100, waking state. If you are carrying 1,000, all possibility state. If you are carrying 10,000, all powerful state. I also want you to understand, humbleness is not thinking low about you, it is thinking less about you. Listen. Humbleness is not thinking low about you. Don't think if you have a 5 idea about you, it is humbleness. No. It is thinking less about you. More. You should be thinking more about your possibilities, less about your conflicts. But the so-called socially humble people, you will see they will have so much of complications inside. They will torture everyone with their humbleness. See how humble I am? Why he is not that humble? No, their humbleness will be such a torture for everyone around them. This whole Sadashiva is about making all the powerfulness as your inner space, so that Turyatita gets established in your system. Turyatita means the tantrum throwing child in you and the desire you have about you. Means strategizing logic, desire. Tantrum throwing child, belief. The tantrum throwing child in you is your belief. The desire, logic, strategy making mind you have in you. Both components, experiencing Turyatita is the goal of Sadashivaham. I commit with you guys, I will make it happen. See, ultimately, all the incompletion you have, even if you have the incompletions to the level of Ravana, don't think you have a Guinness record in incompletions. No. Even if you think you have, it is nothing more than a betel leaf. So do not worry. And if your mind is cunning enough to play with you and keep you in confusion, I am brilliant enough to play with that mind. Basically, your desire part, your logic part entering into Turiya or Turyatita is easy, but will not be stable. But your belief part entering into Turiya or Turyatita will take little time, but once it enters, it will become permanent.
It will become stable. I am only working on your belief part. See, even one or two powers starts manifesting and the Kundalini Shakti starts happening, immediately your idea about you will start getting reorganized. Not in your logical mind, in your very belief system. In your very belief system, it will start getting reorganized. Wow. If this one or two powers are real means, then whatever he is talking, the whole thing is real. That reorganizing will start happening when your belief enters into Turiya. See, your belief is the area where you have anchored yourself. If your belief is in Turiya and your logic is in Swapna, you are anchored in Turiya. The ship goes to Swapna but will come back, will be pulled back to Turiya. I have made more people experience Turiya during the Kirtan's eye contact than number of people experience Turiya through unclutching or completion or mirror or everything. Understand? When you are ecstatically dancing in Kirtan and catching my eye contact, that moment, very casual, that eye contact, when you are in joy, see, joy is the receptor for bliss. That's a yes. I have made more people enter into Turiya. During the Kirtan, when you are jumping, you will see the casual look. That through that look, I have put more people in Turiya than you looking at the mirror. I have seen people doing this mirror completion. See, I know I'm not disrespecting the technique. It is I who taught you guys. So. But there, your desire, that logical, strategizing mind only is trying to enter into Turiya. But in Bhava Samadhi, your belief gets into Turiya. This Turiya becomes more stable than that Turiya. This Turiya becomes more stable than that Turiya. If you enter into Turiya through Bhava Samadhi, you get anchored in Turiya and go to any state and come back. But if you enter into Turiya through the logic, you may enter but you will be pulled out. Because where you are anchored, see, whether good or bad, right or wrong, you are anchored where your belief system is. If you strongly believe, nothing can be done. That is where you get anchored. Please understand. For one full life, if you believe, there is no rebirth. There is only one life. That is the biggest damage done to your consciousness. Actually, when the death happens, when other states of consciousness opens up, you will get overwhelmed and you will not move into any of that. You will be just like a stone, get back to your body. And you will be hanging around like a ghost. Hindus don't become ghosts because they know there is a next Janma. And for the sake of Godel, do not believe in this one life theory. That is the worst conspiracy done against you. Please understand this one life theory is the worst stupidity. For example, if you start believing that, you will not be prepared for the different doors opening. When you are not mentally prepared for the different doors opening, actually when those doors open, you will get overwhelmed. Then what will happen? You will just reject them and get back to your body. Hindus, we don't believe in that. Only if you are enlightened, your body is preserved so that it continues to radiate the highest bioenergy. Other than that, as quickly as possible, we get rid of your body. Understand this one life theory, karma, this delusion, liberation, all these are very closely connected. Whenever you are overwhelmed, invariably you retire, you retreat, you withdraw, and just collapse into sushupti. Means deep sleep, deep sleep. Sometimes for ages, people retire into deep sleep, deep sleep. Like the story in Ramayanam, Ahalya. The story says she has done some mistake and she was cursed to be a stone. It is nothing but she is pushed into sushupti. Deep sleep, deep sleep. Ages time is wasted. If you understand the karma theory, reincarnation theory and all, you can see many zigzag puzzles will fall in place. Whatever you believe, that belief system, which state of consciousness that belief system goes through, will be the state where you will be anchored. Where you will be anchored. Yesterday I explained, the horizontal line is the desire, logical mind. Strategizing logical mind, what you want to be. The vertical line is your belief, what you are going to be. Please understand, I wanted to reiterate once more. You will not manifest your desire, you will only manifest your belief. I am not saying your belief is right or wrong, your desire is right or wrong. I am only saying what is going to be reality. What is going to be reality? With this whole understanding, ultimately you need to experience turyatita means the belief component of you and desire component of you both should experience turyatita and duryatita. In the turyatita and turyatita, what kind of a brain activity will happen, that only I have captured in this spiritual alchemy product. And I will push that into you, into your system, when you are not fighting with me continuously. That actually happens when you just relax or rest or fall asleep. You will not be fighting with me. The watchman will be out. So this can just get into your system, and the same signals actually, maybe as early as possible, I can even establish, if the science evolves some system to study all the electrical signals happening in the brain, when a being is in turyatita, exact this meru is constructed in your brain through electrical signals. Exactly. exact this Meru is constructed, the same line which is there in 3D, but actually it happens in 3D, not in 2D, in 3D. It gets constructed, that electrical signals going, that exactly gets constructed in the system. If this construct is done in your brain and maintained for 21 minutes, that's enough. After that, it cannot be removed, it cannot be erased, you cannot fall back. This whole process, from morning I am sitting, just for the 21 minutes only. Understand? Only when more and more spending time, you will start relaxing. You will become unarmed. You will stop keeping all your guns, your AK-47, AK-57, everything. That is why Sadashiva says, Guru should eat with the disciples, rest amidst them. The disciples should see from morning till night all the personal life, the way Guru lives, behaves, attends to everything. Only then your being starts resting. He's also like us only. He's not going to. We can be in peace. Only with the long hours of sitting, the entanglement starts happening. Your brain also starts vibrating. Only then I can construct this whole electrical signal in your brain and keep it for 21 minutes. Otherwise I can construct maybe for 2-3 minutes, you will be out. He is doing something to me. No, really. That belief part will start throwing tantrum. It will start raising the black flag. But once this high energy is actively kept within you 21 minutes, you will start tasting it. It is like a lion has to force the flesh into cub's mouth only first time. After the blood goes inside, the flesh goes inside, the moment it crosses the throat, now lion need not put the flesh into the mouth. Actually, you need to take his hands off quickly. Otherwise the cub may bite this hand. After that, I don't need to do anything. You will start tasting it. Oh God. No other tradition other than Agama works on your neurology. That is why Agama is able to make more people enlightened and manifest powers. Other traditions miss this one major component of you. Understand? Your psychology cannot create an independent reality and make you feel something exists completely independent of the external world. Your physiology cannot create a different reality and make you feel something exists completely independent of the outer world. But your neurology can do that. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? Your neurology can do independent. You see, externally everything can be great, best, smooth. But your neurology can make you believe everything is in conflict, all bogus, nothing is right. Prime Minister is wrong, President is wrong, country is wrong, army is wrong, and my wife is wrong, my husband is wrong, my brother is wrong. I think even I am wrong. No, neurology is capable. It can create a separate reality, independent of everything happening around you. Good or bad, both. Good or bad, both. Same way, it can do good also. Everything can be bad around you, but it can continue to retain the good and manifest that good by attracting that good into you. Your neurology
is the core magnet energy. Whatever that generates, that decides to generate, it can go on attracting that kind of a relationship, people, situation, power, energy, and it can go on manifesting that as your reality. Understand? That is why only spiritual traditions which works on your neurology are successful in making you enlightened and manifesting powers. This whole Agama system addresses your physical, physiological, psychological and neurological. Neurological circuits are basically impacting your belief system, and your belief system is impacting your neurological system. The whole work is about the final decision maker. You see, inside you, your neurological circuits only finally decides what kind of a space you are in, who you are, how your life is. Those final conclusions are supplied to you by your neurological circuits. That part need to tell you you are all powerful. Understand? That part need to tell you you are all powerful. This neurological circuit, making that part realize you are all powerful by keeping that part in the highest energy possibility. That is the purpose of the spiritual alchemy product. Understand? These are one or two signs you can see how it works. You may also have a very extreme light visualizations, means the light which you can never imagine, like a million suns together. That kind of extreme electric activity. These are the one or two signals or symptoms, I should say, proves that the spiritual alchemy product is working on your neurological circuits. The extreme lights, like a million suns together, that kind of a light, you will start perceiving. Whenever the high electric signal activity happens in your brain, you perceive extreme light and extreme joy. Understand? All this process, the base material on which the programming is done is bliss. Bliss is the base material. So whether initiation or spiritual process or all, everything, it will go on increasing the layer and layer of the bliss dosage in your system. The level of ecstasy will start getting layer and layer and layer. Like as if your muscles, your skin, everything is getting injected and infused with bliss. As if your bone marrow is replaced with bliss. Bliss is the base material on which this whole process, this whole powers, everything gets programmed. That is why I tell you, if you want to find out whether somebody is manifesting Siddhi or Shakti, see, Siddhi comes before enlightenment. Shakti comes from enlightenment. Siddhi comes before Turiya and Turyatita. Shakti comes from Turiya and Turyatita. How to find out? The person with Shakti will always be blissful. Person with Siddhi will always be tensed. Person with Siddhi will always be insecure. Person with Shakti will be always don't care. He will always be
in that extreme joy and bliss. And it's not that he will not attend to things, but ultimately he knows, next. That extreme, sometimes it will be even perceived by people as arrogance. The extreme powerfulness becomes your belief system when you taste powers and Turyatita.
I have a question regarding the Turiya state, and I know the gentleman before me, I have not experienced the Turiya state. So, as an analogy, trying to understand it, when world-class athletes, they are at the top of the game, and they say, well, I don't know what I executed.
Yes. Actually, that is Turiya. At least 2-3 people who experience that zone, I've even checked their biomemory, it is Turiya. Just body moves. Just body moves. I have experienced it during my Parivrajaka state. By walking, sometimes I just know my body is just moving. I am there all around. Your psychology and physiology binds your physical happening. If certain actions are performed where your psychology and physiology is made to feel tired, and they both come to the convincing understanding that I cannot stop this physical fellow, he is just going to do what he wants to do. How much ever I try to stop him, I can't. That is what I call tapas. Tiring your physiological and psychological signals and making them understand they can't dictate terms to your physical system is called tapas. Understand? Sometimes people ask me, in our Akada, Mahanirvani Akada, some sadhus stand in one leg for 25 years, keep their hands up for 40 years. Do all these required? Sometimes it is required. Those actions are like a statement sent to physiological and psychological circuits. You can't dictate terms to me. Get out, move out. I'm not going to listen to you. Actually, by walking, somehow my system has sent that statement to physiological and psychological circuits. So I saw they just moved out and body is just moving. I used to walk 60 kilometers a day. 60 kilometers a day. After reaching to the place where I am supposed to reach, I will just sit in samadhi. I will not fall asleep. I will sit in samadhi. So it is possible, the extreme physical activity in a tremendous loving and caring ambience, where you do not feel you are tortured, but you are on the side of the physical activity, sending a statement to one part of you, makes you experience that. See, if you feel, I am putting you through this yoga from morning till night, I am forcing you, it will not be tapas. If you are convinced, no, I am doing it, Swamiji and me, we both are on same side. You fellow, you be on the other side. If you tell your tiredness and boredom, relax. You are one side, me and Swamiji another side. Then it is tapas. Understand? So basically, your physical part, if that takes my side, this whole program will be a tapas. Means, I'll give you the practical statement. Just do not respect your tiredness and boredom. treat it like your spouse. How you secretly want to treat it. Your boss, treat your tiredness and boredom like your boss. Tell them, no, I'm too busy with Swamiji. Then that becomes tapas.
Could you please explain how the logical mind and the tantrum child,
How the larger,
logical mind and the tantrum child experiences or cognizes Turyatita?
you reach Turyatita, logical mind loses its form as logical mind, and tantrum throwing child loses all its spicy qualities. Both of them become very evolved, matured beings. So, in Turyatita, they are no more tantrum throwing child, they are no more the logical mind. Much of their qualities disappear. Yesterday I was telling, even once a rebel catches the glimpse of Turiya, he becomes a seeker. He is no more a rebel. He is not rebelling just out of his ignorance. He is saying capital letter no due to his knowledge. Understand? See, a Parivrajaka, see, at the age of 17, I said no to society and started walking. I decided I will live out of the grid life. I don't want this grid. I don't want to be hooked to this grid. I'll live my life. I walked out. Not because I hated, but because I understood this is not useful for me anymore. So, at one point, the tantrum throwing child will lose all his spice and he will become an intelligent, brilliant seeker. Your no will have a different context. Your yes will have a different context.
Is it true that some of our desires get dumped in the Sapnaloka?
Whatever you powerfully deny and powerfully run behind starts reverberating in your dream state. If you really, really want it, and if you really, really don't want it, it gets into your dream. That's all. If you really, really want it, and you really, really don't want it, really, really want to spend time with somebody, really, really don't want the snake to chase you, you will see both in your dream. It boils down to the strong yes and strong no. Both gets dumped into your dream.
As we go through the states, what happens to time in
Listen.
our relationship?
No, listen. There is something called chronological time. How the clock moves. There is something called psychological time. The psychological time is the unit of the psychological time. Listen. The unit of the chronological time is 1 second. Understand? 60 seconds is 1 minute. 60 minutes is 1 hour. Like that. The unit of the psychological time is the gap between one thought and the other thought. If it is more, means you have a lot of inner space. You take life sweetly. A rich man. Understand? Even the word rich is too small. I'll say, a man who has enough of inner space to take his life is a royal being. Means the gap between the one thought and the other thought is more. If the gap between one thought and the other thought is too less, you are a worker, Shudra. And if there is no gap and you are not even able to handle what is going on inside you, you are a Panchama, Chandala. If the gap is more, you are a king. If the gap is too much, you are a Brahmana.
The psychological time, the unit of the psychological time is the gap between one thought and the other thought. The ultimate richness is the inner space you have and the way you take the life. The way you take the life decides whether you are a royal being or not the zeros in your bank balance. Not the zeros in your bank balance, the way you take the life. The way, the inner space, the amount of inner space you have, and the way you approach the life, that decides your royalness, your bigness.
I would like to know how does meditation and pranayama and repetition of mantras affect the states of consciousness?
All that is like a using toothpick and trying to move Everest.
And after achieving, okay.
You see, all of that may be initial help, but not after coming here.
So after that, we don't have to do
I
meditation?
think from now you don't have to do any of that. What you need to do after the Sadashivam, I will tell you at that time.
Thank you.
Understand, most of these techniques are very preliminary level. Very preliminary. I can show you the people who practiced pranayama for 25 years. They may be having good lungs. Nothing more than that. They may be having good physical heart. Nothing more than that. I'm not saying that is wrong. I'm saying that's not enough.
A couple of questions, Swamiji. So when we see that flashing golden kind of light internally, is that the higher state sort of reaching down?
Yes, I can say, whenever you see a flashing light which is like indescribable, I'll surely say it is moving, your being is moving towards Turiya. But it should not, it should be like uncomparable, like a million suns. What will you imagine when I say million suns? It should be like that. Overwhelming light.
Why does the lion, the cub, feel that it is sheep? What makes it
Actually, lion has to ask that question to cub, not the cub to the lion. I should be asking, why do you guys feel you are a sheep? When logically, as per the fact and truth and everything, when you are a lion, why will you feel you are a sheep? I have to ask you. You are asking me because I don't feel. Come on. See, it's like people come and tell me, Swamiji, I don't know why I am not listening to you. What do you mean? Arey, you are not listening to me. And I should be asking you, why are you not listening to me? And before I ask, you put the defense. I don't know why I am not listening to you. I know you are right. I know whatever you say is right. I don't know why I am not listening to you.
I agree. Will. Swamiji, one other thing.
I tell you,
Yes.
one thing. You hurt yourself too much in the waking state. In the waking state, you have beaten yourself too much. So you start hating this being conscious. And you feel, if I become more conscious, I'll become more aware of so many more things, so I may hurt myself more, which is not true. Understand? It is called killing the wrong person. It's like sometimes it happens in the media news comes now that somebody pays 1 crore to a professional killer and gives a photograph, and that fellow misidentifies and kills somebody else. Same way, with more awareness, you will only having less problem. But very unfortunately, you start believing, I am now aware, but how much I am hurting myself. If I become more aware, it will only be more tension, more stress on me. Why? Understand, information undigested is a stress. Information digested is consciousness, knowledge. Because of your earlier indigestion, you are afraid to eat more. But if you want energy, you need to eat and digest. It is all about stopping you hurting you. Stopping you hurting you. That can be a very important understanding for moving towards the higher states of consciousness. You will get more and more comfortable to manifest your possibilities and powers. I tell you, even third eye. Please listen. The biggest reason why you don't awaken your intuition and third eye, you are always afraid. You will get the bad news and your life will be suffering. You are afraid of intuition because the fear you will have the bad news about your life. And you don't understand, intuition always comes with not just information about future, ability to change the future. It is your own pains and hurting. The self-hurting need to be stopped. You don't need any enemy from outside. No, really, I'm telling you. You don't need any enemy from outside. You have so much of hurting patterns. Even if everything is going well, you cannot enjoy. Who knows tomorrow what will happen? Usually, whenever everything goes well today, next day I know what happens to me. Strong belief. When things go bad, you are very comfortable. When things go good, you feel, this cannot be my life. Looks like somebody else's life.
Five years ago, I was practicing astral projecting.
Oh, even all those things are,
But
it damages the consciousness.
it took me 3 months, and the first time I popped out of my body, and I was able to see through the concrete walls. I saw the vibration of everything, furniture, walls.
See, these things are like you are pushed into the Turiya and Swapna, means the dream state and Turiya club. But unfortunately, they damage your circuit and the system more than they help you. See, help means they should be making you reach the ultimate. Damage means whatever little investment you have, it is being blown away.
So it's not good to practice.
Surely not good to practice. See, these powers should come from oneness. It should not be practiced as a separate technique. When you now practice this oneness, when you start manifesting this oneness, from this, if the powers manifest, good, no problem. They will never damage you, you will not be drained. You will never be drained. More you practice, that itself becomes a practice of oneness. But without the base of oneness, all these practices are like sucking your investment. It is like you are drawing from your 401k
And there's one
and
more
spending
thing.
it. All of you understand? See, all of you have certain good karma, 401k. You withdrawing from 401k and spending, that is exactly when you play with these psychic powers without having the oneness foundation, means enlightenment initiation. Without this basic system, any play with any of these powers are drawing from your 401k and spending.
And-
All of you are able to understand? I think Americans will understand this 401k. Yes.
And the other thing that happened, it was an incredible experience to see, because I saw what I feel is the Matrix. I saw literally the Matrix. But the scariest thing I saw, what happened at the same time, I saw an entity feeding off of someone's energy. And this thing saw me and came after me, and I woke up after that point, but I never been more scared in my life than when I saw this thing come at me.
See, what you saw is matrix, no doubt. That entity is what is called Maya, delusion. Without the foundation of oneness, when you play with these siddhis, these psychic powers, this kind of encounters will damage the system once for all. Not only that, after the getting frightened, you will never be able to repeat those powers again. It will almost cripple you psychologically. These are the reasons. Never enter into these things without having the foundation of oneness. Now the whole process you are going to go through will be based on the oneness and the power of oneness initiation. So even if you manifest powers, that itself is an enlightenment practice. More and more you will be grounded in oneness, more and more powers, with more powers, more grounding in oneness, with more grounding, more powers, it will be like a virtuous circle. Making you roll towards virtuous circle is initiation. Initiating that virtuous circle is initiation.
In the karma webinar, you had said that first we deal with our thought current, then the families, then ultimately the cosmoses. So what is that? Does that push people into the Turyatita?
I should say, I'll put it in this way. The higher the karma patterns and thought currents you deal, the higher powers you manifest. Higher oneness manifests through you. The larger responsible you feel. I can say, higher problems if you tackle, your consciousness will become higher. When your consciousness goes higher, higher problems you will be able to tackle. But they will not look like a problem anymore. For sure you know you are going to win the game. Winning is guaranteed. So when the winning is guaranteed, it's more like a leela, playing. That is why, please understand, if you lived and then it is written, you are a man. If you have written and then you live, you are God. For incarnations, they write the script, then come and enact. It's not that script, it is written after they lived. No. Because winning is guaranteed. When winning is guaranteed, then it is no more tackling. It is just leela. Like kabaddi. Kabaddi. When you know the medal is only yours. Yes.
I wanted to understand where some of these states lie in the matrix that you showed. One is the various samadhi states, and the second one is we often experience...
See, various samadhi states all fall under, listen, all the various samadhi states, like a bhava samadhi, savigalpa samadhi, nirvigalpa samadhi, bija samadhi, sabija samadhi, nirbija samadhi, all these various states of samadhis fall under these states. And this is the Nirvigalpa Samadhi, Sadashivatva. The TA plus TA, Turyatita is the Nirvigalpa Samadhi or Sadashivatva. And all the other Bhava Samadhis, Bija Samadhi, Nirbija Samadhi. For example, if your belief means the vertical line, If that falls into Turyatita, I should say this line, that will be called more like a Bhava Samadhi and Savigalpa Samadhi and Sabija Samadhi. And when that reaches into Turyatita, it will be Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Nirbija Samadhi, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Nirbija Samadhi, Nirbhava Samadhi. All these three words are Turyatita, Turyatita. And this Sushupta Turyatita, Swapna Turyatita, Jakrat Turyatita, Turya Turyatita, these all can be called as Sabija and Savigalpa, Bhava, all this. These samadhis usually do not stay. Means when your desire, the logic enters into samadhi, they should be called more like a Shanta state or the unclutched state. Those places, usually you don't stay there permanently. It will be like a Vena's, the string is held tight. So you can't hold that tight for long. You can't be in the Uchaswara for long. It won't. You have to come down. But these things, this line, means this line, you will be more and more getting comfortable in settling. Because that belief is getting into. This line will be more desire getting into. Clear?
Meditation and things like when you are in a high productivity zone during your workout.
That is only Jakrat. High productivity, all your high productivity is only Jakrat. Not more than that.
Meditation.
Meditation may be Jakrat entering into Turiya.
And enlightened beings.
See,
then
Jakrat entering into Turiya. This is, I can call this as a meditation. And when your belief system enters into Turiya, like this is Leela Dhyana. Sometimes, see, Jakrat Turiya means your desire entering into Turiya. Like when you meditate, the high energy zone you experience. Turiya Jakrat means your belief getting into Turiya. That happens when you are in the nostalgic memory of your Guru, the Leela Dhyana. Understand? Listen. Sometimes you don't put any effort and all. Whole day and night, whether you are cooking or washing or walking or driving, as an undercurrent of your thinking, the master will be there. He will always be there. How many of you have experienced that? That is what is Turiya Jakrat. Your belief system entering into Turiya. Your desire entering into Turiya. You will experience that for a few hours. After one meeting with your boss will go away. 10-minute phone call or half an hour meeting with your boss is more than enough. So, this Jakrat Turiya is your desire entering into Turiya. Turiya Jakrat is your belief system entering into Turiya. The Leela Dhyana. It's not that you remember, you think. Just like how the cow chews. Like that, you will be doing all your work, but the inner space, that your belief system, your belief being, it will be going on chewing something connected to Swamiji, connected to the Master.
Turiya versus Turiya Atita.
Turiya is more like you feeling all possibilities. Turiya Atita is you manifesting all powers. In Turiya, it's more like you know that it's possible. In Turiya Atita, you manifest.
I just have a question about Turyatita and what Ramakrishna said about attaining Brahmanyana. I just wanted you to clarify.
Tell me exactly what is your question.
So he said that attaining Brahmayana after 21 days, one just can leave the body, does not have to come back. Is this Turiyatita or is this beyond?
No, actually that is Turyatita only.
Okay.
And it is not necessary everyone has to leave the body.
Yeah, he just kept on repeating this, and it's not really explained. So I just thought someone like
See,
you would.
it is not necessary.
Yes.
You have to leave the body. Sometimes that joy and that ecstasy, you may feel that you may not need to use the body again. Don't worry about that.
Oh,
You
no,
are not going
I'm-
to leave the body.
I'm not worried. I was actually, the opposite. But I mean, because the possibility is open. So, just one more thing. When you experience, we all have heard your story about the enlightenment experience when you saw 360. That was Turiya?
No.
Sorry.
I should say that was Turyatita only, but it did not stay permanently. I came down to Turya. And then only when I was 22, the Turyatita became permanent.
Wow. Okay. Thank you very much.
Question based on own experience. When breathing stops during meditation, where are we?
You are somewhere like a Jagrat, waking state entering into Turiya.
Okay. And second question, when sense perception enters a kind of 0-point field, example, morning shower with ice cold water turning inward and suddenly the water has no temperature, only liquidity.
So
Or smell.
that is also again your waking state entering into Turiya.
Huh. And why would one experience that if it just stays for a very limited amount of
No,
time?
because only your desire experiences. Your belief is not experiencing it.
Okay, what's the benefit really then?
That not much benefit. You can have faith about that state. That's all.
Thank you.
As we realize the Turiya or the Turiya Tita state, we have not changed our way of life. What kind of conflicts should we expect?
Don't worry. When you experience that, you will have a simple, straightforward answer for all these problems. It's like the born blind person is asking, Doctor, I know you will give me my vision back. After that, how will I walk without my walking stick? Understand? When you have your eyes, you will have answer for all these problems. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Swamiji.
Intuition, melting the wax, and how it relates to the 25 states of consciousness.
Yes, listen. Intuition is from this Turiya and Turiya, this state. All of you listen carefully. Whether swapna, dream or waking state, come near this Turiya and Turiya, the intuition is experienced. It is like a Turiya and Turiya is like a huge fire. And dream and waking, both states are made of the same wax. Dream state is little polluted wax. Waking state is little pure wax. But both are same wax. When that wax is brought near the Turiya, not only Turiya gives the information about your future, it gives you also the energy to change the wax as you want. Manipulate it as you want. Move it as you want. Please understand, intuition means not just information about your future. Ability to change as you want and execute it without effort. All these three put together is intuition. For example, if you are having an information about some problem going to come in your business or some benefit going to come in your business, if it is a problem, you will have the intelligence to change. If it is a benefit, you will have the simple manifesting without you putting any effort. Understand? Along with intuition, intuition means jnana. Always the icha. Icha Shakti means ability to change. Kriya Shakti means simply able to manifest. All these three always comes together, not as one. You cannot say, I just came to know the accident going to happen in my life and I went there in the car exactly in the time and got into the accident and broke my hands. No, that is not intuition. That is your fear assumption. Sometimes it may become right. Fear assumption, sometimes becoming right does not mean you have intuition. If you are having information as intuition that you are going to have a car accident, you will simply be able to change it. Same way, if you are having intuition, you are going to have $1 million. You will manifest it without any effort. Any intuition always comes with Icha, Kriya, Jnana, all the three Shaktis together. Jnana means knowledge about the future. Icha means ability, desire to change. Kriya means ability to manifest without effort. All these three, if it comes together only, it is called intuition. Otherwise, it is not intuition.
So, a person that experiences epileptic seizures while sleeping, are they in sleep or dream state?
I can say the dream state is being strongly attacked by the deep sleep state. It is like a belief part is in the dream state, but the desire part in the deep sleep state. A war between these two. Yes.
These 25 states have dependency on desire and belief system. Are this belief and desire are the byproducts of your biomemory and muscle memory?
Yes, I can say it is a byproduct of your biomemory and muscle memory.
So we
And
cannot
these 25 states are not dependent on that. Actually, your desire and belief is dependent on the 25 states.
The self-realization mentioned in Bhagavad Gita is in which state it falls?
So the self-realization Bhagavan talks in Bhagavad Gita is Turiya Turiya. Nirvikalpa Samadhi he talks is Turyadita Turyadita. Self, when he uses the word Jivan Mukti, he talks more like a Turiya Turiya. When he says about Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he talks about Turyadita Turyadita.
How are emotions like anger handled in in the higher state?
In the higher states, you may be ferocious, but you will not be angry. Being ferocious does not mean angry. So anger makes you powerless. Ferociousness never puts you in powerlessness.
My question is that currently when we manifest things in the Brahma Muhurtam, which state are we in? And once you put us in Turyatita, how will Brahma Muhurtam manifest itself?
See, Brahma Muhurtam as on now is only used as a technique for you to manifest. In the Brahma Muhurtam, what state you are in is deciding, it is decided based on what do you want. If you want to be having Turiya continuously, and you put that word in the Brahma Muhurtam, put that idea, you start manifesting Turiya. And after I put you into the Turyatita, naturally your Brahma Muhurtam, you will be in Turyatita, you will not be asking for anything else.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Nithyanandeshwara
सदाशिव समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि आदिशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all of you, all the MSS participants, MSS graduates, Inner Awakening graduates, the Inner Awakening participants who are still here, few, and MSS graduates and the people, devotees, visitors, viewers, samajis, satsangis, here for MSS continued education session. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I will explain few fundamental principles about the 11 dimensions. Then I will initiate you. See, Vedas clearly describe how these multiple dimensions manifested. Ekoham bahushyamaha. Listen. Let my one become many to celebrate me. It actually goes further and Sutra and Bhashya and Vartika and Tika, if you see all the four, it's such a beautifully aligned. I should say, truth is revealed in a very beautiful way, where the logic of the listeners understands the truth. See, those days, the people's logic, it was intense but light. Understand, there is a difference. All the casual logic only will be long, like you talking to your spouse. Talk 10 hours, then again. But listen, she will start from the same point, or he will start from the same point. It means throughout, it was a casual logic. There was intense logic. Will be light. Means the time need not be spent, or more words need not be spent to make an intense logic understand something. That is why the time of the sutra, Vedas, just few words only sutra, the truth is revealed. Egoham bahushyamaha. Then the time of the commentators, Bhashya, logic has become little casual and little longer. So you need to interpret and make them understand. Then comes the time of the Vartika. Means commentary on commentary. You need to use more words. Then comes Tika. Commentary on the commentary of the commentary on the commentary. Then huge words. See, sutra is like a call between boy and boy. Hey, come to the messenger, or we'll talk there. That's all. Bhashya is almost like a call between mom and married daughter. Little more. Then comes Vartika. It's a call between man and a girl when they are in love but before marriage. Little longer. Then comes Tika. It's a call between two girls who are trying to catch the same boy. It will not end that easily. Both trying to get more information about him from other without telling the purpose. So it will go on and on and on. She will talk about every person in that college to come to his roll number. Because directly if you ask about him, then she will know that you are interested. So you start from the person 2. You see, that number 2 fellow, roll number 2, his glasses are so... What do you think about that roll number 3's jeans pant? What do you think about this roll number 4's new bike? And this fellow's roll number is 757. But she has to finish the whole thing for the other person not to doubt. And this one will also be sitting and waiting when she can come to this roll number. Then comes Kali Yuga. This one verse if you are in that depth level of logic, you will understand this one verse. Let my one become many, not my oneness. Understand? Oneness never becomes many. Aham. He is not saying ekam bahushyamaha. No, ekoham bahushyamaha. Aham can always only be one. Let that one become many. Listen to every word I am talking, because I am going to give you solution for almost all your problems based on this one fundamental principle. When he decided to become many, to celebrate himself, all the dimensions of this universe opened. Understand, your whole life is nothing but you deciding. See, at one point in your mother's womb, you decide, ekoham bahushyamaha. Only then you open the womb where you were residing for 10 months and come out. But after that, everything is mess. That is different. Listen. Many times you will hear me saying, whenever you have a problem, always see how your ideal, your guru will handle this. I used this as a technique when I was young. I always used to connect. Whenever I have a problem, Annamalai Swamigal was ideal for me. Ramana Maharshi's disciple. First thing I'll say, how Annamalai Swamigal will handle this? Of course, after Arunagiri Yogeshwara happened, he became the ideal. Then I'll always look how Arunagiri Yogeshwara would have handled this. Have this one understanding, how Sadashiva will handle this. The moment the one became many, all the problems you have, we also started having. Don't think he does not have a problem. Yes, all the organizational problems you have, relationship problems you have, everything you have, yes. He solved it. You have not. That's all. If you understand this one principle, let me repeat once more. For example, this cup. Inside this cup there is a space. That is aham. The space inside the cup is connected to this cup. This whole thing can become multiple, but the space itself cannot become multiple. Anything which has become multiple, as the source of oneness inside them. Listen carefully. Anything which has become multiple, as a source of oneness in them, oneness has not become many, only one became many. Aham associated with oneness, one associated with oneness has become many, but continue to be filled by the oneness. Understand this fundamental cognition. If you spend little time on it and contemplate on it, many of the moments which will lead to divorce can be led to darling. See, if you know, even in the other person's aham, there is a stuff which is in me also. The space in that glass and me, in that cup and in me, is oneness. One only became many, not the oneness. Oneness is same. Understand? Actually, all these things are only proposals and theories. Rosy word proposal. Proposals are not equivalent to matured relationship. Proposals cannot be equivalent to the life lived without divorce for 100 years. So his words are proposals. But I will tell you, conclusions by the owner who created. Listen. Simple understanding. You know, if you go late from office, in the house there is going to be a small Kurukshetra. When you go, if you are preparing yourself with aham, that one, it is going to hit each other and can lead even up to divorce. But if you go with understanding, the oneness which is in me making me feel the self of the selfishness is same in that self also. Understand, the self of the selfishness which is here and there is one and the same. If you go with that understanding, end of the Kurukshetra, it can even become Ardhanarishwara. It is not necessary it should become only fight or divorce. Understand? Everything, if you are in a dimension of anything other than you is your enemy, you are going to be in Naraka, hell. Anything which harms me is my enemy, then you are going to be in planet Earth. Come what may, I know how to convert the enmity into friendliness. You are going to be in heaven. Because end of the day, if you know how you develop enmity, you will know how to undevelop. If you know how to build, you know how to unbuild. Then you know how he has built, why he has built, and you can unbuild. And most of the time, I should say not most, almost all of the time, even if you have ideological differences and make the other person understand, you have your space, I have my space, let's leave our ideology, problem is solved. There, the space can sort out the issues. Please understand, even organizationally, look at this whole cosmos. The moment Mahadeva declared, Sadashiva declared, let me become many, he has manifested a company, an organization. Let me become many to celebrate me. But the whole thing is so smoothly going. If you bring the same fundamental principles for your organization also, let first of all you become clear what do you want to do is completely integrity and enriching. If you have some agenda and talk something else, nobody is going to do what you want because why you want. They will do what you want because what they want, not because why you want. Understand? Organization becomes organism only when people do what you want because why you want. Many times they will do what you want because what they want, not because why you want. In an organic organization, you and your expansions should know why you want what you want and should work only why you want what you want, for why you want. Then I tell you, not only you, even your whole organization, people will live like teenagers. There is no aging. Aging is conflict of interest. What is interest? Your original, what you want is really not doing good to everyone. You have some interest, you can't reveal that, then but you go on be painting, and you have a layer and layer. The way you talk, describe everything as its own layers. Then what happens to the listeners? What happens to the people whom you manifest, whom you attract? Then they also say, all right, you tell what you want, we may do what you want because we have to be obeying you, but not for what you want. Letter will be followed, not the spirit. That's the best way to collapse a law. Just follow the letter, missing the spirit. The law will become outlawed, useless. Look deeply. First, let you be very clear what do you want. And if you are convinced that is best for you and for others, you can manifest more and more people who can be sharing the same conviction. First, share the conviction before making them part of the organization. Appointments have to be done after appointment. Convictions need to be shared. Powerful cognitions need to be shared. Then money, remuneration, all other things become secondary. Organization will become successful. If other reasons are primary, you may have an organization with a lot of friction and stress. You will also age, they will also age. Working with the people with whom, working or living with people with whom you have friction ages you. Working with people, living with people with whom you don't have friction matures you, never ages you. Working with people and living with people with whom not only you don't have friction, you have a overlapping boundary joy. You live like a teenager. Sadashiva describes himself as a teenager in his original Jnana Sloka. He says, meditate on me as 16-year-old. If you are running a company, organization, home, or a team, sit and internalize this one understanding, integrity to the vision. Then, ability to transmit that cognition, powerful cognition to your team, your family, your company or your organization. Then you will see life becomes Ekoham Bhagushyamaha. Let me become many to celebrate me. Understand carefully. There are multiple me's, but there is only one mummy. There are multiple ones, but there is only one oneness. Mahadeva is very clear. My one become many, not me become many. Not my oneness become many. Oneness remains as oneness. That is what is the Meaning of the verse, Purnamata Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate. Even after the whole removed from the whole remains as whole. Understand? I can give two-layer meaning. W-H-O-L-E and H-O-L-E. If the whole H-O-L-E is removed from H-O-L-E, H-O-L-E remains as H-O-L-E. W-H-O-L-E removed from the W-H-O-L-E continues to remain as W-H-O-L-E. See, actually, through the Big Bang, matter manifests, through black hole, antimatter manifests. When I held the Rudra Veena straight, I sent intense vibrations, sounds, and raised you to the state of Shivoham by Kundalini awakening. When I held the Rudra Veena other side and played, I created an intense minus decibel and sucked your patterns out. Understand? Decibel lower than zero. Anti-sound, like anti-matter, anti-sound. That vacuum just sucked all your patterns. All your patterns can be stitched into your consciousness only through sound. Either by higher decibel or by minus decibel. Higher decibel, your energy is awakened, so that stitch gets broken. In lower decibel, by thread, it is pulled out. Understand? Listen carefully. Whenever your inner space opens its wings, like a moods of joy, positivity, courage, exploring, creativity, art, love, go on moving forward. But remember one thing, fundamentally, till your brain is trained to continue to retain that state, it needs certain kind of a grounding. So it comes down, unable to maintain the same chemical and electrical structure of that experience. Listen, you don't come down because you are not qualified, you come down because your body is not ready. Listen carefully. Many times you think, oh, Swamiji gave me energization, he gave me powers, I manifested, it was ecstatic. After a few days, it went away. Then, if you start having guilt about you are going to create so much of obstacles for you to reach it again. Be very clear, the system has too much of toxins, so not able to retain that electrical and chemical structure. If you put the blame on the right person, you will work on that problem and solve it. Do not put the blame on you, put it on the body which is holding the toxins, so you will work on detoxifying. If you put it on you, you will come to a conclusion, this is not for me, he is separate, I am separate, diverse. Guru diverse is the worst thing can happen to you in your life. Listen carefully. All these points are connected with one thought current. I'll give you one by one. Whenever your brain is not able to retain the higher experiences, electrical structure and chemical structure. Sometimes you read a beautiful book and you are in ecstasy and you declare that I am going to be the love of whole universe and life of the whole universe. No more agitation, irritation, disturbance. Just next ring, home. The whole thing becomes different. Call from home. Understand? I am giving you an example. Whenever you are not able to retain the higher electrical structures and chemical structures in your brain and come down. When I say higher, I mean everything. Feeling love, ecstatic, compassion, powerful, kundalini, power manifestation, all of them are higher in various levels. You come down. Do not fall into powerlessness like a guilt or feeling powerless or depression, low mood, and worst thing, giving legitimacy to your confusion and start doing psychoanalysis and psychological, psychiatric solution analysis. Over. The only thing you need to do, all moments of down, use it for prayer. Prayer is the best alternative for any of the low mood. Understand? If you are not able to be here, fully expanded, that electrical structure, electrical signal structure, when the crown means your brain, it has 1,000 aura, means 1,000 petal, electrical structure. If all 1,000 are lit, that is what I call higher emotion, higher electrical structure. It releases a unique chemistry in your system. Intense dopamine, the pleasure chemicals are released. Your whole system is in a different space. Whenever you are not able to retain yourself there and come down, it comes to this neck. Immediately, don't start allowing any other emotion or logical analysis. Straight prayer. Straight prayer. You can pray to the same power which gave you the glimpse, or whoever you think is the ultimate. Hinduism gives you complete freedom. Param, ultimate. It can be Para Shakti, Parama Padam, Parama Shivam, Parameshwaram. It can be Para Brahmam. It can be anything ultimate. Let this answer become once for all clear, because many times people try to ask me, when you are so generous to add all of this, why not that? Followers of all this don't have a problem if we keep all of them in one temple and one place. We don't have a problem. Actually, I don't know how many of you know, all the properties of Arunachaleshwara temple is in the name of Krishna. The Venugopala Swami just behind the Arunachaleshwara shrine. So I want to make that point very clear here. Let me come back to the subject. Listen. Whenever you are not able to hold the lit up 1,000 lotus petals, the Sahasrara, and come down only with prayer. Prayer will grow roots and push you back to that same higher electrical structure and chemical structure in your brain, to the Sahasrara. If you start analyzing, why am I not retaining? Maybe all the sins I have done. That is complete stupidity. Wrong diagnosis makes duplicate doctors. Quack doctors begin with a wrong diagnosis. It's a wrong diagnosis starts giving birth to quack doctors. Understand? Little raw, but let me tell what to do. All the raw things have to be told. Playing with the confusion of the patients, or playing with the ignorance of the patients, is one of the worst sin. Whoever starts that is a quack doctor. So not able to retain yourself in the higher space and coming down is one of the biggest problem of the seekers. And I am not going to play with your confusion. I am not going to play with your ignorance. I am committed to Kala Bhairava only to enlighten you. I am committed to Kala Bhairava only to make you enter into, push you into enlightenment. I am telling you the truth. As it is, neither sin, nor guilt, or karma, nothing is a reason. Let's go for straightforward, simple diagnosis. I tell you, I usually tell, whenever you define something, it should always be solution based. Definition. Death can be described in 2000 ways or million ways. End of life, getting married, heart stopping, breathing stopping, body stops moving. Million ways you can define death. But if you define the possibility to restart many damages which cannot be repaired unless a complete restart happens, is death. The very definition is a solution. Understand? In Sanskrit, there is a word called Nikandu. It has two meanings, dictionary and solution. Go and check. Nikandu. Any dictionary has to be solutionary. You can Google the word Nikandu in Sanskrit. It has two meanings. Dictionary, solution. I am actually sitting and working. 3000 words all the important words like a life, death, sex, law, country, nation, earth, cosmos, major 3000 words which we use in our life. Solutionary dictionary. So let's look at this whole problem of solutionary from the angle of solutionary dictionary. This not able to retain the higher space and coming down. Understand? The right diagnosis is the brain and the system has certain toxins which is not letting the same higher electrical signal, the structure to be alive, the same chemical structure to be alive, it's pulling down. The solution is detoxification. Till then, engage yourself intensely in prayer. Prayer grows roots for you which no other psychological suffering can grow. If you don't do prayer, you will fall into pain and you will start thinking it is mandatory. Pain grows you roots if you don't use prayer to do it. You would have seen my quote. Don't create pain, but don't hate, because pain also grows you roots. Now I am upgrading it. Pain grows you roots only if you don't use prayer to grow it. Whenever you are in ecstasy, you are Shiva. Shivoham. Whenever you are in low mood, Dasoham. Whenever you are in ecstasy, I am Mahadeva. Whenever you are coming down, I pray to Mahadeva. That's all. I tell you, the whole psychology is irrelevant and redundant. If you just catch these two attitudes, over. Whenever you are in ecstasy, I am Mahadeva, Sadashivoham. Whenever you are not able to retain due to the toxins, till the toxins are eliminated, when you are coming down, Sadadasoham. That's all. The whole problem of which is right, Dvaita or Advaita, I have finished it. When all the 1000 petals are lit, Advaita. When it is slowly coming down, Dvaita. Over. If you land only in Dvaita and prayer, you will again and again be pushed back to Advaita. Neither Shankara lived without realizing, experiencing Dvaita, nor Ramanuja lived without experiencing Advaita. Neither Shankara lived without experiencing Dvaita, nor Ramanuja lived without experiencing Advaita. It's a states you cross till you become the space of oneness. Understand now it is your decision about Your existence gives you access to various dimensions of the universe. Now, why I want to give you access to the different dimensions of the universe is to make you feel powerful and understand all your problems are as silly as you. Even few solid experiential access, see, when I say experiential access, you should get into that plane, that dimension, see some object and bring that here. When you open your eyes, that object should be there with you. Only then it is called experiential access. Otherwise it is imaginary access. You had your stupid dream, and even if you see Kali in your fantasy, it will be only the another version of your wife. The voice will be almost like your wife's. Be very clear. So it has to be experiential access. An object of that plane should be mapped to this plane. Is only a confirmed experiential access. Now is the bomb. This whole batch of MSS participants, I commit with you guys, I will give you that. And understand, when I am making the word commitment, I am serious. I am really serious. The software is successful. That is why I am courageously talking. That is, you see, the moment you started materializing, that itself is actually the plane to the other dimension only, but it is done through me. Now I have to give you individual visa. That's all. See, materialization is like having access to the other plane, sitting in my disk. Instead of you sitting in my disk, I am going to put you in my plane. Something which you see with your eyes in that plane, and you pick it up, when you are down, that item also should be mapped into this. Let's do the drama. It's possible. It's possible. What happens, with this, the powerful cognitions about the larger existence of you becomes more stronger in you than the stupid identity given to you by the stupid society. The personification of stupidity is human society. Nobody knows why they are doing what they are doing. Everyone is afraid of the other and doing. You are afraid that he may be talking bad about you, and he is afraid you may be talking bad about him. I tell you, don't bother about others' opinion, because they are bothered about your opinion. This collective bullying is media. Why they always do it collective, because they are afraid to come alone. Sheep. The same word for singular and plural. Because they are always plural, but not powerful. Through this collective bullying, society tries to put you into fear and create some identity for you. The only way to liberate you from that identity is to make you understand the existence of the multiple dimensions. Once that existence of the multiple dimensions become your powerful cognition, then the identity enforced on you. Pushing an identity on a human being is equivalent to conscious rape. Conscious gang raping done on an individual by the society, and that gang raped person getting pregnant is evolving an individual identity. You carry that for your whole life as a blame and destroy yourself. All of you look back. Whenever the social identity which you are carrying as broken pieces in you is created, you have been gang raped by society. Look at the original incidents, and giving you experiential access to the higher dimension will make you realize and will make this identity lose its power over you. That is what I call liberation. Swatantratva. Life starts, education starts with this initiation, with this liberation. Yeah. A child, when he enters the Gurukul, this satsang should be seen by him, and he should understand when he was gang raped and the identity was inserted into him forcefully, and decide to renounce it. He should be given access, conscious experiential access to higher dimension. With that Swatantratva, only he can be allowed to enter into Gurukul. No, actually, that's the way I'm going to build the Gurukul. The initial people who came just from Buloka and staying, and once you have experientially demonstrated you had access to the higher dimension and manifested it, brought something from there and mapped it to this planet Earth's matter, and you have shown now you are more powerful than the identity inserted on you by the society by gang raping you. Only then entry into Gurukul is given. Actually, even the construction I am going to do it step by step like that. Then you stay there, you stay here, then after you have the next access, next success, you come here. That's the way it is going to be. This is the first step in education. I am not telling you stories. I am giving you my vision, and I will make it happen. Brilliant are those who wait for me to make my vision into reality. Fools are those who don't give me a chance. Stupid are those who leave halfway. I bless you all. Nithyanandeshwara Sadashivasamarambam Nithyanandeshwari आदिशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, participants, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world for this program, Experience Kailasa. First of all, I want to tell you, I recommend you take notes. And I also allow anybody to video record, audio record. So all this should make you understand how important this session is going to be. And I also sincerely recommend you watch this like a spiritual practice for next 21 days. I'm going to introduce Mahasadashiva. Everything possible which can be introduced, dimension or cosmology, understanding, I'll introduce in every possible way. I'm introducing cosmology directly from horse's mouth. Understand? Maybe if we want to use this horse's mouth phrase in a very Indian Shaivite way, bull's mouth, we can change it. Nandi's mouth. Directly. First thing I want to tell you, people feeling, oh, these big concepts, ideas, cosmology, all these are not for me. This idea is not cute. Please understand. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is very clear. Not able to understand is a lie. Not interested in understanding is the truth. Listen. The word not able to understand is a lie. Not interested in understanding is the truth. So do not cherish with the cuteness. Oh, all these big concepts I don't understand. I don't care. I don't want all these big concepts. You just tell me what should I do. I am telling what you should do. Understand. Now people try to celebrate, feel cute about their decision not to put their listening and integrity together to understand life. Please understand. If you are in this cosmos, you need to understand this cosmos, and you are equipped enough by Sadashiva to understand this cosmos. So all these sentiments, oh, these big words, big ideas, big concepts, I cannot grasp. I am a simple devotee. No, don't. Being a simple devotee is not alternative to understanding. You will be a simple devotee only if you understand the cosmos, not otherwise. Ignorance is not celebrated in Hindu tradition. Ignorance cannot be the quality of a devotee. Many times I hear this argument, oh Swamiji, I am a simple devotee. You just tell me what should I do. I cannot understand these big words, cosmology, cosmos. No. If you are a simple devotee, sit with integrity and your simplicity, you will understand exactly what I am talking and you will experience it now. I am introducing Mahasadashiva as he himself introduces himself in Vidyapada of Agamas, and I have some of the interesting articles by modern day researchers. In the modern day, some people are trying to research from the angle of neuroscience and brain, possibilities of brain and the universe. I have a bunch of set of articles. I will highly recommend all of you read all these articles today after this session. So please read these articles which I am recommending. You will understand many things in the language you cognize. I am not saying these researchers have grasped everything of what Sadashiva talks about cosmology in the Agamas, what Sadashiva introduces. I don't want to say these researchers have got everything, but I can comfortably say that they are moving in that direction. For example, whatever, let me first give you the reference of those articles. It is like a Science Daily, Science News, Multi-Dimensional Universe in Brain Networks. There's article name, and I have few more, maybe around 20 articles.
This is the second article. The human brain can create structures up to 11 dimensions. And then I'm again projecting a sequence of article titles. The next is multi-dimensional universe in brain networks. You can actually take a screenshot of the screen here. The next is new mathematical method reveals structure and neural activity in the brain. mathematicians help unlock brain function. Multi-scale computational model sheds light on embryonic development. Cold Spring Harbor team to use $2.7 million NIH grant to map long-range neural projections. Researchers propose sequencing-based approach to map all neuron connections in the brain.
Now I want to tell you, first I wanted to express my appreciation for these researchers putting their knowledge and intelligence, time, energy and integrity in this line. And I'll really recommend to them to spend little time on Vidyapada of Agama, where the cosmos introduces cosmology. Mahasadashiva talks about cosmology. It will really be wonderful that they will be helped in their research. They will know which direction they should look, towards which direction they should look. Okay, now all this research is all about your brain. Understand, this is like a mirror. This is the mirror in which the cosmos reflects, and this is the organ. I can't even use the word organ, it is little more than organ. This is the system through which you are perceiving the cosmos, universe, existence. These researchers have done research on what all is being perceived here, means in the reflection. Based on that, they are projecting, assuming, trying to understand what must be there. All of you are understanding? This, what is being perceived, reflected in this, is presumed as photograph or reflection of what is out there. So by studying this, what is going on in this, with a very evolved mathematics called algebraic topology. I don't know whether I pronounce the word properly, algebraic topology, whatever. So with that, they are trying to study, project, understand what is going on in this. With that, they are trying to understand what must be out there. Now, the good news I have for the researchers is, you are heading in right direction, because we have a description of what is out there already by the person who is out there. We have description, a very elaborate and very detailed, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya, all the lokas and dimensions. We have description by the person who is out there about what is there. Your algebraic topology, which they are trying to use, which acts like a telescope and microscope together. Understand? Algebraic topology is like a telescope, can project into the space to study the Big Bang and black holes, and it can be microscope, can be zoomed into inside a forest, a python hiding in the hole of a tree, and the blood group of that python, whether that python has some bacterial infection. It is like it can zoom into the networks. Understand, this algebraic topology is a very sophisticated maths they use, which behaves like telescope and microscope together. And with this, they are studying what is happening here. What is happening here? Roughly, I will equate this as a pindanda. And what is happening there is Brahmanda. By studying the pindanda with algebraic topology, scientists, researchers are trying to understand multi-dimensions of the universe. Listen. Sorry if I am presenting too complicated things. I'll try to map it down to your language and the way you can grasp. Fundamentally, the researchers are trying to convey the various dimensions. 1D means rod, 2D means plank, 3D means cube, and the fourth D is the spatial dimension called time. The scientists are trying to explain, researchers are trying to explain through this algebraic topology, which works like a telescope and microscope together. It is not just this 4-dimension alone our brain is perceiving. Our brain is able to perceive higher dimensions, multiple dimensions. Because of that, they come to a conclusion, multiple dimensions exist, because the reflection shows the multiple dimension perceptions, not only the possibility But as a reality, they are saying that many of these algebraic topology data they have discovered, they try to map it and see its effect on the rat's brain, and the researchers are confirming many of this data is very realistic. Understand? This is where I wanted to suggest to them. One, please study Vidya Pada of Agamas. You will have lot of input, support and direction. That is one. Second, if you are really interested only in research, if you are not interested in any vested interests, come. You don't need to waste your time on putting your algebraic topology projections, mathematics on the rat's brain and study. I'll give you live brain. You can study mine. I'll reflect this whole 11 dimension, what is out there in here purely. Study all the 86 billion neurons and its activities simultaneously. I am not interested in any of the pride, all these, that. I am saying, let's do something good to the world. Not only me, I can recommend and request many of my disciples also to support you in your research. We can live reflect. Understand? Scientists are equipped with a algebraical topology which functions like a telescope and microscope together for microcosm, brain, pindanda. We are equipped with third eye penetrated by oneness, third eye opened by oneness, can be used same way algebraic topology is used in microcosm. We can use the third eye penetrated by the oneness in macrocosm. Understand? Scientists with their algebraic topology, which can function like a telescope and microscope together, study the multi-dimensional happening in the brain. We Shaivites, empowered by Mahasadashiva, whose third eyes are penetrated by the oneness, can show precisely what is out there in here. All of you are able to understand. In the macrocosm, brain, algebraic topology helps, like a telescope and microscope, to study what is going on in this. With that only they are coming to many understandings. I am telling them, please come here. We have cosmic algebraic topology, third eye penetrated by oneness, which can function a cosmic telescope and microscope together. I can project and tell you precisely what is happening in the sun now. The precise temperature change or precise happenings of the sun, and precisely what is happening in your eardrum when you hear these words from my mouth. Understand? Microcosms, telescope and microscope is algebraic topology. Macrocosms, telescope and microscope together is third eye penetrated by oneness. As long as third eye is not penetrated by oneness, it is not opened, it is not yet initiated. The moment it is initiated, if the third eye is penetrated by the oneness, it acts as telescope and microscope together for cosmos, Brahmanda, what is out there. I can provide true help to these scientists by giving the documentation about what is out there by the person who owns everything out there. It's an owner's document. Who created and who is sustaining his own internal document. That is one. Second, I can provide direction and evidence of whatever is out there by making the pure reflection of that in here. Live human brain. You don't need a rat and rat's brain. We have now enough of powers, empowered human beings who can just through their brain show you precisely what's going on now in Kailasa, what's going on now in Tapoloka, what's going on now in Bur, Buva and Suva, in all the different lokas. Understand, you do not need to use the rat's brain to map the data you collect through algebraic topology and verify them with the reality. We can provide. Not only I am open, and many of my disciples whose third eye is penetrated by the oneness, I have not even entered into what I am supposed to share today. I am only introducing the fundamental understandings. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is rich man's religion. Means who is really rich in everything. It is not created to control the mass with certain ideas and concepts and like a mental prison. No. This Dharma teaches you mind is a prison. So it never was generated. So whatever I shared now, I'll give you the essence in few lines. What is out there reflects here. Some of the scientists and researchers who are studying the reflection have found the reference. What is out there is not just 4 dimension, at least 11 dimension. And the methodology they used, algebraic topology, and the informations they have, they even try to map it down on the brain of the rat and confirming many of the informations they have makes sense. So I am giving them my support in 2 ways. You are only working on what is reflecting here. Unfortunately, a normal brain's reflection is not complete. That's first. Second, we actually have a documentation of what is out there by the owner who is out there. And it is available in here. We can provide you the documentation. Next to the documentation, we can provide you a live laboratory where you can see the reflection, a pure reflection of what is out there in here, to take your researches further. So you can try to understand what is in here and what is out there. Pindanda and Brahmanda. Like your algebraic topology, which can function as a telescope and microscope together for Pindanda, reflection. Our oneness filled third eye can be used as a telescope and microscope together for the Brahmanda, cosmos. You have a live telescope, microscope together for cosmos. So, the live telescope, microscope together for cosmos is inviting you all to support you all in further researches you want to do on this 11 dimensions aspect. So with this, let me start the program. I started the program saying I am going to introduce Mahasadashiva. I only prepared you to introduce Mahasadashiva. I need to convince you why such complex understandings about cosmos and life need to happen. Understand? If you have complex understandings, you will not have complex problems. If you don't have and if you are avoiding complex understandings, you will have complex problems. Decide whether to put your energy towards the understanding and problem-free life, or avoid putting energy towards understanding and live with problems. In any field, if you want to be successful, you need to put little your time and energy to understand the logic of that field. Even to operate a cell phone, you need to pick up the cell phone, understand where is the number, how to press and all that, and where to keep. You can't keep it somewhere and talk, you have to keep it in your ears and near the mouth. Now you need to understand the logic. So if you want to understand and manifest the powers, want to experience Kailasa, you need to decide, you should understand Kailasa. You can't say, oh, I am an innocent devotee and I am a simple person. Just no. Your ignorance is neither cute nor welcome. And you are not created for ignorance. Be very clear. Be very clear. All you need is your decision to complete with the pattern of celebrating your ignorance as cute, as if something right, as if it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. Seeker is a person who is trying to understand cosmos. So you have to understand cosmos. You can't say, I want to go to Kailash, I want to experience Kailash, I want to understand the whole cosmos, I want to manifest all the powers, but I am very innocent, little ignorant, very innocent, old devotee. That's not cute. That's not cute. Complete with the pattern of celebrating ignorance, because I am going to introduce some of the very important truths of life. We need to understand cosmos because we are working and living, functioning in the cosmos. Making it as simple as possible and mapping it in such a way your inner space grasps it, experiences it, is my job. That is my job. I will do it. But not even interested in entering, holding my hand to come along with me is not right. So hold my hand and come along with me. It means sit with integrity and listening and come along with me. I'll take you to Kailash now. You need to understand Kailash Pati, Lord of Kailash, Mahasadashiva. Only then you can experience Kailasa. It is actually a beautiful painting here. I am showing, projecting a painting of Mahasadashiva. It's a traditional painting done as per the introduction of Mahasadashiva about his cosmic form. In a way we can understand. Originally he says thousands of heads and thousands of hands. Means literally all the identities exist, is part of him. All the heads exist is part of him, whether it works or not. You may ask, even mine? Yes, yours, even yours. That's the good news. Even yours is. Here it is presented with a 25 head in a very symbolic way. Can you project that? Understand, in the first means the lowest row, which is connected to the neck. 9 heads are there. In the next row, 7 heads are there. In the further row, 5 heads are there, and further 3 heads are there, then further 1 head. It's a symbolic representation. And I wanted to tell you all, I am giving you only very minimal understanding which is required for you to experience Kailasa. It's like if you go to Universal Studio or Disney World, Disneyland, how they give you a very minimal introduction to let you experience and enjoy all the rides and shows and the place. Same way, I am only giving you a very minimal introduction. I am not torturing you with too much information. No. I am trying to make everything user-friendly as much as possible. As much user-friendly as possible. The row of the heads connected to his neck. Nine faces is mathematics of the universe. Listen. Mathematics of the logic and mathematics of the universe is different. Mathematics of the logic is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number. 1 plus 1 is 2. When you do this addition, subtraction, it is all whether the work or the result is only in your logic. For example, like a paper. If you put 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, that is only in the paper. But the cosmic mathematics is the actual dimensions. Like when I say the first phase, it is not equivalent to mathematical 1. It is a cosmic 1. Means the first dimension of the universe, length. Two is not mathematical 2 which exists in logic. It is second dimension, Planck. First dimension can be called as a rod, just one dimension. Then Planck, second dimension, means length and breadth together. Three is third dimension, the length, breadth, depth together. Listen. I think many of you are seeing new me. Who is after the length, breadth, depth, the in the fourth phase only sound even starts. Understand? The science says any particle's movement creates sound. Sadashiva says very clearly, if the particle moves only in the length, breadth, depth, sound is generated. If it moves only from length to length, no sound is generated. Listen. You may say, oh, my hand, if I move like this, sound is generated. Very subtle. It is generated because your hand has a depth. This or this does not generate sound. Yeah. Atom, molecule moving this way or just this way does not generate sound. If it moves only this way or that way or this way, where the depth is involved, sound is generated. So only after the third dimension, Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva introduces nada, sound. This information is very important for you because the mathematical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is not cosmical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In mathematical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, after 3 suddenly you cannot introduce something extra. 1, 2, 3, it has to be 4. cannot be 4.5. That is mathematical, numerical. But in cosmical, 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4. I don't even want to say 3.5, 3, something more than 3, and 4. I don't even want to say it is between 3 and 4, no. Because after the 4, that what came in between is getting added as a load on the 4. That is why, understand, in the 7-9 phase, only after the 3rd phase the upper phases are sitting, means now no more the phases are linear, they are multidimensional. Listen, 9 phase. First phase length, second phase breadth, third phase depth. Now in the depth, sound comes as a new introduction. So after the sound is introduced, it is no more 3rd to 4th, 3rd with one more head on the top, and 4th. And the 4th has 2 more heads on the top, and 5th. 5th has 3 more heads on the top, and 6th. How many of you are catching it? Understand? Till the depth no sound. After the depth, when the sound is introduced, 4 is not just like how from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, no. 1 to 2 is 1 to 2. 2 to 3 is 2 to 3. But 3 to 4 is not 3 to 4. 3 plus something and 4. Listen. In the depth starts happening sound. How many of you are grasping what I am saying? You see, you need to understand this, because when you explore you will manifest so much. I tell you, all values come when you know you are a valuable person. That is why it is value. In Tamil, Nanayam, Tan Nanayam Therindaldan Varum. If you know your value, your worth, only then you will manifest values in life. You will not give up your integrity for 2 pennies lying on the ground. No. You know your integrity is much more valuable than that penny lying on the ground. So you need to understand. Listen. Now, length, the first head, second head, breadth, third head, depth, fourth head, time, but it is not just Like how we moved from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, it is not same 3 to 4. Because in the 3, suddenly one thing is added, one head on the top, that is nada, sound. And sound cannot come just in y-axis travel or x-axis travel. All sound is generated only in z-axis travel. Any particle, pure movement of x-axis and y-axis. I don't know whether I showed properly. I think this is x-axis, this is y-axis. Listen, pure movement of x-axis and y-axis of a particle does not generate sound. It is z-axis, z-axis that travel generates sound. So, when it comes from length to breadth to depth, it is not directly from depth to time you can jump. Now you need to consider one more dimension of life, nada, sound as introduced, sound has come into existence. So the time is going to be handled. Time is going to be the totality of not just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 plus the sound. Totality of this 4 is the 4, time, fourth head. Now, fifth head. Listen, fifth head is connected to the body. The neck is the integrity, poison is the non-integrity. It is integrity connects the Sadashiva with the whole universe, universe with Sadashiva. Anybody with integrity can penetrate Alahala and connect with Sadashiva and all his dimensions and live. When you miss integrity, you cannot penetrate the Alahala. Listen, first head, length. That's a face. I am purposely explaining with just as per the Agama's introduction, because I don't want this knowledge to be stolen by the people and mapping it back to their understanding and saying Agama has been written much later than the science discovery. Nowadays, in the modern day, that one big crime is going on, steal everything Vedic. And then say that Vedas were written very recently after all the modern day discoveries. Some Pandit who did not have a job, he read all the English books and he translated everything in Sanskrit and made a book. No, that's what they are trying to claim. The Vaimanika Shastra was written very recently by somebody mapping all the Western concepts of aeronautics into Sanskrit. Okay. So that is the reason I am presenting it with the original visual map as it is. See, the first phase, length. Second phase, breadth. Till then, those heads are just independent. Nothing much above on them. You see, here they have put it like a tower, but actually when Sadashiva Mahasadashiva introduces himself, he says after the third head starts on the third head starts the next dimension. Means 7, when it is put on 9, only on the third, the next starts. Am I right? All of you understanding? All of you are catching it? So the third is the depth. In the depth is what? Nada. The sound starts. That is above head. The head which is above the third head. I don't want to say fourth head, because the fourth head is next head only is going to have the title fourth head. All of you are catching what I am saying? Above the third head, which is the side effect of 1, 2, 3, is sitting, which is sound, nada. Above the fourth head, two heads are sitting. Listen. Above the fourth head, which is Kala, sound, listen very carefully. Sound and Nada and Bindu. Bindu means longevity, life. Only when the time is introduced, longevity concept gets introduced. Till the time is introduced, there is no life, longevity. How many of you are grasping? So the head sitting on the fourth, one is time, Nada, Bindu, above, which is this. See, the fourth, Nada, Bindu. That is life. Only the time dimension in, see, the depth dimension introduces sound in the cosmos. Time dimension introduces sound and life, longevity. Kala is Kala Kala. Kala is life and death. Am I able to make you all understand? The fifth head, listen. The fifth head is what is connected to the body. Body is the universe. All these heads are units, identity. Understand? Your identity is the unit of your consciousness. If your consciousness, listen, all the identities with which you play as a father, mother, brother, sister, son, daughter, victim, aggressive, all your identities put together is your consciousness. How many of you understand that? That is your world. Here, each head is the unit. Each head is the identity. All these identities put together is universe, Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva. Like all your identities put together is your consciousness. Identity is used as a unit to measure your consciousness. If you are entertaining more unit of father identity, that will be the lifestyle of your consciousness. If you are entertaining the beloved identity more units, that will be major aspect of your life. So measurement of your life, who you are, the Jivatma, Pratyagatma Chaitanya is done by the units of your identity. For example, if I have to write a formula about you, 7 unit father, 8 unit mother, 3 unit being a son, 4 unit being a brother, and 1 unit of being a charitable person, 2 unit of being a beggar, and 7 unit of victim, and 8 unit of courageous person. Identities you use is the unit with which formula about you can be written. How many of you are grasping this statement? Now, the identities of Sadashiva is the unit of the cosmos. See here, first phase is length, second phase is breadth, third phase is depth. But the depth does not just keep quiet as depth. If it is mathematical 1, 2, 3, it should be just 1, 2, 3. But it is not mathematical, it is existential. 1 man plus 1 woman mathematically is 2 persons, but existentially there will be third child. If you allow both of them to be there, there will be a child. So existential mathematics is different from your logical mathematics. When the third dimension of the depth happens, I don't want to say fourth dimension, the next thing of a sound happens existentially. And next phase, when the next phase is added, this is time. When the time is brought into the scene, Nada and Bindu both are added. That is Nada and Bindu. Yes. You may say, why Nada should be added to depth and time? When the Bindu is added, Nada is no more an ordinary Nada. Sound which is not created never dies. Sound which is created dies. Sound which happens only with the association of length, breadth, depth can die, but the sound which happens with the association of length, breadth, depth, time and space does not die. So the sound associated just length, breadth, depth is different, and the sound associated to length, breadth, depth, time and space is different. Just the sound generated by length, breadth, depth. Like I am moving this. This sound is different than the length, breadth, depth, time, all four create certain sound that is different. I'll give you the example. The sound generated by the two objects hitting, it is between length, breadth, depth and time. But the sound generated by my inner space, where length, breadth, depth, time and space is also involved, this can create the same space I am in you. But this sound cannot create the same space it is in you. How many of you are grasping? So the head which is sitting on the depth can only be called as Shabda. Head which is sitting on the time between the bindu is called nada. Shabda cannot create effect, it can only exist. It can survive, not reproduce. Impotent man. He can exist, he cannot create. But nada can exist and create because bindu is added, life is added into it. A sound potent of producing something in you is nada. Sound impotent of making any impact on the universe is shabda. Then comes combination of length, breadth, depth, time, space as the fifth head. Above that sits nada, bindu, amaratva, immortality. Above sits nada, bindu and immortality, amritatva. Tattva means unit. Amritatva. In this dimension only, the gods and goddesses who don't get into non-existence live. So from here, there can never be a non-existence. There can only be the transformation, but no non-existence. We may think, why do we need to know all this? If you know these basic understandings, you can map them in your life in multiple level, and it can strengthen your balance sheet. Understand? It can make you healthy, wealthy, happy, blissful, because many of these understandings awakens those dimensions of your brain. Already, if you are feeling too much is happening in your brain, raise your hand. Good. Those electrical signals, understand? When the owner is introducing his home and you are sitting in front of him, his neurons, brain neuron activity mirrors in your brain. Bindu is life, Amritatva is life which cannot be dulled, reduced, diluted by length, breadth, depth, time. Kala kala. Amritatva is the space on which time does not have a say. A cloth, even if you lock it inside a vacuum box for 10 years and then take it out again, you will see it has already withered. No weather would have operated on it, but time operates on it. If you do not allow the time to operate, on you, you don't die. If you don't remember you are aging, you will not be aging. That's the truth. Remembrance of aging ages you. The number of time you remember you are aging makes the aging effects on your system. Sadashiva gives an instruction in Agama. Remember, Sadashiva is ever 16, and remember you are he. In those days, that 16 is something like a peak health and peak possibility. Even if you are brought up in a Gurukul way of life, by 16 you will manifest all the powers. So that is the reason that 16. Now, length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these are called dimensions of universe. The Shabda, which is byproduct of depth, Nada and Bindu, which is byproduct of time, Nada Bindu Amritatva, it's called Amrita Kala. These things, these heads above, they are called multi-dimensions of the universe. Understand? You cannot call Shabda as the fourth dimension of universe. No. Third multi-dimension of the universe is Shabda. Fourth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu. Fifth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu Amritakala. How many of you are understanding the statement? First dimension is first dimension. Second dimension is second dimension. Third dimension is not third dimension. Third multi-dimension. Because with the third, the new dimension of Shabda is introduced. Which cannot be called as dimension because we are using the word dimension for fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Third multi-dimension is, see, for example, the third multi-dimension depth has length, breadth, time and depth all together. Sorry, not time. Length, breadth, Shabda and depth together is third multi-dimension. You should know why our masters describe gods with multiple heads. Fools are those who criticize the forms of our Hindu gods, who do not know the universe. They say, why so many heads, so many hands? You don't know. You know only handicapped persons. You do not know multi-handed persons. You know only headless chickens. You do not know multi-headed beings. Third multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth and Shabda. The fourth multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth, time, Nada and Bindu. I do not want to use the same word Shabda for Nada, because Nada with quality of life is no more Shabda. For example, Shabda can be called as a raw, precious metal you have. Nada is like you sold that metal and have a currency, cash in your hand, which is more active and useful and available for you. Shabda is raw, Nada is refined. And when it comes to the next space multidimension, there that Nada also I don't want to call as Nada, Nada Kala. It is no more just Nada, it's Nada Kala. It is not only the cash you have, it has become an object or a product what you want to have directly. It's like a 3D printer. Out of Nada Kala, you can just directly do 3D printing of anything you want. Above the Nada Kala is Bindu Kala. Above the Bindu Kala is Amrita Kala. The qualities, units, understandings about this multi-dimensional universe as two important use. One, please understand, all of you are now going to meditate. What meditate? Going to remember your original Swabhava Swarupa of Mahasadashiva. I am not just introducing me, I am introducing you to you. I do not talk to anybody who is less in my stature. Understand? This science is called Rajavidya, means a king does not talk to somebody who is less than his stature. This Vidya cannot be taught to somebody who is less than my stature. If I am teaching you, understand, you are same of me. The moment you decide to learn, you are same of me. I have a Shastra Pramana where Mahadeva Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva says, eternal age of 16 years. That's a beautiful word he is telling. He is not saying the 16 which comes after 15 or before 17. He says eternal age of 16. If he says meditate me as 16, you may think before 17 and after 15, that's 16. No. Just pick up the 16 and freeze it into eternity. That is why he is using the word eternal age of 16 years. The quality of the 16 should be absorbed and frozen into eternity. Let me read out the original verse for all of you. Panchasyam dasadortandam spatigabam trilochanam shantam chandrakala chutam sarpasannada sajjatam mantrasimhasanasinam Swetabatmo paristitam kundalaihi karanai haraihi కటిస్తుత్రో దరబంతనైః కేయూరైః కటైకైశ్చైవ చన్న విరైశ్చము సంయుతం షోడశాయుతం కంఠం సుప్రసన్నం స్మితాననం శూలం పరసు కట్కంచ వజ్రం వగ్నిం చ దక్షిణే అభయం పాసమాన్యంచ కంఠం నాగన్కుశౌ తథా వామహస్త కటం ధ్యాయేత్ అన్యతా చ నిగత్యతే ప్రసల్పాయ కట్వాంక శక్తి స్థూలస్తు సవ్యత వామే డమరు సర్పాక్ష మాలేందివర పురకైః. Eternal 16 means the 16 which comes before 15, before 17, after 15 has its innate quality of becoming 17. He does not want the 16 which will become 17. He says the 16 should be picked up and made it into eternal. All right, let me come back now to understand. Length is the dimension of universe. Breadth is the dimension of the universe. Depth is multi-dimension of the universe, not dimension of the universe. How many of you are grasping? Length is the dimension of universe. Breadth is the dimension of universe. Depth is multi-dimension of the universe. Time is the multi-dimension of the universe. Space is multi-dimension of the universe. I have just introduced this understanding called multi-dimension. And what is multi-dimension? The essence of this almost 2-hour session is multi-dimension. The purpose of introducing this is two. One, if you understand, great. You can sit as this understanding Mahasada. If you don't understand, your confusion is one of the dimension. Sit with that. Whatever I understood is one, half understood is one head, and completely not understood is another head. Let me sit with all these heads. All non-understood is avyakta, unmanifest to you. And if you decide to make that as part of you and feel that as part of you, it will start revealing itself to you. Anything which you decide as make it as part of you, even if it is good or bad to you, understood or ununderstood, it will reveal its secrets to you. If you keep something as evil or ignorant as outside, you will be God. If you decide to keep that also as part of you, you will become Godal Sadashiva. If you decide to keep something as ignorant away from you, you are a Deva. If you decide to have that also as part of you, even though it does not reveal its secrets to you or friendly with you, you are Mahadeva. That is why only Mahadeva is worshipped by Devas and Asuras both. Good and evil both worships Mahadeva. He gives boon to Indra and Ravana both. You are going to meditate, contemplate, internalize, do dhyana on all these great truths. That is why I am introducing all this to you. These understandings are only called as Somarasa in tradition, Hindu tradition. So when they enter into your system, you experience Kailasa. You feel real high. With alcohol, you feel high, but you fall down. With Somarasa, you feel high and you fly high. With alcohol, everything will look very tall and big because you are on the ground. With Somarasa, everything will look small and down because you are on the high. Small break, then we will continue. Let's gather for next session to internalize Mahasadashiva more. Be blissful. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful. Listen. Again, Mrigendragama, Vidyapada of Kamikagama, fundamental principles and understandings about the cosmos. Listen, first thing you need to know about the universe because you are living in universe. Ignorance is no way cute and ignorance is not going to save you anywhere. Second, why I am teaching about this fundamental units of the universe, 11 dimensions, because understanding about these 11 dimensions will make you manifest multiple powerful cognitions and powers. I'll repeat. See, manifesting powers of third eye, like reading through your third eye, scanning through your third eye, is power. But understanding the fundamental principle, unit, tattva, why you are able to do? Because you connect your third eye with a third eye which is already awakened, your master's third eye which initiated you. And that third eye is connected with all the existing third eye. Then The power you manifested through your third eye is not limited to your third eye. You can read through any third eye. That is what is powerful cognition. Understand? So today you are going to manifest powerful cognitions. Only then you will understand how understanding about these multi-dimensions makes you start functioning in multi-dimension level. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. There are some Vedic verses he exactly repeats in Agama. Knowing which you became, that is Brahman, cosmos. Listen carefully. Just because if you know about this pillar, it's not that you will become this pillar. Just because you know about this screen, it's not that you will become this screen. But consciousness is such, just by knowing about it, you will become that. Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. Knowing cosmos, you become cosmos. Because you are cosmos. It is like you remembering some of your qualities. I am going to introduce the next principles or the next dimensions of the cosmos. Length, all of you know logic. Whatever you understand as per your logic is length. Breath is rhythmic flow of your logic is breath. Breadth includes length. Depth includes breadth and length. How many of you understand that? Depth is the source from which length, breadth both are manifesting. Clear? Listen, I am defining time. Length is your logic. Length is your logic and universe's logic. There is a lot of gap between your logic and universe's logic. How many of you understand that? Breath is your rhythmic flow and universe's rhythmic flow. Again, there is a lot of gap. Much less than length, but there is a lot of gap. How many of you understand that? In depth, your cognitions and your cosmos cognition is one and the same. Listen. In length, things are different. In breadth, close but different. But in depth, you come to such close quarters, jumping of the flame happens in the depth dimension, means whatever you cognize, you start causing as reality. Whatever is reality, you start cognizing as your existence. Listen. Listen to the fourth statement. time, kala. Time is a rough word, English word. Let me use the word kala directly. Kala, that's the fourth dimension. No difference between your kala and kala of the universe. Tell me, is there any difference? Your kala and kala of the universe? You know the gap between your logic and logic of the universe. You know the gap between your breath and breath of the universe. In depth, both come near. Means shadow falls on each other. Your shadow falls on universe and universe's shadow falls on you. But in time, there is no separation. I don't want to say there is oneness, but there is no separation. Your time and universe's time is one and the same. Listen. Listen carefully. Anything which makes you feel universe's time is different and your time is different is not you. If you feel your body is this many years old, it is separate from the universe, that is not you. Listen. I am telling you two things. One, don't think, oh, earlier itself I heard all these Vedantic lessons. That and all doesn't work for me. The moment it becomes time, I feel hungry and all my Vedanta goes in the air. Listen. Earlier failures does not confirm it is impossible for you at all. Earlier you might have failed due to various reasons. Now you will be successful because I am going to be the reason. Listen, I may be ferocious, but I am a go-getter. I'll make you get it. I am integrated to my job. I'll either convince your logic or confuse your logic, but I'll make you get it. I'll make you to come to the conclusion and this cognition. Let me put it in this way. Listen. Your length, when its frequency increases, becomes breadth. Your breadth, when its frequency increases, it becomes your depth. Your depth, when the frequency intensely increases, it becomes your time. In breadth, length is included. In depth, length and breadth is included. In time, length, breadth, depth is included. This fourth dimension is the space where your so-called normal human life faces a breakthrough. Listen carefully. Anybody who is introduced to the time dimension, Kala, manifests even one or two powers related to Kala. You are liberated from death. Listen carefully. You need to know the principal unit why you are manifesting powers or why you are not manifesting powers. If you know, that solves literally every possible problem. See, I know, like how I try to find solution for every problem. There are people who can find problem for every solution. But even they will not be able to find problem. If you understand these fundamental principles, idea you have about life will get upgraded into such powerful cognition, you will have so much of relief. Not just from worries, so much of relief from powerless cognitions which can be source for future worries and problems. I am not married. Once I get married, my problems are all solved. See, people are laughing. And if you think, I don't have a son, if I have a son, all my problems are solved. See how many are laughing? I don't have money. If I have money, all my problems are solved. No. As long as powerless cognitions are sitting inside you, you are not going to taste life. These powerful cognitions not only liberate you from present sufferings, it liberates you from the possibilities of future sufferings. Actually, liberation is too cheap. Very, very cheap actually. It's not at all costly. Just listen to this one fundamental truth. If you have tons of cotton and you need thread, if you have a tons of cotton source material, will you be worried about having less thread? No. You know you can make. Same way, if you have understanding about Kala, you know you can make any amount of time for your body and mind. I'll give you the secret given to Bhishma by Ganga. Bhishma is Ichamrityu. How many of you know that? He can choose death when he wants. I'll give you that understanding. Listen. This is the lesson Ganga gave for Bhishma. Exist with what you think as purpose. Listen carefully. Exist with what you think as your purpose. work only for purifying your cognitions about purpose, not bother about whether you have time to fulfill your purpose or not. Listen carefully. I am not giving you a teaching, I am giving you an understanding. The number of times you remember you have become old makes you old. How many of you understand that? Number of times you remember you don't have time makes you don't have time, not to have time. How many of you are getting what I am saying? Now the next statement I am going to make is little mystical, but listen. If you die as a billionaire, when you assume the next body, you will be born in a billionaire family and whatever you left will be with you. It's a law of cosmos, understand? You don't get cheated. Listen carefully. Lives after lives after lives, you are a continuous rhythm. It's a little mystical, but I'll establish experientially for you in the next few power manifestation and powerful cognition manifestation. Sometimes in the mathematical class they tell, oh, let us assume x is equal to y till we come to the result. When we come to the result, you will understand x is equal to y. Like that, let's assume this proposal. Your life is a continuous rhythm. Whatever you acquired, whether power or money, or love, or relationship, or fulfillment, or completion in the last janma, and where you left, where you dropped out, you again start from there. It's a proposal now. It's not an experience for all of you. It's a proposal. I'm going to give you a few more understandings, then once it sinks, you will understand time. There is no crowd in front of me. There is only one and one and one. All of you are sitting alone with me. Because the profound truths I am talking, I am touching the core of you. I am addressing your individual cognitions. That is why even if the other persons are sitting, you are having a complete, a separate relationship. Time is a frequency, dimension of the universe, aspect of the universe, where you and universe are reverberating in the same frequency. Unit of time of the sun, moon, Kailasa and you is one and the same. Listen, yesterday I said, our 1 year is 1 day for them, but unit is same. Only quantity difference. How many of you are understanding? It's only quantity difference, but not. So in Tattva, principal unit, listen carefully, your logic and logic of the Devatas are different. They are not same. Your breath and Devata's breath, not that far away, little closer. Your depth and Devata's depth, little more closer. But in time, your unit of time and their unit of time is one and the same. There is only quantity difference. Tattva, fundamental principle unit is same. How many of you are getting it? Yes. For us 1 year is their 1 day, but our 1 year is 1 day for them. It means what? Unit is same. If I give you some of the utility values of time dimension, you will understand, because man is such, only useful things he will listen. If I tell this is the use, dabbu chindi, then all 5 senses will be up and alive. When you are working with this power manifestation, how many of you have already started feeling precisely you will come to know now it is going to manifest, because you are falling into the tune of that needle. Like almost that needle is showing the north, that magnetic needle is aligning. Now it is going to manifest. No, I don't think now it is going to manifest, because I don't think the needle is aligning. How many of you are able to catch that precision? Raise your hand. Listen. Power manifestation should not be an accident after a few days of practicing. First few days only it will be an accident. It may come, I am telling, this is like my wife only. 10 days before I told, now it is been doing. First 2-3 days it is okay. But after a few days of power manifestation, you will catch, hey, and now I know, because my inner space is connecting. I know in my spine what usually happens. Now it is going to happen. How many of you are able to catch that? Listen, all of you can catch what I am saying. Listen carefully. Now sit up and come to that same moment, same space. Come to that same space of oneness. Tell yourself, declare to yourself, whatever Swamiji is trying to teach us, let me download and manifest. Come to the declaration, then it's easy for me to download bunch of understandings into you. If you do not understand the fundamental principle unit, even if you manifest powers, you are only part of cult. Some cult. Only if you understand the fundamental principle unit and able to manifest powerful cognitions on your own, you are part of the culture. How many of you are getting what I am saying? That is why I insist so much on you understanding this fundamental principle. Only if principle cognitions, why things are happening the way it is happening, is cognized by you. And you design your own powerful cognitions and manifest few powers which I did not teach, but on your own ability, you are part of the culture. How many of you are getting what I am saying? Neither I am a cult, nor I want you to be part of any cult. I am a culture. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the oldest spiritual culture. And I want you to be part of that culture. That is why I want you to understand these fundamental units, principles. Your remembrance of you powerfully associated to some subject or not associated to something. For example, you may remember you powerfully by feeling I have a young body. You may remember you powerlessly feeling, oh, I don't have a bank balance. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerfully. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerlessly. How many of you are understanding this? This binary is time. That's all. Catch it. Listen. This binary is time. Kala. Kala, Sanskrit word, means jumping between associated powerfulness and associated powerlessness. By remembering your body, do you feel powerless? By remembering your mind, do you feel powerful? With what association you feel powerful? With what association you feel powerless? This binary. And please understand, the number of times feeling powerless when it is increases, it's called depression. Number of times you feel powerful, when that increases, it's called joy. This feeling powerful or powerless by association, this binary is time. That is Kala. By remembering your Guru, if you feel powerful, you are in oneness. என்ன வேணா இருக்கணும்டா, இருக்கட்டும்டா. கடவுளே என் பக்கம், அப்புறம் என்னடா? Whatever it may be, the ultimate decision maker knows my name. That's all. Leave it. That is actually the initiation. That powerfulness behaves like a shark and swallows all the other powerlessness. How many of you already started feeling powerful when you remember power manifestation? Hey, I think I can do it. I think I am making it. I am cracking the code. I am catching it. So when that starts happening, so in that binary, the power manifestation starts adding more powerful cognitions in you. But once the manifestation starts, that binary will change. This power manifestation will start making you more and more confident, and the moment you remember power manifestation, you will feel confident. You will feel, I can make it. It's powerfulness. Understand, anything which you feel makes you powerful, you start cherishing romance with it. Cherished romance. Listen carefully. Cherished romance makes the frequency of you in tune with the time. That is why time is forgotten when you are in love. When you are in love, you do not know how time passes. How many of you are catching what I am saying? Being in cherished romance with the whole life is mastering time dimension. About this binary. Associating with something feeling powerless or powerful. This binary is Kala. Associating with something and feeling powerful is cherished romance. You start cherishing romance with it because it is making you powerful. It may be power manifestation or guru, God, with whatever. It can be even money, anything with which you feel it is making you powerful, you cherish romance with it. And cherished romance raises your frequency to the frequency of Kala. That is why when you are in romance with something, time is forgotten. You don't know how the time is moving. If you are sitting with your close friend 3-4 hours, you don't even remember time is lost. Your dating period. With the whole life being in cherished romance is what is powerfulness of the Kala dimension. Catching? That is what keeps you ever young. That is why Sadashiva describes himself in Kamikagama as eternally 16. In his Dhyana Sloka he says, I am eternal 16, all my disciples will remember you as me as eternally 16. He uses the word, all of us will meditate on him as us, means Shivoham, Sadashivoham, as eternally 16. I think intellectually I have given you some understanding about this Kala and its flow in us, this binary. Actually even now, like I am heating and beating. How many of you are understanding that? I am not taking any class. I am just talking to somebody who is inside you. Somebody who is deciding for you, because stupidly you don't decide for you. There is somebody else sitting inside you who is deciding for you. I am talking to that person. Ideas. Listen carefully. See, this is not elephant. This is an idea representing elephant. Am I right? This is not elephant. Elephant cannot be so small. This is idea representing elephant. Am I right? But all practical purpose we call this as elephant. Hey, remove this elephant. Bring the elephant. Keep the elephant. Stupid are those representing things are considered as equivalent to the real. If you start equating it to real, you are stupid. How many of you are understanding that? This body represents you. Don't say it is you. How many of you are catching? Why, if somebody takes your name and abuses, you feel hurt. They have not hurt you. If this is you, if they put the knife, you should be suffering. But if they take your name and abuse, you are hurt. It means you are this also and something more. So this represents you. Catching it? Now listen. Now is the climax, punchline. In you, please listen, in you, whatever you consider as you and whatever you consider as represents you and faulty misidentification, this represents you, but most of the time you go on cognizing this as you. Some things are you are more alive in that, but while you are cognizing, you don't cognize when you take decisions, you are too alive in that. How many of you are catching that blind spot? Sometimes your profession, your career, your goals, your vision, your mission, you are more alive in that. While you are taking decision to risk them, you don't understand that. When they are really suffering, the suffering you go through, you understand you are not able to handle it. How many of you are catching what I am saying? Now listen. How this and time is connected. Listen. Your day-to-day time represents Kala. I am starting again. This represents elephant, not elephant. This represents you, not you. Sometime what is you do not understand that represents you, and what represents you do not understand that is you. It is called blind spot. Clear? Your day-to-day, 24 hours time represents Kala, but that is not Kala. Your Kala is your life vision. Your time is your life mission. No, I think I missed a link. Listen. Your life's vision is to become enlightened and yogic body, Vedic mind, and living literally like Swamiji. Mission, morning till 11 o'clock sleeping. And 11:30 rolling on the bed once and 12 o'clock thinking, should I get up or not? Now how many are catching? Your time, see, I am talking from the utility angle, the dimension of time, how it penetrates you, and where is the gap, these few things. I am not talking any morality, I am talking about some of the, how the vast gap between Your ideas and reality is your old age, tiredness and boredom. Why you are not in eternal romance with life? Because what you want, what you do is different. So what you want, nowhere even the horizon is seen. And you are thoroughly convinced nothing is going to be done, at least in this birth. And you blame your wife. I'm married to you now. Over. Or your husband, or your job, or your country. No. Mahadeva uses a word called pasha in Agama. Not knowing why you are doing what you are doing, but continuing to do is pasha. Your purpose, vision is something, but your day-to-day actions are all your day-to-day life is no way matching, and you don't know why you are doing what you are doing every day and continuing to do. Thinking suddenly one day somebody will appear in your life and change the whole thing. And when that person comes, you try to change him. How many of you are getting what I am saying? The blind spot between your kala and time is pasa. Now I am explaining only the problem, don't worry. I'll come to the solution next. I'm only analyzing the problem. What is time? The higher frequency of length is breadth. Higher frequency of breadth is depth. Higher frequency of depth is time. So, if there is a problem in time, where is the problem? If there is a problem in depth, where is the problem? Now the good news is, I gave one proposal just now. Can anybody remember? I gave one proposal telling that till the end let it be a proposal. It is rhythmic continuum. That's the word I used. Rhythmic continuum. For example, if you developed a very high quality of completion with you and others, but suddenly died before getting enlightened, you will start from this and move towards the next step. Same way, you developed a wealth cognition, an accumulated wealth, suddenly died. You will be empowered and endowed with this wealth, and you will start from there. Rhythmic continuum. Listen. Listen, I'm going to connect this proposal which I kept and now whatever these long understandings I have shared, you need to catch this connecting point. Each power manifestation, listen, each power manifestation is nothing but infusing consciousness in your time or depth or breadth or length, listen, each power manifestation is nothing but infusing your consciousness into your time or depth or breadth or length. Any time you spend on it is the most useful time of your life. Because any power you manifest comes back to you till you become powerfully established once for all as Sadashiva. Listen. That is why Patanjali says, Shaktis come back to you even if you have practiced a little bit in some remote past birth. Krishna says, Svalpam apyasya dharmasya trayate magato bayat. Svalpamapyasya dharmasya drayate mahato bayat means even if practiced little removes huge fears of life. Now listen. I told about good news, now I have the great news. Fortunately, your time is lower than my space. How many of you are getting? I can just chew your time like a betel leaf, swallow or spit it out, both. Which I am going to do. I want you to know these powerful cognitions you manifest, you are going to manifest now, is because the higher space is breathed into your time. These cognitive shifts will make many of your past memory not just redundant, just erased. Whose memory load which makes you powerless is less than 16-year accumulation load. Listen, till the age of 16, in those days especially, you do not accumulate the load of memories which puts you in powerlessness to make you experience the binary. How many of you are understanding? If your load of what, see, powerlessness, powerfulness, only then binary happens. If one load is taken away, can binary happen? Now, by making you manifest powerful cognition, I am going to take away the one load. The principle why the powerful cognitions are manifested and what is the side effect and after effect of that in you. I know too many things have gone above your head. I'll do one thing. I'll give this whole discourse, this whole understanding as a video. Watch 4 or 5 times. Because I have cracked too many codes. higher frequency of length is breadth, and higher frequency of the breadth is depth, and higher frequency of the depth is time. Time, by its very existence, is having binary effect on you. Associated powerfulness or associated powerlessness, binary effect, makes you experience time as your existence, and when the associated powerlessness volume is reduced, the number of hours you spend in cherished romance with life increases. That intensifies the quality of life in you, which in turn manifests as powerfulness and powerful cognitions. If you manifest powerful cognitions, that makes you feel more cherished, romantic with life. In turn, that reduces the powerless cognition's weight and stops this binary oscillation. Pasha means doing what you are doing even though you know you don't know why you are doing what you are doing. You know you don't know why you are doing what you are doing. Listen. You know you don't know why you are doing what you are doing, and you continue to do. Knowing you don't know why you are doing what you are doing and continuing to do what you are doing is pasha. Pasa. That makes you old and tired. Manifesting powers makes you manifest powerful cognitions easily. See, your small identity is like a dam. Never strengthening a river can break a dam. Dam needs to be weakened, only then it will break. Have you ever heard strengthening of the river can break the dam? Weakening of the dam only can break the dam. Weakening of the dam means poking on your SDHD. That can happen only by power manifestation. It is power manifestation questions what you think about you is right or not. Understand, I am not disagreeing. Manifesting powerful cognitions is the goal, but I am deeply disagreeing. Manifesting powers is wrong. I tell you, the number of enlightened beings I am going to produce, not out of arrogance, I am not talking out of arrogance, I am talking out of reality. Number of enlightened beings I am going to produce, that is going to speak the authenticity of what I am saying. By increasing the quantity of the river cannot break the dam. Dam doesn't care damn about river. It says, I am a dam. You are a river. Listen. From the side of the river, you cannot hit and break the dam. From the other side, if you poke the hole only, it can be broken. Power manifestation is breaking the dam, drilling the dam. Drilling, questioning your very smaller identity. Only that can open up and make the flow happen. Now listen. I have given you the proposal that life is the continuum, rhythmic continuum. Based on this cognition, I am going to make you manifest some of the powerful cognitions and powers. I am coming back to the logic I introduced when I introduced Mahasiddhashivoham, the Sattva Tattva. The logic I introduced is static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence is one and the same, and strategic existence has power over any dynamic activity and any static matter. Am I right? Feels like I heard 1 year before, na? So with this cognition, you manifested few powers. So that manifestation strengthened those cognitions. Now I am going to work on life is a continuous rhythm. Rhythmic continuum. Anyway, is okay. Rhythmic continuum or continuous rhythm. Now the cognition with which we are going to work to decode the time. Listen, with power manifestation and the powerful cognition manifestation, I'll make this into reality, means existential reality for you. As of now, it is a proposal I am giving you. In the West, proposal means different meaning. With that flower, they say, oh, will you marry me? Maybe you can consider this. Mahadeva is giving you the proposal. Will you become me? Marrying is a cheap word, 4-letter word. Will you become me? That's the right proposal. Marrying is the proposal of the length dimension. Will you become me is the proposal of the space dimension. Thank you guys. Be blissful. Now, I've introduced 3 things. Length of this walking stick. This is length. This is breadth. And this is depth. In us, the logic
which moves and makes conclusions is length. Breath which influences the matter means the cognition influencing the matter, spirit influencing the matter, your activism or involvement influencing the matter, logic, that zone is called breath. Like art, poetry, music, sculpting, where your spirit influences matter. There is a part of you, independent of length and breadth, matter and emotion can create an experience. Like I gave you the example, you may be sleeping on a beautiful king-size bed and air-conditioned room completely secured by the whole army around you, but you may be dreaming, experiencing a tiger chasing you, sometimes stray dog chasing you in the forest. Independent of everything external, the cognition you generate, the ability to generate cognitions is depth. Listen. Logic, which always concludes, is length in you. Your art, emotion, heart, which you can influence, that is breadth in you. The cognition, which is independent of all these, can generate experiences, cognitions, that is depth in you. Same way in the universe. All the forces submit themselves to a logical flow. The whole physics is length of the universe. All the artistic, where the consciousness influences the matter. For example, I give you a boon. You ask for healing or money, something, and I give a boon. Consciousness influencing the matter and altering. All those things are artistic, breadth dimension of the universe. Vishwamitra creating independent, complete new plane of existence for Trishangu is the depth of the universe. Now in this LBD, let's have question answer. You ask whatever you want to ask about the LBD. Then I will talk about the time and space.
So Swamiji, does it mean that dream is the depth?
I should say, dream is depth, but it does not mean always the depth should be right. Wrong depth.
Okay.
You see, here when I say depth, your power to manifest.
Yes.
It can be good or bad, right or wrong. Sometimes somebody may be in the platform, but he can manifest the experience is the palace.
So Turyatith is depth.
I should say, Turyatita itself is the source where the depth is manifested. From Turyatita, you never manifest bad depth. You only manifest conscious depth. For example, a $1 billion rich guy will never go to a shop and steal $10 and get imprisoned. The material which is in Turyatita as a depth. But sometimes people do use that to make a cheap things like ordinary dreams.
Right.
Actually, your ability to make a dream and your ability to make a heaven is one and the same. When you have a low self-identity, you create some ordinary dream where you have a small bungalow and the actor or actresses whom you want and all that. When you have a higher identity, you create Ramba, Menaka, Urvasi and Swarga. Otherwise, the stuff is one and the same. many questions will fall in place when I merge all these three, this length, breadth, depth, this 11 dimension, 25 states of consciousness, 5 aspects of Sadashiva. When I merge all these three, tons of questions will become clear. You just know the whole, how things happen. For example, when you are having 5 ideas about you, somebody has 5 ideas about them, and their depth, if it becomes active, it creates a low dream. Whatever they know as a best, they try to have that. When that identity is 100 ideas, then he tries to create little better dream. When that identity is 1000, then he creates heaven. Trishang, the energy Vishwamitra used and created a Swarga for Trishangu is the same energy with which we also build a home for our worker and give. Nothing more than that.
So Swamiji, if someone is in the depth, then is person A depth? How does it relate to other people, or is it just private reality? Does it really affect other people?
What I am saying, as long as you have control only over you, your depth influences only you. When you master your whole biomemory and muscle memory, and even push that energy through your biomemory, muscle memory out, even the universe's depth listens to you.
So how was Vishwamitra able to manifest?
Because Vishwamitra's tapas, he has mastered himself and the nature around him. He can manifest anything he wants, not only for himself, even for others. It's just like giving a boon. It is the mastery of tapas. So when you have mastered your depth, you can also master the depth of somebody and create a different reality for them. Means which I am doing in Kalpadar Darshans and all, when I give a boon.
Swamiji, can you give one more real life example of length, depth and the breadth?
Which way? As object or as a being or as a universe?
As being.
You logically think, calculate. If you work this many hours, this is the salary you will get. It's a logic. That's a length. How to get the salary without working is breadth. And how to take vacation and give a medical certificate and give the salary get the salary is depth.
So one view of ourselves is body, mind and intellect. Will that fit into just the length, or does it traverse?
No. Body, mind, intellect. Mind and intellect are actually one and the same. I should say intellect, emotion, being. These three can fit into length, breadth, depth. I should say it's a rough equation.
So depth is being, and breadth is
emotion.
And length is
logic. Intellect. Not intelligence, just intellect.
Thank you.
The difference between intellect and intelligence is that one scientist trying to make 2 holes in the door for cat and kitten. As per logic, he is right. As per the intelligence, he is wrong.
This, the length, breadth and depth of a being is defined by the Panchakritya of Sadashiva. So, where is the question of ability that the Jiva has?
Now please understand. You see, it is like you have been given 30-meter rope. You have the freedom to keep 3 meters as length, 5 meters as depth, remaining as a depth. Or all 30 as a length and cry that I don't have a breadth and depth. That freedom is with you. 30-meter rope is given. You can decide whether I want to spend more of my energy only in length, intellect, or only in the breadth,
emotion, or only in the depth, being. The more amount goes to being, more alive you will be.
Okay.
If somebody rolls all 30 meters into being, he will be independent of anything of the external world. He will be the king. He will live like a god.
Okay.
Means, even his logic will be the expression of being, depth. His breath will be the expression of depth. See, unclutching, completion, all that is nothing but rolling more of you into depth. The length given is by Sadashiva. Decision to share is by you.
Suppose the being doesn't know how much to allot where, because again that is coming under the Panchakritya, whether it's more of delusion, whether the being is deluded, in which part the being is resting.
The moment you feel the suffocation, delusion loses power over you. 24 hours you have the freedom to be logically thinking constantly or emotionally influencing your life and living in breath, or spending more and more time to be sitting in your being, strengthening the depth. You do have freedom. Surely you have a freedom to play within that few meter rope you have. For example, that few hours you have, you do have freedom.
Okay.
That few hours, how you spend, you strengthen that dimension of you.
Okay.
That decides, are you going to have more freedom or not? When a child is given a knife and the child is very brilliant and it is nicely cooking, doing only the right job, he will be given a bigger knife. If the child is by mistake, knowingly or unknowingly cutting his finger or hurting himself, the knife will be taken away from the child. So, all of us surely are endowed with certain freedom. How we play with that freedom, are we using that freedom to hurt others and hurt ourselves? Then it is curtailed.
Okay.
If we are using that freedom to free us and free others, then it is expanded.
Okay. So is that called free will?
That is called free will.
Okay.
And surely we are all given enough free will to manage our life.
Okay.
And one more thing, whenever suffocation is felt by you, Sadashiva is Karunya Murti. The moment you feel the suffocation, liberation starts in you.
Okay.
It is like a gold touching the mercury. The moment gold and mercury comes in contact, gold starts melting.
Okay.
Same way, the moment you feel the suffocation, it starts melting.
Okay.
And sometimes we ourselves ask Sadashiva this as a boon. I may not be able to handle myself pushing me towards liberation. You better appear in the form of suffocation to me and go on pushing me towards liberation. Why Tirunavukar got the stomach pain? He actually asked Sadashiva, till you fill my heart, let my stomach torture me. So that is the way he got that disease. He feels, in the world I may forget the whole purpose. So better you be available in the form of this suffocation. So till I become completely enlightened, you be driving me from the stomach.
Oh my God.
Sometimes even we ourselves make this happen.
Oh. And we will not be aware of this at all.
I tell you, there is something called soft sufferings. Soft suffering means actually without any problem you will be suffering.
Those soft sufferings are usually boons. You take it and come down. For example, actually somebody is handicapped. Actually somebody is in the poverty. Actually somebody is like a mad or that and all is actual karma. But there's something called soft suffering. Actually there is no reason, but you will be going on suffering. It's called soft suffering, which is boon. It's like a for alarm clock, you give the key, and this is the key you give. So you yourself decide, I have to become enlightened within this birth. So my acceleration speed is not enough. Devi, please accelerate me. Whatever it may take, I am ready for that. Whenever you give that kind of a commitment, she gives soft suffering. She will never give you hard suffering. Hard suffering comes by karma. Soft suffering comes by boon. All soft suffering is come only as a boon.
Swamiji, just before with the length, breadth and depth, just by having the depth, can we create even the matter? Just by
See
having
what I am saying, listen. If you are just a sandalwood tree, naturally you will have a smell. So if you become fully depth, for example, 30-meter rope is given, all 30 you wind up and become a depth, your smell itself will be length and breadth. Your presence will be breadth and length. I am telling you, no way I can be so logical from my background. I am a high school dropout. Now, as per the international standard, I am a high school dropout. I never went to university. I created university, that's all. No, I am telling you practical. Never went to any university. Never know any protocols of the university. So, from logic, if you see, I cannot have this logic. It's my depth, and the smell of the depth is logic. So each of this session is one PhD thesis. And surely, I am not exposed to any of these physics, quantum physics books and these, that, to catch the essence and chew and spit it out. See the morning satsang. Whether it is a quantum physics, chemistry or alchemy, everything just gets chewed and gets... So no way, logically it is possible. No way logically it is possible. Depth, if you wind the whole thing into depth, I tell you, bluntly if I have to put it, completion makes even your logic extremely beautiful, extremely sharp. And anything you see, you just behave like a grinder and grind and spit it out. For example, first time when I sat in the flight, I just looked and I know the whole circuit, how it is working. I know it looks like a too big claim, but what would I have to tell you? With all my integrity, I am telling you. First time when I sat in the flight, maybe I think it is 2002 or only at that time. When I sat in the flight, I just looked around. I just know the whole circuit, how it works. Not by any logic. Always try to entertain yourself with your depth, means completion. Unclutching. Unclutching, completion, all these are beautiful entertainments. A lot of time on unclutching, you will have amazing business strategies. Amazing business strategies. Amazing negotiation words. You will just know where that guy is sitting. You will just know where you need to relate to him. Depth Depth matters.
This is the question regarding the teleportation. So this involves the matter and spirit. So would it be treated as a breath? Or
All teleportation comes under breath. All materialization comes under depth.
Okay, thank you, Swamiji.
Yes.
I have a question about the nature, the environmental systems, the natural systems. So are they the breath? They function within the breath because they have their own intelligence of how they interact and work.
I should say, plants and all of them work only in the language of length. Their involvement and the things does not matter much. But the animals and all work in the line of breath. Their involvement matters. Only human being can handle depth. See, animals do not have the power to manifest something completely independent of length and breadth. For example, your dog can dream only what he has seen with a little alteration. But you can dream which you have never seen, completely independent of all your perceptions and the perceived informations.
The relationship between the verbalization and visualization and the source of that, now that's in the unclutching and silence. Now, that is also related to, well, you access the God particle and the I. But now, is that related to source of depth too, or please can you explain that?
Actually, this can be related. Understand this way. Intense carbon. When the intensity increases, suddenly it gets a breakthrough of Swayam Prakasa, self-effulgent.
Okay.
It becomes diamond. Carbon by itself has no trace quality of self-effulgent.
Yes.
But when it becomes intense, it gets into the zone of self-effulgent. So your depth, by your length, breadth, depth, you have no possibility of enlightenment. But the depth, intense, it suddenly develops the quality of self-effulgent.
Wow.
It's ready for radiating Sadashiva.
Wow, that's amazing. But now
that breakthrough,
yes,
point is Satori.
Wow. Another thing just hit me now. But then we also use sound and light in like Shivoham process or mantra.
Initial level, as I said, initially I have to silence your length and breadth. Your length and breadth is too much running around.
Okay.
And if I ask you to control, you will create another one mess. That's why I say use it, I will control.
Yes. Okay, so the sound and light can only control length and breadth, but the...
See, listen. Sound and light I consciously generate.
Yes.
Nullifies your unconscious sound and light.
Yes.
The depth I consciously generate, Kundalini Shakti, nullifies your unconscious depth.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much.
See, your dreaming is bulldozed and filled by the Kundalini I am awakening. Depth can be bad and good. The bad depth is the wild, the worst nightmare.
Yes.
Good depth is the Kundalini awakening. Kundalini awakening is the antidote for nightmare.
Okay, thank you so much.
The will of a human being, where would it fall? In the depth?
It will fall in the depth only.
Okay.
It's a depth and will is actually proportionate.
Thank you.
Swamiji, so the component of listening, is it operating, it seems like it's operating in all three levels.
No, listen. 30-meter rope is given. You have 20 meter as length, 5 meter as breadth, 5 meter as depth. But you start rolling all the 30 into depth. That process is called listening.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Swamiji Satyajata.
Swamiji, I have one more question. I've noticed many times when I'm waking up in the morning, I'm awake, but my body is dead as a stone. It's not moving.
That is more of a breadth, not depth.
Okay.
It is like a part of your imagination is not ready to settle with your body.
Swamiji, it looks like that there is some correlation between the different states, what we have, like Turiya Atita, and the depth.
No. Huh? In every state, all these three are active in a smaller or higher level. For example, in the lower 9 states, more length, less breadth, and almost no depth.
Okay.
Higher states, more depth, very less breadth, and almost no length. Now, with all my integrity, I am telling you, I do not have any words inside. The words I uttered gave a break, no word inside at that time. Now I did not have word inside.
Yes.
Only for uttering it gets generated and gets uttered. Then back.
So it's a combination of a state and your depth, Swamiji?
State alters the length, breadth, depth division of you.
So
state alters the length of the length and breadth of the breadth and depth of the depth.
Yeah. So at a being level, we keep on floating basis our state into different dimensions.
I should say, states influence dimensions, dimensions influence state. If you sit and unclutch before falling asleep, you will not have the nightmare. If you have a nightmare, morning you will not be able to do unclutching. If you have a Kundalini awakening, you will not have nightmare. If you have a nightmare, then awakening your Kundalini will be a little difficult. So all of them are interconnected.
So at Sadashivam, what we are experiencing is
I am working on the unit of you. See, unit of you is, you feel I exist. That I. That's a unit of Jiva.
Yes.
Unit of dimensions is a space which I am going to give you the experience. Unit of Sadashiva is Shakti, which I am already working on you and feeding you into which. Understand? More and more Shakti is fed in your mouth, more and more you will feel Sadashivatva. Like if you eat, whatever you eat, that only you will belch.
True.
So if you are fed Sadashivatva, you will belch Sadashivatva. That's it. Unit of Sadashiva is Shakti. I think all of you are clear about these 3 units. Unit of Jiva is I. Unit of dimensions of the universe is space. Unit of Sadashiva is Shakti. So I am working with, actually all these 3 are one and the same. Shakti, space, I is one and the same. So awakening them and filling you with that Advaita is the whole Sadashivam process. Actually, I am giving you some experience, then spending a little time giving you logical understanding. Because of the strength of the experience, you understand it deeply. Because of the understanding's depth, you get into deeper experience. So this virtuous circle, because the experience has started, the virtuous circle is running. If the experience is not there, no listening, no experience, it will be vicious circle. Teachers put you in vicious circle, masters put you in virtuous circle. Yes.
Swamiji, for the depth, you had used three expressions, I think: cognition, consciousness, and being. So
all three different words pointing towards the same experience.
So, but cognition can be good and bad both.
Being also can be good and bad. Depth can be good and bad.
Okay.
The same, when you have a nightmare, you are going through the depth only. It's not that depth is good. Depth can be good.
So for making it good, the cognition needs to move to
Consciously, if you build depth, it will be good.
Okay.
Unconsciously built depth will only be nightmare.
For a happening of any event, is there any way to know the origin of that event, whether it is from depth or breadth or from length?
See, never take a decision when you have a mood swing or depression. Because many times you will permanently damage yourself because you are temporarily upset. After happening, even if you know you have taken the decision when you are in the length, it has no use. Anything, whether the outcome is good or bad, strengthens you is from depth. Anything, whether the outcome is good or bad, makes you shallow, is length. Even the nightmare wakes you up, finally. Yes, bad depth, but wakes you up.
I wanted to ask whether depth is inbuilt in human beings or not, or we have to build it, like...
You are given freedom. I will not say it is inbuilt. The possibility is there, but you should consciously build. Because many times when you don't build, you just die without even experiencing or tasting depth.
Okay, and one more question.
I can say integrity is also one of a powerful way to build depth. Integrity is always the tipping point in your life. That's a tipping point, and I tell you, integrity also makes you enjoy life very deeply. For an integrated person, this coffee will taste 1,000 times more than an ordinary person who is superficial. Same coffee. 2 cups. For one it will be coffee, for another one it will be nectar.
And
integrity matters, increasing the depth of being and experience.
And Swamiji, where do we put aggression and mood swings in? Is it breadth or logic?
It is more length.
Length.
Usually, length damages, breadth heals, depth makes it irrelevant. When you are doing a poetry, art, dance, music, it heals. Logic hurts, emotion heals, depth makes it redundant, irrelevant.
But you talked about 3 levels, like the one which you gave the Trishul example and being example and universe. So is it that we are being better and better, like going up?
I have given you understanding. For understanding, I use these examples.
And can you explain depth in the universe level?
Vishwamitra creating Trishangu Swarga.
I don't know that.
Vishwamitra created a new heaven for Trishangu. If you are deeper enough within you, you can not only handle you, control you, you can even control things outside you. You can create your body temperature, change the body temperature and make the rain happen.
When we are not aware about this, and then what's our state?
Which? About which?
About the dimensions. What is our state?
When you are not even intellectually introduced and you are not opened your eyes for it. Like how a born blind man, difference between born blind and the fellow with eyes. Ignorance is suffering. Not being introduced to the unit of you, unit of universe, unit of God is torture. Being introduced to the unit of you, unit of God, unit of universe is a mandatory basic requirement. It is a owner's manual for a body. Along with every body, the owner's manual should come. See, it's like a saying, oh, if I have not introduced the owner's manual to my car, what will happen? What will happen? Anything can happen. A Gurukul, the first job of the Gurukul is introducing to every being unit of you, unit of universe, unit of Sadashiva. That's the first lesson. And then making them understand life from the unit. See, if you have to teach physics to the kids, you naturally teach unit of length, millimeter, centimeter. Same way, how you teach units of everything. Liter means unit of liquids. 1 milliliter, 2 milliliter. Like how you teach units. You need to teach the unit of being, unit of universe and unit of Sadashiva to every being. Not doing is the crime against humanity. Education is an education only if you are educating the units of life. These three are units of life.
Nithyanandam Swamiji. Swamiji, I want to understand this depth dimension, the equivalent of this from the modern physics point of view. My understanding might be very limited, but I think, see, for example, what these guys are telling us now is that when we observe certain phenomena, we change the result.
See, they only gone up to the breadth of the physics.
Breadth.
See, length of the physics is A plus B is C, 1 plus 1 is 2. Now, this whole observer changes the result is only a breadth of the physics. Still the fools have not gone to the depth of the physics.
Understood, Swamiji.
Understand?
Yes, Swamiji.
Now I can move my hand and move the sun is the depth of the physics.
Understood, Swamiji. All these mystical powers, all this is completely...
See, I can move my hand here and move the sun there. Is the depth of the physics. Very difficult for the physics to grasp. Even the breadth of the physics they are catching only after so many hundreds of years.
Yes, Swamiji.
Understand? You see, length of the physics is Newton. Breadth of the physics is observer influences the observed. The depth of the physics will be quantum. Not the quantum word they are using. In this, the quantum word they are using, they are trying to show more an agnostic, atheist way of, this is the way the parallel universe exists, But they are not saying our will as a powerful role to play with the parallel universe. See, the moment you say there is certain will which plays, then the independent intelligence operating the whole mechanism need to be accepted, which is Sadashiva, which they don't want. That is why they are trying to keep the depth of the physics as agnostic as possible due to their unscientific stupidity.
Understood, Swami.
See, what is unscientific? Not exploring because of your vested interests. Agnosticism, removed from quantum physics, will make the scientist a genuine seeker, will lead them to enlightenment.
Understood, Swamiji. Thank you, Swamiji.
Anybody who has studied little quantum physics?
Swamiji.
You can, of course, there I know so many, Rajaji, it's agnosticism. Not letting the quantum physicists do the real scientific depth because of their vested interest of not letting the independent intelligence possibility of existence. They go on denying, not looking at that direction, that parallel universe as a possibility of the will's existence of manipulation and manifestation. The difference between the agnostics and the Agama. Agama is very clear. The depth of the physics as an independent intelligence playing the creation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation part. And understand, I am manifesting powers to establish theism of the quantum physics. The theistic quantum physicist is my Balasans. If I have to define my Balasans, theistic quantum physicists. Actually, I told some of my Balasans, hey, don't write 12th examination. I'll make big universities, give you honorary doctorate. When they bring it, tell them, put it at the feet and go. Don't touch by hand. It's dirty. See, this world needs to know when the depth is awakened, the education is different. Actually, I am going through the fluttering period of my Gurukul. Means I am at crossroads. That is why I have to justify my Gurukul so much, and in few years, you will see 10 times longer queue. This middle class Indian parents will be standing here, like how they stand outside the US embassy for visa, for my Gurukul administration, for my Gurukul admission. Now I am going through the crossroads where I am yet to establish, see, I have established certain things, but I have not completely established the utility value of this in the regular life. Once I establish that, then these middle class Indian parents will be standing here in queue up to Bangalore. People will ask, what queue is standing? No, Biddi Nithyanandam Gurukul admission opened. So we are all standing for application. See, when the physics is looked at from the angle of depth, with the integrity to the scientific seeking, Atado Brahma Jignasat, let us inquire into the reality for the sake of reality. When that starts with the depth, the being produced is called theistic quantum physicist, my Balasans, who will wave the hands and move the planet's effects and will always be bound down in front of deity. Who can wave the hands and materialize what you want. Who will always bow down and bend in front of a deity. Theistic quantum physicist.
And even Swamiji, simple things like how they project the world to us, how they teach us about the world to us, it is like random chaos. The auspiciousness, they are not able to present.
I tell you, agnosticism will always end up in chaos because any order introduced needs justification. See, any order introduced always points towards the independent will's existence.
Yes, Swamiji.
Understand? So if the order is introduced, will be justified.
Yes, Swamiji. That is why
the moment will is justified, Sadashiva is justified.
Yes, Swamiji.
See, what is the definition of Sadashiva? An independent intelligence which has power over everything exists. That these guys cannot, not only does not accept, do not want to explore in the direction which may confirm even indirectly. They are so frightened
Yes, Swamiji.
that they do not want to look even into the direction.
Yes.
Theistic people denying the possibility of quantum physics denying the possibility of theism. Whole power structure. The power corridors trying to decide the reality of the existence instead of the rishis and seekers. Power corridors can decide who will rule, but rishis decide who rules. Rishis decide who rules, power corridors decides who will rule.
Swamiji, what is the role of feeling connection and Guru Bhakti?
See, understand. With anything you feel connected, love, your biomemory starts meditating on it constantly and it becomes that. For example, an egg from chicken is taught to meditate on snake. Snake will come out of the egg. See, Prahlada came out of Hiranyakashipu. Now, with the feeling connection, falling in love, or I should say rising in love with the Guru, the unknown parts of you, which is 99.99, is all the time sitting with me, or I am sitting on it and hatching it. All the parts of you which is in love with me, I am hatching it. All the parts of you which is in love with you, you are hating it. That part gets just hatched and you become me. So feeling connection or Guru Bhakti is like a quantum way of manifesting Sadashivatva. It is not logical or breadth, it's a depth way of manifesting Sadashivatva. See my Balasans, not just manifesting powers. Talk to them, every statement, their body language, everything will be literally mine. How many of you have observed that? It's like my DNA. That is because of the rising in love. So rising in love or feeling connection is kind of a, see, inch by inch, burning all the karmas, or just put the forest fire. Feeling connection is just put the forest fire. See, yesterday I was telling that if I have to sit and convince you step by step, yes, we will do it. When? I'll only be your retirement entertainment story. When you are retired, you will call all your grandkids, great grandkids, or the neighbor kids, and tell a story in those days, long, long ago. Once upon a time, get little coffee, and then you will continue the story. If I have to be sitting and convincing, I can convince. I am ready. I can sit and go on be giving satsangs. But I will only be your old age retirement story. But if you catch it, yes, already established the authenticity of the system day one. Yes, established his adhikaratva to teach. Now after this, asking him to show the ID card every time is waste of time. Understand? Now it is waste of time. It is time to jump over, fall head over heels and go with it and make it happen. When you decide to fast track your Sadashivatva, that's what I call feeling connection. See, nothing wrong initially waiting for logical, convincing conclusion. But when you know already, I have established and demonstrated successful cases from your background. If I do, you know, you will push me out. You are different, you are different. Okay. So I am not doing. I am picking up people from you. They have done the demo. So I have established the authenticity of the system. Then it is time to go head over heels, all over, and make it happen. Deciding to go head over heels and fast track your Sadashivatva, manifestation of Sadashivatva, is what I call feeling connection or Guru Bhakti. See, ultimately I am telling you, your Guru Bhakti, I am asking not for me to enjoy. I will just turn it and make it as Atma Bhakti and give it back to you. When you complete with GDHD, I will complete with your SDHD. That's all. I will just turn the energy, make it into your Atma Bhakti. It's like a cub bringing fresh grass for lion. Is he going to have a lunch or dinner with that grass? He may act in front of the cub, not to disappoint the cub. See, I am eating, and he will turn this side and maybe he will keep it there for the next cubs to come and have lunch. 1 or 2 meals they need to have before they realize they are lion. That's all. Understand? Somebody asked me in the Facebook from the Sadashivam team only, how do you handle all that attention and adulation? I am not. I am not receiving. I am only just turning it into your Atma Bhakti. Everything showered on me, the Bhakti, everything, I just turn that into your Atma Bhakti. Guru Bhakti is recommended only to be returned with multiple times. I should say it is more like a investment, not like giving it away. Always Guru Bhakti turns into Atma Bhakti.
Swamiji, does it mean that an individual only has to focus on deepening the depth or the being so that the length and the breadth component automatically falls into place?
Actually, you just need to, all you need to do is as much as possible, engage yourself in depth creation. Length and breadth automatically happens. People who created length and breadth neither will have length and breadth nor have depth. People who generated depth will have depth and length and breadth.
So, Swamiji, when you intervene in our lives, does it mean that you directly work on the depth component?
Does that mean?
So, does it mean that you directly work on our depth component when you intervene in our lives?
First thing I should say, I am not end up, I am startup. When I enter into your life, I am not end up, I am startup. That's the first thing. Second thing, see, you should look at the whole thing. The word end up is wrong. The word startup is right. Now this answers your remaining part of the question. Always with startup, the depth increases, everything else follows. Understand? Guru does not end up in your life, he is startup in your life.
So my understanding is each energy centers 7 times 7 creates 49 depths in each energy layers. And if I'm making a decision from certain depth and it is perceived as a hurt by a logical like length, am I obligated to heal it, or can I say Abhayam Sarva Bhudepyo and just walk away?
I should say, depth always deals the length and breadth with compassion. Length and breadth always abuses depth. Depth never gives up length and breadth. It deals length and breadth with tremendous compassion and concern.
So I have to work on them.
Yes.
Yeah. So my question is, once depth is awakened, does ethical behavior awakens automatically, or does it need to be
I should say, the ethical behavior word, if you define, then I will answer.
Right.
See, I should say, more integrity gets awakened.
So would you agree that then in that case it need not be externally imposed to the extent it is being imposed when depth is not awakened?
I should only answer based on the situation from which you are asking the question. For example, if you are asking from the context of things should happen, we should not be forcing. Like our balasans make the rose plant drop the thorn. They cannot touch it and remove. They can only send the inspiration and that should drop the thorn. But here, I may even take one step to deny non-vegetarian food for you here 21 days. For you to taste vegetarianism. So here, that doesn't work. So only based on the space, this question can be answered.
Right. Thank you.
See, for example, these 21 days, I assume there are certain things which you are not exposed. You will expect me to do R&D and give that best to you. Like understandings, food, preparing your body, in all that. So in that case, you can even perceive that as forcibly he's feeding vegetarian food into our mouth. So in that cases, this logic will not work.
Just on a lighter note, how does the institution of marriage affects your length, breadth, and depth?
Take this seriously. It's not. Basically, human being has a high possibility for growth. If both decide the possibility and decide never to deny, then I will call that as life of rishi. Both agree maturing of our taste should be the center of the relationship. Then it's an amazing marriage, I tell you. As couple people who are connected with me, they live a real life of heaven. The maturing of the taste, if there is any imbalance, that's it. And I'm not talking even about the devotees whom I'm seeing. Even in the regular life, sometimes a person, when he grows a little bit, his communist ideas may evolve into capitalist. When he has no responsibility, he will be communist. When an individual responsibility comes, he will be capitalist. When the whole responsibility comes, he will be really beyond capitalism. A kind of, I should develop a new name for Sadashiva's economy. So he will move to that. So even in the life, your taste in the field of entertainment, your taste in the field of food, or your taste in the field of thinking, strategies, economy in multiple levels, the maturing of the taste is always nullified if the other partner is not willing to raise. It is like sometimes you will have such high, profound open up. But when you come back, you are expected to be same as you left yesterday. It is mandatory. And for the sake of the other person's consumption, when you try to get back to the older state, you also forget the opening ups happened. Marriage has killed millions of discoveries because you are mandatorily expected to be the same person, and this confirmation that you are a same person and you are still in love denies multiple opening up. And both understanding, we will grow and celebrate each other in every level, will be the real marriage. It all boils down to, let us be open. See, let me very clearly put it. The Saptapati, 7 vows Agama Sadashiva gives in marriage. He beautifully describes sex is the act between two individuals who revere and celebrate each other. That act does not need to be used to confirm that love exists between each other, and that act does not need to be the scale to measure both of us are still in the same plane.
Understand, it should be independent of our maturing and maturity of the taste. It should neither be bonding force nor be confirming force, but be sharing act. But so much of insecurity about the confirmation about other person's love, or our need for the other person's life. You always wanted to confirm your existence is needed in the other person's life. So this insecurity denies possibility of any opening or happening or growth. If this understanding is brought between the two persons, and me shedding more old skin and you shedding more old skins is going to make us more better related, and we both are going to celebrate our togetherness more joyfully, can make marriage the real marriage, like Meenakshi and Sundareshwara. Meenakshi and Sundareshwara. I should say that is what makes Sadashiva and Parvati. So always make sure before marriage, both of you understand the possibility of the opening up. Today your idea about money will be different, tomorrow it will be different. Today your ideas about love will be different, tomorrow it will be different. Today your idea about the entertainment will be different, tomorrow it will be different. So both of us, we will revere, not just respect, revere, reciprocate our maturities, and we will celebrate each other's maturity and respect the need for maturity to be alive. If somebody is listening to the same music for 10 years, the fellow should need to be buried as quickly as possible. No, the maturing of the taste has not happened. And that is what you are expecting from your spouse, then you are living with a dead body, and that is going to torture you like a ghost. Understand? Maybe that understanding will, the first vow itself, let's grow everything together, share everything together. The second vow, let us do all the cultural, social, spiritual activities together and constantly mature and celebrate our maturity. The Saptapadi vows. Very beautifully, Sadashiva gives that 7 vows.
So would it be right to say that the basis of marriage should be enlightenment? A journey together towards enlightenment?
I should say, not even enlightenment, supporting each other in the growth.
So it's certainly not a legal contract as it is seen in the West. Marriages should not be seen as a contract between two people to coexist and share their life.
In Hinduism, no divorce. Till death you can't divorce.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
In Hinduism, no divorce. It is cosmic contract.
So it's a sacrosanct.
If you are afraid of legal contract, it is cosmic contract in Hinduism.
Got it.
No divorce.
Thank you so much.
Clear?
Yes.
Do you know Sanskrit does not have the equivalent word for divorce? We don't have divorce. I should say Hindu marriage does not have divorce. It has an important aspect of initiation and training before marriage, which is missing, is causing the whole mess to this country.
Right.
Pre-marital education which need to be done is missing.
That is causing the whole mess. Otherwise, I strongly deny the very possibility of divorce. The very idea of divorce should be destroyed.
Thank you so much.
Thoroughly get educated, try once, if it fails, take sannyas. No, that is as simple as this.
In a better attempt to understand and digest these truths of LBD, the first thing that came to mind was a film by Christopher Nolan, Interstellar. I was wondering if you had watched this film.
Now, I watched the movie, but I am not able to attest the whole thing. When I saw the Matrix movie, I can say at least 30% the concepts are true to the original. In the Interstellar movie, I am not able to find more than 2-3%. So I am not able to attest it.
Okay.
Yes.
This unit of space, unit of Jagat is space. Can you explain a little bit more on that?
Listen. Gap between one thought and the other thought is space. Here. Gap between one Big Bang, another black hole is space here. Listen carefully. LBD, active. LBD, active on the space generates time. Anything gets active on the space generates time. Space is the canvas on which all these four exist. Listen. Whenever a mass rotates, it creates gravity. Whenever LBD gets active, it generates time. Where all four exist is space. Because you have space inside, you are able to perceive everything. Because there is a space in the cosmos, all the generation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation happens. The space here, Chidakasa, perceives everything. Space here, Parakasha, allows everything to happen. Little more. Little more. Eyes receive information, digitize it, I should call bio-digitizing. Sense it, it hits at one space and the response comes back. For example, you see the snake, response of let's run away or beat. The spot where this information hits and the response comes back is called space, Akasha. The spot which responds to information is space. If the thought, the gap between one thought and the other thought is too little, you do not perceive the existence of space. If there's a more gap, you perceive the existence of space. It's like if you are taking 2,000 files, quickly you have to come back. If you are taking only 2 files, you can spend time with him. Ability to spend time with him is called luxury, Lakshmi. I know. At least you are able to get what I am saying.
That part, but that you said the space between the black hole and the Big Bang. But black hole happens in the Big Bang. Am I correct?
That is why I am saying, universe happens within the universe. From the nose of Sadashiva, he breathes out universes. In the mouth of Sadashiva, they all merge inside.
The black hole, that is.
It comes out and goes in. Comes out and goes in. That gap is space.
Thank you, Swami.
Listen. Somebody made this. The effort he put to make this decides how long it is going to retain its shape. That effort is space for this. Where this information goes and hits and response comes out, that is the space for this. Where all this goes back and comes out is the space for this. Length of this, breadth of this, depth of this, length of this, breadth of this, depth of this, length of this, breadth of this, depth of this I explained. Now the space of this, energy came out of the space of the individual which is put to keep this in its shape, is the space for this. If more space is spent on this, it can collapse or remodel itself. Am I right? So that is the space for this. And for this whole, the energy with which it is generated by Sadashiva is a space for this. Based on that proportion of the energy, it exists. If there is some more energy which nullifies this, it goes back, which we call Kali Yuga. I'll give more examples. I am just translating precisely the Hindu cosmology verses.
Swamiji.
Listen. This has length, breadth, depth. When I move this, it generates time. On which I am moving this is space. Now, if there is no movement, this will stay for more time. If there is more movement, the time of it comes down. But even if there is no movement, the time is going to work on it. It's not that it is exempted from time. But if it merges into the space by samadhi, time cannot work on it. The only thing which has a capacity to merge into the samadhi, space, and avoid time working on it is human being, human consciousness. Too profound. So that is why you feel, oh, it's not imminent. No, it is imminent. Next, I will make you understand how it is imminent.
That's why the animals, etc., cannot be.
They need to get into the human body for enlightenment. See, the statements I made are literal formulas. Now apply these statements and go on bringing more questions.
Once I make the statements fit with your questions, you will understand they are not just profound, they are imminent. They have immediate effect, they have immediate utility value for your life.
You were describing the unit of Sadashiva as Shakti. Shakti is Devi, it's feminine. Can you?
When I said unit of Sadashiva is Shakti, I did not use it in the language of the Devi which was a form. For her also the unit is Shakti. Understand? Out of clay, the elephant is made, rat is also made. You can't say the rat and elephant is same. You can say both are made of same material. Now you are trying to say both are same, which is not right.
I was saying whether...
Because the perception elephant generates and the perception rat generates is different. They may be made of same material, but the experience they generate in you is different.
Is the material more feminine?
It has no idea of feminine and masculine. I am not going to be attesting feminist ideas, no. Even though I am a Shakta, the Shakti component does not have idea of masculine, feminine, thank God.
Swamiji, something else you were saying of the tool to be...
See, listen. The cricketer who is standing on the ground with bat, he is Sadashiva. The guy who is waiting in the gallery to substitute, if needed, is Avyakta Sadashiva, unmanifest Sadashiva. The power with which he is hitting the ball is Adishakti. Clear?
Thank you.
So surely I cannot say Shakti is feminine.
Thank you. The other question was, you talked about being in depth, to be empty and downloading. So is it like being a conductor where you're not storing? So
I should say, the idea of storing very limited memory is from Google. Your body is not Google. The whole Brahmanda can be stored in Pindanda. Google has a business reasons to give a limited memory. Sadashiva has no business reason to give you a limited memory. Actually, he has all the reasons to give you infinite memory. You do not need to imagine there is a central server. You only live Google and research. I should say the whole cosmic archives is inside you. Just your liver is enough to store the whole cosmic archives. If you are thinking your brain is the archives, you are wrong. Brain is a browsing center. Liver is the archives.
My first question is there a hierarchy in this length, breadth, depth, time and space? Is there a hierarchy? First length comes and then breadth comes.
I should say, not a hierarchy, depth. 10 frequency of length is breadth, 10 frequency of breadth is depth, 10 frequency of the depth is time, 10 frequency of the time is space. Like this, it becomes more and more intense. For example, one thread is a length, 10 thread is breadth, 100 thread is depth, 1,000 thread is time, 10,000 thread is space.
So there is interdependency.
I should say qualitatively but not quantitatively. So, you can make length out of space, but you cannot make space out of length. You can't take space out of length, but you can take length out of space.
And the second question is, where do emotions lie? So we complete the emotions, so we relive and complete it. So where does that happen actually?
That happens more in a breadth and depth.
Okay, so cognitions, it is in depth or breadth?
Cognition means depth.
Okay, and cognition give rise to emotions, right?
No. Then it's a confused breadth only, emotion only. Cognition will be always certain, sure.
Okay, so if I carry, I am afraid, kind of a cognition, so that will trigger fear in breadth.
Then it is a depth only.
So in the manifesting powers, is that happening at space towards length?
I should say from space towards, some powers are from space to time, some powers are from space to time to depth, like that.
So if there is a block, if there is a manifestation happening, and that is not getting expressed, means at what level is the block?
In the more, say, I tell you, most of your blockages are not even worthy of called as blockages. Just unattendedness. You don't take it seriously. It takes 3 months for you to even recognize some place and importance of it. You are still, some of you are not expressing the power. Still you are feeling you are in a cinema theater. I need to tell you, you are in Adinam. That's all is the blockage, nothing else. Still you are thinking you are in a cinema theater having IMAX movie and different hero, that's all. No, that cognition, I should not even call it as a blockage, I should only call it as a slumber. Because none of your blockage is powerful enough to block me. Understand? I always tell people, tell your problems how big your guru is. Not your guru, how big your problems are.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So, Swamiji, can we say that the 3 dimensions discussed are 3 kinds of causation? First is cause-effect, that's purely mechanical, predictable, formula, always this produces that.
Yes.
Second is consciousness producing effect on matter, cause-effect. And third is consciousness by itself producing an effect. So all there are 3
without even the help or support, independent of length and breadth.
Yes. So there are 3 ways of producing effects.
Yes. You are right.
So this is a theory of causation, that there are 3 kinds of causations. Just
yes, 3 kinds of manifestations.
3 kinds of manifestations.
When a person starts falling more into depth, then the rules of how one operates on length starts to change, right?
Yes. Actually, length reduces, breadth reduces, so your worrying and constantly soaking you in your worrying disappears. Because no energy left out for worrying. Understand? Otherwise, you worry about everything, and if you don't get anything also, oh, today everything is going well, I think tomorrow it's going to be hell. How many of you have this worry? Today if everything goes well, tomorrow is going to be a bad day. How many of you have that? Raise your hand. Almost it is a universal.
Swamiji, Agora? Just one final thought.
Go ahead.
So then the idea that length is logic and intellect is also partially true, because it then is changing with the person where they are.
Because the person also is losing his logic.
whenever you are not able to handle yourself, the truth is on the depth side, you are on the logic side. It is like you sit on the branch and cut the root of the branch. That is what you do when you are sitting on the logic and trying to manage all the decisions. Decisions of depth, but from the logic.
Yeah, Swamiji, my question related to medicine and disease. So, the diseases... Medicine, the allopathic medicine and diseases. So, the diseases that happen that in length and breadth.
No, it is not always. Actually, all psychosomatic diseases happen from... Actually, they happen in depth and manifest into length and breadth. But we dump medicines on the length and breadth, so depth never gets healed.
How does the depth of treating...
Listen. Psychosomatic disorders, let me talk about that. Starts in depth, manifests in length and breadth. Chemical, which cannot get digested, assimilated into our muscle memory and biomemory, touches only our physical aspect, stops manifestation of symptoms, does not cure the core disease. But herbs has the capacity by its very tendency to dissolve into us completely, become part of even our muscle memory and biomemory. That is why when the herb-based things, without becoming part of the chemical, when it goes inside, it does so much of healing. Actually, chemical-based medicine is only few hundred years old. How can that be called as traditional medicine? It should be herb-based medicine.
True. Does the depth of the patient itself or treating physician, does it affect the effects of...
The treating physician does not directly affect, but your biomemory or the best wishes, your energy can affect independent of the medication you provide.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And the feeling connection of the patient with the doctor makes the depth of placebo effect more.
Okay, got it, Swamiji.
Placebo is more when the patient has a feeling connection.
During Brahma Muhurta, one is able at a specific time, within a certain state of consciousness, one is able to manifest their desires and bring it into matter. Now, can we make our depth, influence our depth in that state of consciousness?
During the Brahma Muhurtam, depth has not yet started becoming length and breadth. So anything added there also becomes length and breadth when the length and breadth starts getting operated.
Okay. And we're able to positively influence that to grow deeper and more in a positive way.
How the neurological experiences can be generated independent of outer circumstances and can be established permanently in us.
First thing, do you understand neurological experiences are generated in your dream independent of outer circumstances?
Yes.
How can that be created, you are asking? See, I'll talk about this example of these alchemy products. If I utter a word cow, immediately that animal picture starts appearing in your brain. Am I right? Yes. So I instigate a neurological experience by my sound. Same way, there is something called Deva Bhasha. Through vibration, I can instigate certain experiences in you.
Irrespective of outside.
That is what is called Deva Bhasha. So those vibrations can be stored in a product. And it can go on instigating that in you constantly, whatever you are doing as your everyday routine. Whether you are lying down or sleeping or anything. That is what I am doing. How many of you already started feeling the effect of that alchemy products when you are sleeping with them? Raise your hand. This is the witness. Just see. That's all.
That the experience can be permanent in us.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Neurological. When the effect is created, it's permanent enough. Now you understand that it's not waste of time and energy. It's all real science. I'm doing something real.
Yeah. Swamiji, when a person is established in his depths, how he perceives the external physical reality of the universe, is it different
Yes,
than what we
surely
perceive?
different from a person. See, a person who is in length, all the time feels everyone is enemy. Person who is in the breadth, all the time tries to romance with everyone. Person who is in the depth, all the time sees the reality as it is.
I just wanted to understand, this universe is infinite. Where is the, it doesn't understand, mind doesn't understand that. Where, when it will understand, in what
No,
way?
mind can never understand universe. How can one thread understand 10,000 thread sari?
Okay.
Can one thread understand this whole shawl? No. Understand? Your saliva can never understand the whole ocean. So mind can never understand. Actually, if saliva enters into the ocean to understand ocean, it will lose its quality of saliva and become ocean.
Thank you, sir.
And so many things about Sanatan Vedic Hindu Dharma you revealed were so amazing.
And I am going to reveal the Hindu cosmology.
Thank you, Swamiji.
As per Agamas, Hindu cosmology,
Yes, Swamiji. Swamiji, one of the things about wedding...
you also need to know, Hindu cosmology talks even about the plates on the earth which causes the earthquake. I strongly believe if we do little research, we will be able to predict earthquakes as per Agama. I only have to spend little time and do research and establish it to all of you. I commit with you guys in next 2-3 years I will do it. I'll do it. We will be able to, see, just like we are able to predict through our Panchika, lot of things like a cyclone, so many things. This cyclone, Varda, is predicted this year beginning itself in the Panchanga. Arkad Panchangam has clearly described the Varda cyclone with the date. But that precise. And I am very sure Agama gives a detailed description of 480, the plates on the surface of the earth which causes earthquakes, with the description of the countries established on those plates.
Wow.
So if we just study and map it, we can do a lot of predictions
Yes, Swami.
of their movements
Yes, Swami.
and the speed with which they are moving and the direction towards which they are moving.
Wow. I think for the Himalayan belt, like that Nepal earthquake, it will be a fantastic... Thanks, Swamiji. Swamiji, about the Panchanga also, the wedding, in India we spend so much money, time, effort. If we create a small, I request you to create a small course for people who are going to get into wedding, so they understand this Saptapadi,
not
like
only
me.
course, I'll make it as a set of videos and upload it in the YouTube so that people, wherever they are, they can study it and then get married.
Yes.
I'll do that. Actually, I'm looking at the 7-8 projects before getting pregnant. Learn what you need to know from Sadashiva.
before getting married, know what you need to know from Sadashiva. Before getting into the school, know what you need to know from Sadashiva. Never get into college.
Thank you.
So, I really wanted to make this set of videos.
Yes,
Before doing this,
Yes, Swami.
please learn what you need to learn from Sadashiva.
Yes, Swami.
His inputs.
Yes, Swami.
Gurukul is the greatest gift you can give for your children. I tell you, till the age of 21, other than living, anything else you dump on the child is no way useful for the child. Come on, let me have a survey. How many of you really use in your life, day-to-day life, what you learnt before 21 in your school, colleges? Raise your hand. No, really? Hardly, maybe 5%. Maybe they have woken up between the question. At least I am not using. Maybe language by mistake. But 90% of it we are not using. Understand, the fundamental definition of education is individualistic and the curriculum is generalized. Why you need to study? The why is all individualistic. What is all generalized? How many of you are understanding this big mismatch? Why you need to study is individualistic. What you are studying is Gurukul basically teaches life. See, that's what actually I'm doing. All I'm trying to do in the Gurukul is layers and layers and layers of bliss memory. Life is good. Be involved with it. If I put it in essence, layers and layers and layers of bliss memory. Life is good. That conviction. Life is good to the biomemory level, depth. And hey, get involved with it. Get involved with it. That's all I am trying to do. After that, that is enough. They will make money, make relationships, make children, make profession, make career, everything they will make. But in the regular school, you steal that and give all the so-called skills. There are tons of researchers, all university gold medalists, become such impractical. Their love life does not last long, more than 2-3 years. Divorces. No, they can't settle down in any one job. They become homeless. There's vast percentage of university gold medalists becoming homeless. How many of you have read those research? There are at least 7-8 shocking revelations on researchers. The title of that research itself, that article itself, if you are a university gold medalist, soon you will end up homeless. Because they cannot settle down in a job. That street smartness. See, what is street smartness? You know, strong belief life is good in your biomemory. Strong belief I'll make it happen in your muscle memory. That is what is street smartness. Schools and colleges steals that away from your child
and gives the efficiency. How much ever new revolutionary schools come also, those teachers themselves are not having that as a biomemory or muscle memory. How will they be able to put that into their kids? Understand? Gurukul is the best you can do to your children. Actually, you have two choices. Either don't give birth, be a sannyasi like me. If you give birth, at least make sure they flower like a gods on the planet Earth. They live like a gods on the planet Earth. Purposely, I keep the academic standards of Gurukul low and education standard high. Indian middle class parents always mess up with these two. The academic standard and education standard. Academic standard is repeating the book. Education standard is affirming life positive. Yes.
Swami, regarding the karma, by birth, we are accumulated by karma, and by karma we are facing all the problems. So where does it, so like length, breadth, depth, or time?
The karmas are recorded. See, time is the paint. Space is the canvas.
Okay, sir.
More repeated actions are carved in depth. Less repeated things are carved in breadth. Very less repeated things are put in the length. So now it is up to you whether your depth should be pure depth or your depth should be patterned depth. Whatever you repeat again and again will become part of your depth.
It means the action, so much, the action.
Action, even thought current.
Thought current. Thank you.
So now, if you feel suffocated by karma, you have repeated something 10,000 times. Now, different programming, repeat it 11,000 times.
Okay, so done. Swami, and you showed a stick, right? If it is in samadhi, it is out of time. It means what, Swami?
Space does not get affected by time because space is subtler than time. But time gets affected by space.
Nithyanandam Swamiji. So I'm wondering about the Western concept of time, which is linear. It's point A, you're alive or you're born, and point B, you're dead. So this concept is in the length and in a very superficial...
Actually, it is not at all a concept. It is a utility understanding. See, dollar is different from wealth. Many places, dollar cannot be useful. What you get through dollar only is useful. Same way, the Western concept of time is as shallow as dollar. It is only some utility calculation value. Otherwise, how will you lose 1 hour, gain 1 hour? What a funny thing. Losing 1 hour, gaining 1 hour. A Hindu Panchanga can never understand this losing 1 hour and gaining 1 hour. Understand? Do you know, for us, even day starts with sunrise.
So this concept of time ties into their concept of life and death, right? Whereas our concept of time is more cyclical, and thus we believe in reincarnation.
No, no,
Is
what I am
that a
saying,
fundamental difference?
do not even connect the Western concept of time to the ideas I am teaching. Better let me use the word Kala, that's all. Let's not even use the word time. That brings a lot of mess. Kala, over. Kala, Akasha.
My question is quantum entanglement. Does that include depth, time, and
No, actually,
space?
no. Shaktini Pata. Quantum entanglement operates from space.
Only from space. And that,
Because the space is entangled, everything else gets entangled.
so that would be the same as the realm of oneness, correct?
Yes, you are right.
And so
See,
that
actually what I do, I just become one with all of you and tell myself, how you woke up in this body, wake up in all body, that's all.
so it's the entire space of both Saguna and Nirguna, right?
Yes.
So the entirety,
Entire.
oneness. So from that one, the physicist would be able to connect the two, right? So that is the most direct way to
Yes.
connect. And the other
See,
question, okay.
parallel universe is Visishtadvaita. Multiple universe is Dvaita. Oneness and cosmos, the concept of cosmos is Advaita. And pure oneness, infinite number is Shuddhadvaita.
And the Shuddha Advaita is the quantum entangled space.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Shuddhadvaita is the Sadashiva's teachings in Agama. Whatever Sadashiva teaches in Agama, he calls the philosophical part as Shuddhadvaitam, the applying part as Shiva Yoga, and the actions as Kriya.
Swami, I just wanted to ask, how does form and function affect space? And can it affect space negatively or positively?
Tell me, form?
How does form or function and function affect space? And can
Form
it?
and functions. I'm not
How
able
does
to-
the design? How does the design of something affect space, as it interacts through space, either air or space? So is it possible for a design to have a positive or a negative effect on space? Or on air?
Can you ask precise question? For example,
If a car...
here I have put the mandala.
Out of my league.
No, here I have put the mandala, a special drawing, and I made all of you to sit. It does have a special impact on your inner space.
Right. What I'm saying is, if an aircraft or a car is going through space and time, so as it goes through space, does it create like energetic chaos, or does it create energetic harmony? And is my understanding
See,
right?
I should tell you, the aircraft, the way it is designed, manifested, if it is from the natural flow, I should say it only creates harmony.
So does badly designed content based on badly designed or badly derived science, does that have a negative effect on the evolution of the planet?
Sure.
So an improvement in design then affects the entire planet for positivity?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I should
sir.
accept it. You are right.
Thank you, sir.
I do see the smoke of petrol carries the pain of dead bodies. Whenever a dead body is burnt who is not enlightened, the smoke carries the pain. I have seen the same many times in the petrol smoke. because many animals got killed. That only becomes petrol, na? Not all the time. Many times I have seen this.
Actually, you spoke of zero and infinity. And I think that in Hinduism, I feel one of the things that we've not distinguished clearly is the concept of positive infinity. And by this, I don't mean plus or minus infinity. So by this,
Go ahead.
So by this, I don't mean plus or minus infinity. I mean positive infinity. And I think that we've somewhere along the line we lost the idea of positive infinity, which is based on creating harmony, whether it's through art or any other action or design. And I think that is now starting to come back.
See, I'll tell you the Hindu concept of zero and infinity. Zero, if it becomes active, infinity. Zero, if it becomes active, infinity. Shakti. That's all is from what I can grasp from Agama. From Agama I try to find whether we contributed zero and all that. I am not able to find any other references. I only found the addition of the Shakti, activism, makes Shunyatva into Purnatva. Nothing else.
Yes.
How much the Western concept agrees with it, I don't know.
But Swami,
addition of the, see like a zero, becoming active is infinity.
I've experienced this and I've created a sports system around this where basically the body goes from zero into positive infinity, goes through a memory loss, and then with the help of Shakti, it reorganizes itself at the level of intelligence. But if you can't activate Shakti, then intelligence also doesn't tend to move. Takes a lot of effort. So this is something which I wanted to share with you as well. Long story. Thank you. Namaste.
So, space-time was devised about a century ago. It's a mathematical model that bridges space and time together. So I'm a little bit confused on how exactly it works.
Oh, I do not know about the space-time mathematical model you are talking, which is discovered century ago. I am talking about something which is discovered yugas ago. That is why better I use the word Akasha and Kala. The space-time cannot be the right equivalent word for that.
Okay, thank you,
Actually,
Swamiji.
space, all of you need to know, space, listen, is a living energy. Just like I. You see, bit of space caught in your body is I. Whole space vibrating is Shakti. Bit of space caught in your body is I. The space vibrating with the whole is Shakti. So all three qualitatively same, quantitative only is different. Go ahead,
Swamiji, I wanted to understand more about how matter comes out of space. So matter comes from space? So is it true that matter comes from space? So when matter comes from space, does it exist separately or is it existence dependent on space?
Rajaji, actually matter does not come out of space.
Okay.
I should say it is rooted and exists in the space only.
Okay.
It is a kind of a, for example, one part of me becomes bone, one part of me becomes flesh, one part of me becomes skin. It just celebrates its existence by becoming so many parts.
This is perfect.
But finally everything is established in the oneness.
Sure. So there's a general relativity theory which says something similar. And Western scholars have not been able to understand it philosophically because it's too bizarre. So I'm just wondering if our theory explains it. What general relativity says is that matter is a property of space. It's like if there's a tornado or a or a cyclone, the cyclone does not exist separate entity from water. It is only the water spinning. From space, it looks like it's a separate object moving. So you can say cyclone is a property of the water. It is water behaving in a distorted way, and it looks to us like a separate object. So what?
Rajesh,
Yeah. So
here
in space,
what Agama says, and I should say even my experience, in the level of matter, water, it does not have independent will. By the time it becomes a cyclone, it develops an independent will.
Yes. So
when it moves more and more towards the will space, for example, if it is a bucket water, it does not have independent will. If it's a rain, we can ask it to come or stop.
Right.
So when it moves closer and closer to space, it develops muscle memory, biomemory, independent existence. The space, for example, how the information through our eyes reaches and hits at a space in us and comes back with a response. That space is what I call Akasha. That Akasha gets developed when something gets closer to the Akasha, even if it is a matter.
Okay.
So that component is not explained in the West, but Agama again and again repeats, a stone is a matter, but huge Himalayas develops an independent will.
So
fire, same way, a forest fire develops an independent will. It can go up, down, right, left, like this. It can decide.
So they're saying that physics, general relativity says...
For example, say, ant does not have everything human beings have. But when it grows towards human being, it develops everything.
Right.
Same way, stone. As a stone, it is matter. But when it becomes a huge hill, it develops an independent will.
Right.
Himalayas has independent will. Ganga has independent will.
Good.
So it is no more just a collection of large millions of liters of water. It develops an independent existence.
Because of size.
Size. Not only size, getting closer to the space.
Very good. Thank you.
See, that only explains why we worship hills, why we worship rivers, why we attribute divinity to the nature. Sadashiva gives at least 3 examples in various places. Due to the larger existence, the space it occupies, the ups and downs it goes through, due to all this, the kind of a muscle memory and biomemory itself starts getting built in the system. He says very clearly that Ganga built a muscle memory for herself to be self-purified. So there are certain natural objects which we consider as matter. When it goes to larger scale, develops independent will. You can relate to that will and play with that will. They can listen to you, respond to you. As a Sakshi Pramana, I'll establish this. Because some way we will have to establish this. This is very important even to save the nature and ecology. See, Earth is not large mass. By the time it becomes this large mass, it becomes a will of Bhuma Devi, an independent intelligence called Bhuma Devi.
JJ, in the Avatar Shastra, it is written that that you are awakened in all the 11 dimensions. So sometimes in those portals or whatever, that time when we see JJ in it, are we seeing you?
Yes, me only. I should say, now you are seeing me in the first floor. If I have to appear in that 11th floor, I get into the lift, which is my Advaita space, doing pratyahara from this body and mind. Go to the 11th floor, come out of that lift. By that time, my color and some of the qualities will not be same. But some will remain same just to tell you it is me. Only the ID card level qualities will be retained. Others will not be there, same.
So JJ, my question is, when we have such an experience of seeing you like that, does it mean like only, even though like right now I only remember me here, but for all of us we
Surely,
are with you
if you
in
have
all
seen
those?
there, you are experiencing me there also. Actually, especially this teleportation and all happens only if you experience me in multiple planes.
But does that mean all of us are there also, but we don't remember it, we're not aware?
All of you are there also and you don't remember. It's unused apps. How in your iPhone? See, somebody gets an iPhone 6 and knows only how to press the number and make call, nothing more than that. That is exactly the way you are using you.
Is what the kind of profession that you do, does that by nature may ground you more into, let's say, the depth compared to length? So if somebody is a doctor or somebody is a teacher, will that ground them more into the depth, or is it based on the context?
See, it is more a context and cognition. There are many teachers who don't know ABCD of what they are teaching. There are many students who know much more than what their teachers are teaching. There are many students, they know more than their teachers. There are many teachers who don't know anything. So I should say it is more a depth and cognition of an individual.
So specifically about this, so when
and one more thing, whenever you do some grunt job, repeating every day, you disconnect yourself from it. You just go and put your body, and your body does everything, and even after coming back, you will not know what you have done. Like a driving. Understand? So only if you are enjoying teaching, that makes the depth of you to grow.
So Swamiji, for example, I'm teaching engineering subject. When I read the Western authors, modern science or modern engineering, I feel certain kind of irritation inside me. I feel like the mental setup from which they have expressed the whole thing. When I read it, I start feeling some kind of uncomfort. I only have my head part activated.
It is possible.
So when it comes to engineering sciences, is the definitely we are making cars and all those things which are useful to the outer world or utilities. So if this is not in yoga, going through the modern science, then should this be changed, or we should completely rely on the Vedic system and then expand it?
No, I am not saying you should throw away the cars and all that. I am only saying the context with which they expressed and the context with which we can use can be changed. I am not against modernization. I am only against the westernization. I am not against modernization. See the modern equipments I am using left and right.
Yes.
You won't find a modern guru than me, see?
Yes.
And any modern gadgets, I get at least a dozen gift. What latest release? Apple Watch, I have 3. Everything I have. And I'm using it. Not I'm just keeping it. I'm using it. I'm not against the modernization. I'm only saying that much more contextual setting from the
agamic tradition can be done. Even their engineering, you can, if you study more, from the context of East, you will have a lot of things to contribute. You can add a lot of things. For example, if you look at everything as a living thing, river, everything, dams, all that can be built in a non-violent way which will not create earthquake or ecological damage. That is one side. Even the houses. The house space is a living space. Your body circuit, your physical circuit should be in tune with the house's circuit. That's all. Vastu is all about that only.
Swamiji, Swamiji, I want to be in a feeling relationship with you, but you seem to feel me completely. And how do you feel? How can I understand how you feel? Please explain, how does it feel to be you?
See, I should say, how much I feel I am alive in this body. I feel same amount I am alive in that body. Only difference between this and that, the ambitions and the future plans and desire to exist is for a different reason in this system, different reason in that system. That's all. So, I do have enough of compassion for that system to slowly learn and realign itself to the highest ambition. That's the way I look at the whole thing. Clear?
So that means that I do not have to do anything. It's you feeling me makes me feel you.
I should say, if you don't deny, that's more than enough. I'll do the job.
Thank you.
Actually, this feeling connection is a job beyond your logic. Job beyond your logic. People ask me, should I accept you as guru? I tell them, hey, just try to forget me as much as you can. If you can't forget me, I am your guru. If you can forget me and do your job. Carry on.
My question is almost in relation to that, how you just said that different ambitions, but as you're going from length, which would be the I, the identity, into the higher consciousness, and that starts dropping, the identity starts dropping, then where does free will and will come in and
actually, the identity is a restricted will. When patterns and restrictions drop, you experience pure will. Pure will is Sadashiva's will. Mama sangalpam Shiva sangalpamastu. Let my will be Shiva's will.
So then would we all have the same will?
See, actually, if for example, if you understand that this hall is the best, you will try to rebuild this. If you see the same hall from outside, you will understand it is not RCC, cement, or permanent. And you will get an idea of some permanent structure. Then you will plan to build that. If you see from inside all this makeup, you may think this is the best I should have. But if you see from outside, your ambition and goal will change. With the expanded perception, restricted will starts losing its restrictions. Will withers away. When the will withers away, you develop a new will persistence. It's like only you will have power over you, not anything else.
A comment you said
That comes by expanded understanding. For example, now,
whatever you think as your goal, if I feed you with more powers, shaktis, and you start manifesting, that goal will certainly becomes 100 times more. Because now you know, with more, you can do more. The goal, reaching its completion, is what I call Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Now, with your identity, what you understand as you plan for your future. If your idea about the identity expands, your idea about future expands, your ambition about future expands. If the idea about you reaches its peak, your future plan and ambition and desire reaches its peak. Your ambition is your existence. Your ambition is your possibility. Life becomes juicy only by ambition, not by hitting at the past or the restrictions of past. All restrictions, suffocations are rooted in the past. All possibility is rooted in the future. The future is you. And that expands when idea about you expands. It is like a feeding you with power makes you lion. Like if the flesh is fed to the cub, how the cub becomes lion? If the powers are fed to you, you just become lion. So then your idea, the way you cognize, everything changes.
I see. Something that kept me thinking the other day was when you mentioned when you used to walk for miles, and you said you reached a point where your body was just walking. So what was pushing you?
In that, the time stopped working on my body, just the space was, my body has reached the space where the individual will has withered away and the space has taken over the body. It was just moving. Yes.
Hi, Swamiji. So I have a couple of questions. The Ananda Gandha and the Anya chakra, like what correlation does it have with each other? The Ananda Gandha?
Ananda Gandha, Anya. Correlation. Anya can be easily awakened, but Ananda Gandha is the place where you reside. Anya is like your door. Ananda Gandha is your bedroom.
So with powers only expressed to the third eye only and not the Ananda Gandha?
You see, Ananda Gandha is the source of the whole. So Anya is the place where the powers manifest.
Okay, so with both, we can be in...
Actually, Ananda Gandha cannot be equated to Anya. Anya, all the seven merges into Ananda Gandha. Ananda Gandha is not here. It's a door to Ananda Gandha. Ananda Gandha is the space where everything merges. This whole balloon merges into that. I've spoken elaborately on Ananda Gandha. We have even a healer's book.
Yes.
With a balloon, I'll explain. With a balloon, all the seven chakras will be on the balloon. If the balloon bursts where it merges, that is Ananda Gandha.
So wouldn't that like be the ultimate...
Ananda Gandha is ultimate.
Okay, another question. So would both, would we be able to reach Nirvana?
There's no both. Ananda Gandha is of a different level. Ananda Gandha is not even a chakra. It's a space. Yes. Go ahead.
Hi, Swamiji. I want to know, you were talking about Vishwamitra and how he used, how he used the depth. How he used the depth to create another loka. So how did he do it? How did he physically do it? Did he just think of it and it appeared?
No. Space is a material which you can use and do. It's a wax. So he knows how to do that, use that wax, that's all. Let's move to the next unit. Atma Tattva, the unit of self. First we worked on Sattva Tattva, unity of purity. Now Atma Tattva. Understand your faith, your belief, everything is shallow. Everything is shallow. I am not at all asking your faith or belief. Work with it. I am giving you some of the cosmic conclusions. I am going to give you some of the cosmic conclusions about you, which is reality. You see, if I decide this conclusion, how I am functioning. If I decide my own conclusions, how I am functioning. See, just pour petrol in your vehicle and see how it is functioning. Pour your garbage or the sewage water and see how it is functioning. That's all. I am very clear. It's a science. Decide. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence has no border. It is one and the same. With this understanding, this moment, I am commanding. Let things happen as I want. Decide and see how things work. Power manifestation is nothing but I am giving you 21 types of way to taste the sugar. I have given you full pot full of honey. You can put your hand, right hand and lick, or left hand and lick, or pour on your mouth and drink. These are 21 methods to taste the honey. Honey is the sacred secret, that cognition, highest cognition. Power manifestation is just to taste that honey, to come to that conclusion. Understand, much of your faith, belief, all these are silly conversations with yourself and with others. I neither believe your faith, I don't believe your belief. I am very clear. Come to conclusions. Understand, every moment you are driven by certain conclusions. You apply your own conclusions and see how the machine functions. You apply the conclusions I am giving and see how the machine functions. That's all. See, you are like this hardware. What kind of a software you download, that decides the quality of you. You can download, the software decides the quality of what it is going to perform. Same way, you can have your own software, I have no problem. You can try my software, that's all. So there is no belief, faith involved, the whole process involves integrity. The whole process involves integrity, not faith or belief. Integrity to the conclusions. Now again I am going to give you some of the conclusions about you. Cosmic conclusions about you. See, you have your own conclusions. I am tall, short, fat, lean, fair, dark. You have your own conclusions about you. This language, this religion, that religion. This country, that country. This nationality is the another one stupidity taught to human beings. No, really. It's a conspiracy by politicians. All these ideas, concepts, you have about you, but cosmos has some conclusions about you. The owner who made you has some conclusions about you, and he also is very clear why he made you. Let's try to put that software and see how we are functioning. That's all. The whole Atma Tattva is nothing but using the original owner's updated software to make the product function and see what all it manifests. It's only your integrity to these conclusions are required, nothing else. Nothing else is required. I'll project a slide. Yes. I'm going to start from ABCD. Even if you have heard this from me, please don't feel bored, because you would have surely missed many things. So please hear it again. You have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One, with the thought currents, without the thought currents. With the thought currents means an active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. These two states, how many of you are able to understand? See, now, all of you have the idea, I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist. How many of you understand that? Project there. Listen. With the idea, I exist, and with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I am ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion established on knowledge and understanding. That is devotion. Understand, I am talking about the fundamental units of life. This principles I am talking now is Atma Tattva, unit of self. We are going to see now next Shiva Tattva and Vidya Tattva, Brahmanda Tattva, various units of understanding. One good thing with this great knowledge is, it automatically becomes your conclusion. Anything which you don't need to remember, which becomes conclusion as deeply as your name, only can be called as knowledge. It will just become your conclusions. Because I am not talking any theory. Every line I make sure that you cognize it. Boring because I am repeating is much better than not understanding because I uttered only once is. Understand? With thoughts, with the idea I exist, I consciousness, that state is called thinking, Jakrat. All of you are able to understand the word wakeful state, Jakrat? If you understand the word Jakrat, wakeful state, raise your hand. Great. I am using the Sanskrit word so that I will not forget, and all of you also will not forget. All of you need to know these are all from Agama, not cat yoga or rat yoga. So, that is why. See, all these downward dog pose, holy yoga. Is there no limit for stealing? I don't want that to happen. That is the reason I am keeping the original Sanskrit words. Why I keep all these Sanskrit words as it is? So it is not forgotten. I tell you, it is just Shastras keeps the whole knowledge bank available alive. Samskriti is in Sanskrit. Sanskrit is the container in which Samskriti is stored. I'll be really happy if you guys, if you decide to work and develop your life full-fledged into this Sadashivatva, into this spiritual consciousness, a little bit of Sanskrit will do so much good. And nowadays, the internet classes have come. I think Samskrit Bharati is giving a program freely. In 10 days, they give you basic understanding about Sanskrit. And it's all free available in the internet. If some of you guys can get a link and put it in our Facebook group, people can follow. They will give you... These words can be kept alive. That's all I am looking at. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like a independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why do dream state? How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist, but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exists nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep. Sushupti. These three all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called Turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word Turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, Turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is Turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is Turiya. Now I want you to remember these 4 words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a 5th word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turyatita. Turyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. Means you are able to play with your awakening. These are the 5 states. Listen, let me repeat once more. Jagrat, waking state. Swapna, dream state. Sushupti, deep sleep state. Turiya, awakened state. Turiya Atita, alive state, where you are awakened to the higher reality and you are able to manifest it as you want. Alive with your awakening. Where when you say, hey, static matter, dynamic activity and strategic existence is one and the same. Move, you are a static matter, I am saying, and it moves. See, these 5 states of consciousness crisscrossing each other forms 25 states of consciousness. This is to give you why you behave the way you behave at some times, why you behave the way you behave at some other times. All your decisions are just because of the state you are in. Your state is so powerful, either to give you clarity or confusion. It can literally project what is not there and cover up what is there. I always tell this. If you see a restroom in your dream, don't use it. It's a trap. Understand, just when the bladder is full, it can just create a restroom and give you a very comfortable, secure feeling till you feel everything is wet. You need to understand each of your intra-organ. Now I am introducing next word. Listen. Listen carefully. Internal organ, intra-organ. Understand these 2 words. Your lungs, heart, kidney, intestine, all these are called internal organs. Intra-organ is your Anahata chakra, your Vishuddhi chakra, your Vak Shakti, your third eye. All these are intra-organ. Listen carefully. Your intra-organ is capable of sending a signal to internal organ and project anything you want in reality. See, have you guys seen the projector light? Before these LED screens, that used to be the way people use, where there will be a light and if a slide is put, that will be projected. In those days in India, during talkies, they will show movie like that only. Intra-organ is the light, internal organ is the slide, screen is the reality. Your intra-organ and internal organ work together in a highly cooperated way, much more than you imagine. When the bladder is full, internal organ sends message to intra-organ. The intra-organ sends message to other internal organs, and the whole toilet is built, restroom is built. Out of nothing. And you are given the comfortable, cozy feeling and the idea of privacy. Understand, I am talking about bedwetting, but this functions on multiple levels. If you have fasted without eating for 48 hours, you will Feast in the dream. How many of you have seen that? How many of you experienced that? Same way in the next level. Sexual fasting. Wet dreams. Understand in multiple levels, this internal organ, intra-organ states of consciousness plays a major role in your reality, either creating which is not there or completely covering which is there. How many of you understand this? Internal organs, intra-organs, and the states of consciousness you go through plays a major role in your reality, either projecting which is completely not there or covering which is there. All kinds of manifestation and manipulation of reality happens by the states of consciousness. SU means Sushupti, SW means Swapna, J means Jakrat, T means Turiya, TA means Turyatita. So, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. In deep sleep, zero power, absolute powerlessness. Dream, I can say that 10 unit of vibrant activity. And in the waking state, I can say 100 unit. In Turiya, it becomes almost million unit. It's a big jump from waking to Turiya. In Turyatita, it is just whatever exists, trillion or zillion, whatever unit of aliveness. The whole oneness. It's not even aliveness, oneness. 5 states crisscross within you. Listen carefully. You have binary existence. Chit and Jata, matter and activity. Understand? In you, there is a 2 platform. Bone, this body with a bone, blood, flesh, physical. And your activity means able to think, alive, being alive. You have binary existence. Roughly I can equate as body and mind. These 2 components go through all the 5 states. Sometimes your body will be sleeping, mind will be very active. Sometimes your mind will be sleeping, body will be very fresh. Body will not be sleeping, but your mind will be sleeping, tired. I should say the word tired is not right word. Bored. See, listen carefully. When mind is active, body is sleeping, we can call that as tired. When mind is sleeping, body is alive, bored. Getting it? If you understand tiredness and boredom, you will catch all the states. Because these 2 you are very easily. Body is fresh, but you don't want to get out of bed. Means bored. Mind really wants to go and do the work. But body is nothing doing, tired. How many of you are catching? Body is fresh, in waking state. Mind is in sleep, deep sleep state. That's boredom. Body is in sleeping state, mind is in waking state. That is tiredness. Your binary existence goes through all these 5 states independently. So this crisscrossing happens. Now, if I ask your address, hey, in which state you are in? You cannot say Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. No. I think Sushupti, Sushupti. Body is also in Sushupti, mind is also in Sushupti. This is the way only you can say your address. Your binary existence, what it is going through in these states, crisscrosses and creates 25 states of consciousness. Understanding these 25 states of consciousness liberates you from the clutches of these 25 states of consciousness. Understanding these 25 states of consciousness. First, Sushupti Sushupti means your body is also in Sushupti and mind is also in Sushupti. It is not actually deep sleep. It is coma. Understand, in deep sleep, only your mind is in deep sleep. Body doesn't fall into deep sleep. All the deep sleep you know. Listen carefully. I say, I'll give this x-axis body and y-axis mind. Okay? X-axis. Let's take that as a body, all the time lying. Mind, all the time jumping. So this x-axis, lying this angle, let's call body for our convenience. Body, and this is mind. Understand, when body and mind both are in Sushupti, it's coma. It is not deep sleep. All of you, the sleep which you know, which you had yesterday, day before yesterday, 1 week, last few days, that sleep, your mind falls into deep sleep, body goes only to the level of Swapna. So in the mind, deep sleep, but in the body, Swapna, which is the state now. SU plus SW. You understand? Which I circled now. This state means SU plus SU is coma. Maybe I'll give the number one, but that is not number 1 state. SU plus SU is coma state. SU plus SW is what is the deep sleep you all know. Listen. Now I am coming to the next point. How many of you, body moves, but you are in a deep sleep? That is what is the SU plus J. Where mind is in deep sleep, body is in waking state. It is even moving. Logically it moves sometime. Few feet. Anybody sleepwalkers? Others will not have reported. That is this state. Sleepwalking. So, which I crossed is the sleepwalking state. First, coma. Second, deep sleep. Third, sleepwalking. Fourth is the body in Turiya, mind in Sushupti, where body does not engage with your sleep, deep sleep, just mind goes into it and comes out. I should say this is the most healthy state. How many of you are understanding? Sometimes after initiation, you go through this state. Mind has slept, but body is very fresh, very alive. Next state, mind is in deep sleep, body is in turyatita. You have not experienced that. Surely it has not yet become reality for you. How? I'll tell you. You will be in a deep sleep, but whatever you wanted to make it as reality, that oneness, that will be continuously working and making what you want as oneness. When you are waking up, you would have seen you worked your whole night and made what you want as reality. Even in the deep sleep, your cognition will be working for you and making what you want as reality. I think that is yet to happen in you. It'll happen. But you understand this state. It's one of the most powerful oneness, where you can appear in people's dream and bless them and initiate and all that. Next, mind in dream state, body in deep sleep state. I should say body is like a completely tired, but mind is just dreaming. I should say most of your bedwetting happens here only, in this state only, where body is completely gone, but the mind is still dreaming. That is when the bladder is full, body doesn't even want to accept the signal of getting up and going to the restroom. So your mind itself finishes taking care of the whole thing. Body is completely tired, but mind is very active. Next, swapna. Body is also dreaming, mind is also dreaming. See, restless leg syndrome. Your legs are kicking and you are dreaming. Then mind is dreaming, body is in waking state. Listen, now listen carefully. How many of you felt early morning, you're woken up, but body is not yet under your control. You are trying to enter into your body. Raise your hand. It means body has already woken up. Mind is still dreaming. In India, they say, ghost was sitting on my chest and pressing me. Which ghost comes there and sits? Actually, you are the bhuta, you are the ghost. Getting what I am saying? What you will call in English that state? Let's give our own name. SWJ, that's all. Sleep paralysis. It is nothing to do with sleep actually. Dream paralysis, it's actually. Where your body is in waking state, but mind is in dream state, not in sleep state. Only in sleep state you can perceive. Only in dream state you can perceive. In the sleep you can't perceive anything. Here you are perceiving, you are trying to enter into the body and you are not able to possess the body. All that perception happens. That can happen only in dream. Let's call it dream paralysis, that's all. We will give our own new names. More names are supposed to be self-explanatory. Dream paralysis. Next, mind is dreaming, body is in turya. Listen very carefully. These are the states where divine interventions happen. Means, you get the darshan of gods and goddesses. Your body is so pure. It is in Turiya. Mind can perceive. This is the frequency where gods visit you and give you darshan. Listen. Listen, I am making one more statement. If your mind is in Turiya and body is in dirty state, gods cannot visit you. Because your mind is too small layer. Your body needs to be in Turiya for gods to visit you. Next, body in Turiya Atita, mind in Swapna. I can say this is the state you experience different planes. Like Tapoloka, all those lokas experience. Your body needs to be absolutely resting in the space of oneness, alive oneness. See, I can say Turiya state is awakened oneness, Turiyatita is alive oneness. Awakened oneness means cognition of oneness. Alive oneness means practically applied oneness. Power manifestation oneness. In deep sleep and mind in waking state is chronic fatigue. Next comes mind in waking state, body in dream state. Listen to this very carefully. Mind in waking state, body in dream state. Like a mind is fully active, you are neither completely sleeping, just like restless leg syndrome, body is moving little bit. Mind is fully awake. But that doesn't mean your body is also fully awake. No. I can say this state can be called as tiredness. Because the earlier is chronic fatigue. This can be called as tiredness. JJ. Next is JJ. J and J. Mind is also in Jagrat, waking state. Body also in waking state. Now most of you are in that state. I only say most of you. All of you are supposed to be in that state. Most of you are in that state. Understand, this is the state not available for even the gods, goddesses, anybody. Just for this state only you assume human body. Only from this state all liberation is possible. Liberation is not possible from Turiyatita. It is possible from J and J. J and J is the airport of the cosmos. Whether you come or go, it has to be on J and J. Getting into the flight or getting down from the flight is always in J and J. This one state is unique to planet Earth. Just above the planet Earth, this state is not available. Just below the planet Earth, it is not available. So only planet Earth, as the Vatavarana for this state, just for this state only you come to planet Earth. All enlightenment, liberation, moksha, Atmajnana, Tattvajnana, Sakshatkara, Tattvadarshana, everything happens in this state J and J. You need to meet Guru when he is in J and J, and when you are in J and J, only then initiation happens. Understand, my original state is TA and TA, means Turiyatita. But during all initiation, I come to J and J to meet you. J&J is the lounge where we both meet. That is why I insist on being awake. Body and mind both being in waking state. Next, mind being in Jakrat, mind being in waking state, body being in awakened state. This happens in you when you sleep or when you sit next to my mandalas. The mandalas I give, they work on your body. They push your body to Turiya. So even your normal, you see, when you are in your office also have a mandala. Always your body will be held in a Turiya. So your mind is in the waking state. You will be constantly achieving success. Mandalas keep you in this state. This state helps you a lot in your success, decision making, negotiation. If you are a young entrepreneur and the other person negotiating with you is a young woman, never go without mandala. Only mandala can save you. Otherwise, you will not bargain. You will bargain. Next, mind in waking state, body in Turiyatita. Again, when you start more and more power manifestation, you will experience this state where body is completely detoxified. It is in ecstasy all the time. It's in a complete alive state. Mind is being in waking state. I should say this is also a state where you get the darshan of gods, goddesses. You visit various planes. This is more a higher fuel to your system. Next, mind is in Turiya, body is in Sushupti. How many of you heard Ramana Maharshi was in Samadhi for 9 months? Ramakrishna was in Samadhi for 9 months. This is the state. Where mind is awakened, body needs to accommodate that such a highly awakened mind. Body needs to just detoxify itself to accommodate the highly awakened mind. That is the state. Sometimes body needs complete rest to cope up with the higher spiritual experiences. This is the state. Ramana Maharshi, after achieving enlightenment, 9 months he was in that Samadhi. Next, mind in Turiya and body is in Swapna. I should say, mind is in Samadhi, but body started doing its basic activity, like a 1, 2, 3, eating, that kind of a state. Again, it is not your experiential state, so maybe in next few days you will start experiencing that. You will be in such ecstasy, you will do all your day-to-day activity, but you won't even remember that you are there in some space. That's the music of that state. Mind in Turiya, body in waking state. Precisely during the energization, this is where you go. Mind gets into Turiya and body is in waking state. During energization, this is what you taste. But immediately you shift after energization to Turiya and Turiya, means body also goes into Turiya. Mind in Turiya, body in Turiyatita. This is the state you start manifesting powers. All power manifestation starts here. Understand? that flickering, where once bottle listens to you, second time it doesn't listen to you. Banana moves once and it doesn't listen to you second time. Or you say right turn and it takes left turn. All that flickering is the state. It almost feels like you are there, almost. Come on, now, mind in Turyatita, body in Sushupti, in deep sleep. I should say, this is the state my body goes through. When my body rests, my existence is parked in Turyatita, body is led to rest. Actually, after the state of Turyatita, word mind has no meaning. It is, I should say, existence. Next, existence in Turyatita, body in Swapna. This is the state. I appear in your darshans for you wherever you are. When I give darshan to you, in your dreams. See, if I have to appear in your dream, I have to appear dream body. Understand? So, my existence is in Turiya, but I assume dream body to give you darshan. I myself don't have dreams, but I assume dream body to give you all darshan. And next is mind, existence is in Turyatita, body in waking state, the state in which I am now. And when I materialize vibhuti or kumkum from my murtis, wherever, this is the body I use. Understand? Listen carefully. The body you are seeing now is in the state, not the body I am using. The body I am using is in Turyatita. The body you are seeing is in Turyatita Jakrat. Listen. I am here. You can see me only here. The gap is almost 2-3 million miles. That is what is the gap between Kailasa and Bhuloka. I exist here in this Turyatita. I perceive my body, my existence here. You perceive my existence here. Clear? Turyatita, mind in Turyatita, existence in Turyatita, body in waking state. This is the state in which I do the materialization and all in your home. If the vibhuti, kumkum, something is materialized in your home, in your place, for materialization. If it is only darshan, it is TA plus SW. All of you are getting? If it has to be matter, something materializing, it has to be TA plus J, Jakrat. Next is funny. If I have to initiate you and make you do power manifestation, it has to be TA plus T. Turyatita. Existence in Turyatita, body in Turya. I assume the Turya body. If you are manifesting powers through remote initiation, with physical Jakrat body, I cannot give initiation. I can only materialize. For initiation, it has to be Turyatita in existence and body in Turya. Only then your Kundalini will be awakened and you will start manifesting powers. So next, Turyatita, mind in Turya, existence in Turyatita, body in Turyatita. Welcome home. That is Kailasa, space of Mahasadashiva. Oneness, exuberating, radiating. And physically when you are initiated and you manifest oneness, that happens when I am in this space. Only from this space I can manifest oneness in me and oneness in you. Because you become literally part of my existence. Understand? In this state, body is also in Turyatita, mind is also in Turyatita. Anybody who is seen by me becomes part of me. That is why just like my body, your body manifests oneness. This is the way the initiation is given. For you to manifest powers. Thank you guys. Be blissful. I'll introduce the different dimensions of the universe. Before introducing, I'll tell you the purpose why I am introducing. Understand? You need to logically, rationally, intellectually know all the possibilities available for you. If you know all the possibilities available for you, your life will not be silly. Listen. If you know $1 billion is in your bank balance, will you be fighting with your neighbor for the $1 coin or 2 cents? Oh, I think it is mine. No, my kid dropped, it is mine. Come on, let's fight and pick up the gun. You will not go for that if you know your possibilities. Understand? Life is all about getting matured. Taste getting matured, your greed getting matured, fears getting matured, needs getting matured. It is all about you getting matured. Please understand. At the age of 7, you want to play with a car toy. At the age of 17, you want a car. Then by 25, different style cars. Your desire is getting matured. That is what society calls as growth. But here I am telling you, not just only this level, even in this level, if your desire gets matured, even in your conscious level, you have conscious maturity happening. For example, depth of your existence. Listen carefully. Everyone tries to ask me what technique I should do. No technique is not solution. I am not here to give you technique. I am here to give you depth of personality. Every time people ask me, if I don't manifest powers, what technique I should do? No technique. Your cognition about you need to be changed. That's all. That is the permanent technique. That is the permanent solution. Not that you will close your eyes and put your quickly and somewhere and look here, there and chant some sound and you will blow your nose. Depth of self, universe and God. Your identity you are carrying is too silly. It may be, oh, I am a successful businessman. How can Swamiji say I am silly? I am a successful social leader. I am a successful political leader. I am a successful educationist. Understand, in that the I you carry is amazing, but not the titles you carry after that. If the I is carrying depth, if that frequency of that I is powerful enough, the adjectives, the afterwards the titles added will not be adding glory to you. Understanding about this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand, life should be like everything around you should be just vibrating with you. The moment thought comes, an idea comes, a cognition comes, the whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your multiple possibilities. Actually, I am interested in you, not your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can I do for your mission? I tell them, first, your consciousness, let you make it to the higher frequency. Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt. You to that level. Experience the depth of your consciousness. You should feel you have become too big. Wow, existence is really nice. The way I exist now feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Depth of personality is bliss. That consciousness you are carrying, that chit you are carrying, should be constantly manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. Because I am interested only in that. I am not interested in political revolution. I am not interested in social revolution. I am not interested in anything. I am interested in few people sitting around me, sipping cup of coffee and manifesting powers. That's the only way I visualize me. Whenever I find time, still even now, that's what I do. I'll catch few of these devotees. Whenever I have time for myself, I'll catch them and make them sit. All right, I have a cup of coffee and I'll do some aushadha, like this old ladies cooking in the home. I'll tell her, get this ginger, get this pepper, get this salt. I'll be playing with it and do some process and take this aushadha and now manifest power. That's all I am interested. understand my purpose is individual, having a breakthrough in consciousness and feeling you have now become multiple. Like earlier, if you felt you are in your body 100 unit, it should just become million unit. You should feel, wow, million unit, I am in my system now. That's all I am interested. If you have become million from 100, then you will know the whole dimensions of the universe, possibilities of life, powers of the consciousness. Everything starts manifesting. It's all fundamentally integrating you and making you experience superconsciousness. See, what you do when you are having time for yourself is what is your passion. Whenever I have time for myself, I will do this only. I will get few devotees and make them sit and do this village lady cooking aushadha, and I will give it to them. Manifest this power. I am interested in you, not any adjectives added to you. I am interested in you manifesting, you radiating. My project plan is only one. You manifesting, you having a breakthrough. I'll do everything for that. Whether I ask you to eat vegetarian food, or I ask you to apply the aushadhas and take bath, or I ask you to do the yoga on the pole and the rope, it is all centered on one. Now, I am going to introduce you the 11 dimensions of the universe, all only this purpose. Breaking the barriers you built around you and experientially manifesting, not just theory, word. Today I commit with you guys, before going to bed, you will all manifest that power of the aushadha I made yesterday. That you will be able to see for example, if a person comes to you with a question in the paper and he can keep the paper in his pocket, you will just read the question verbatim and read the answer for it. You may think, why this power? This will make you understand all knowledge is stupidity. What will you do after a few days? You will start looking into your own inner space and start evolving to the next level superconsciousness. Only in the initial level you play with outer world, with all these powers. Then you will understand, come on, now it is time to break the source and open it into the system. So the source overflows into the system. With the introduction to the 11th dimension, the intensity of your powerful cognitions will just shoot up. Understand? The amount of powerful cognitions, all of you need to understand the meaning of the word powerful cognition. For example, if you see somebody dying, are you going to cognize it as powerlessness, shaking, fear? Are you going to cognize the situation with a powerfulness? That is the way the reality is. What next? In every situation, cognizing with powerfulness, whether health, relationships, love, Hindu tradition is a powerful knowledge source. Understand? Thousands of years before Mahadeva has spoken about this 11th dimension. Modern day science is still sitting with the 5th dimension. Mahadeva has gone to 11 thousands of years before. And you need to know, in Hinduism 11 genders, not 3. West talks only about 3. Male, female, and the whole thing, everything they classified into LGBT. In Hinduism 11 genders. Male biomemory in female muscle memory. Male muscle memory in female biomemory. And same way there is a clear description of experiences of these 11 dimensions. If 25 states of consciousness knowledge is shared with the world, whole psychology, psychiatry, this department will collapse. About everything. Life, desire, good, bad, purpose of life, right, wrong, about everything. Having powerful cognitions, getting matured, having powerful cognitions, getting matured. Because of that powerful cognitions, manifesting powers. Now, giving powerful cognitions to you about the universe is introduction to 11 dimensions of the universe. I tell you, if the 25 states of consciousness is introduced to the world, the whole business of psychology, psychiatry will collapse. Psychoanalysis, everything will collapse. And if this 11 dimensions of the universe is introduced to the world, the whole this cosmology, people who make money, make awards with these concepts of cosmology, the whole thing will collapse. If the Agamas, 11 gender idea is introduced to the world, the modern day sexology business will collapse. It's a business making you believe you have problem. And then exploiting you in the name of solution. Actually, everything related. Whether problems or difficulties, understandings related to sexology can be solved just by this one understanding of 11 genders. The moment you identify your gender, problem is solved. Then you know how you are going to be functioning. It is a simple mechanism. See, body is the best outfit you can wear. Understand this word. Body is the best outfit you can wear. The food are the pleasures your body feels is just dependent on how you feel about your body. The moment you know what is you, all struggle will stop, will drop. Because you don't know what is you, you want to be like somebody. Understand? Somebody may be Mr. Universe, Miss Universe, but you can't sip a cup of coffee through their mouth. Only through your mouth you can sip a cup of coffee. Even an ordinary pleasure like a cup of coffee you can enjoy only through the body you are carrying, not through their body. A simple clarity about you, what gender you are, in which universe you exist, who is your source. This simple powerful cognitions changes the whole way you exist. The whole way you exist. You will not be living the life of blind spot if you know the different dimensions of the planet. I don't know how many of you are understanding. This biggest scam is not what politicians do. Biggest scam is concept of currency. Understand? Biggest scam is not what politicians do. Biggest scam is concept of currency. Everyone is running behind something which is not there, which exists only due to collective fear, not even collective greed. You see, in those days, everyone used to be running behind the money, but the source of the money will be gold. Now, everyone is running behind the currency. The source of the currency is the fear. If you question my currency, I will destroy your country. Not that the people who are claiming to be source of the currency have something solid. They have only weapon to threaten you. That's all. Why don't you understand? At least in Indian economy in those days, yes, everyone used to run behind currency, but king will have the treasury, huge gold. So, end of the day, what for you are all running, there is a source of greed. But now it is no more a source of greed. If you question my currency, I will kill you. That's all is the source towards which you are all running. Understand, the concept of currency is kept alive by fear, not by any solid substance. That is why I am saying the whole running is running behind large blind spot. If you know higher possibilities of your existence, you will value the human body, which can radiate consciousness to its real worth. And as long as you are having it, you will use it for the best purpose. That's all I am trying to do. I just want you to know, you have amazing, most amazing, valuable product of the planet Earth, human body, which can reflect superconsciousness. You are not born just to pay bills and die. Get out of the grid by renouncing or by being super rich. Grid is not the place to exist. When I say grid, I mean middle class lifestyle, middle class mentality. It's not about money, how much of money you have. It is about the value you give for money. That is the stupidity. What is the bargain? Understand, I am not against money. I am making it very clear. Please understand. But I am against you, what you are losing for the sake of imaginary money. A conscious breakthrough is not worth losing for the sake of imaginary money. Imaginary idea. For somebody's ego fulfillment, why do you want to lose your life? Nithyanandeshwar Sadashivasamarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Facebook Live, on hundreds of Adinavasis channels, YouTube Live, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. I'll expand on few fundamental truths on your ability to cognize higher powerful cognitions. Just before the satsang, I was having a very intimate discussion with some of the Mahants of the Sangha. Discussion was about the multi-dimensions of the universe. Please understand, your brain is actually constructed, capable of grasping, cognizing and functioning, understand the word, functioning in multi-dimensions of the universe. Listen carefully. The form I am using is not same. The language I am using is not same. The cognitions I am manifesting is not same. For example, the eyes with which I am seeing all of you, the same eyes are not used in Kailasa, or in Satyaloka, or in Tapoloka. But one thing is same, that is this breathing. Understand? Understand? The air I inhale goes to Kailasa and comes back, comes out. Listen carefully. The eyes with which I am seeing you is not the same eyes I am using in Kailasa. The form I am using is not the same in Kailasa. The words I am using is not the same in Kailasa. The cognitions I am using are not the same in Kailasa or Tapoloka or Satyaloka or in all these 11 planes. I should use the word 11 dimension, not planes. 11 dimensions, because 14 planes. In this plane, in this dimension, you have access to 3 planes. In Kailash dimension, you have access to 2 planes. I think it is too confusing, so just listen to this word, 11 dimensions. Let's stop with it. So the body I am using in this dimension is not the same body I am using in that dimension. The words I am using in this dimension is not the same words I am using in that dimension. The eyes I am using here is not the same in that dimension. The cognitions I manifest is not the same in that dimensions. But the breathing I am doing is the same in all 11 dimensions. That is the common thread which connects the consciousness with this body. Listen. Listen. That is the common factor connects consciousness with this body. Spanda. Connection. Common connection of consciousness with the bodies. See, I have 11 various bodies in 11 various dimensions. Actually, little more than 11, the bodies I am using. All those bodies are connected through this breathing. That is why being in the breathing space only makes you manifest powers. Understand? You can see this form sitting anywhere in two-way video conferencing. In a larger screen, a LED screen, you get a better experience. Anywhere you can hear in HD quality audio, a better clear voice. But none of them can transmit the experience because only through the breathing all these 11 dimensions are connected. The vision I am capturing, the words I am uttering are not same in the Kailasa and here. They are all different. This file does not even go to Kailasa. Only if it is a very important person, it is taken separately and archived into Kailasa. Not otherwise. Make sure your file reaches Kailasa before you reach Kailasa. So, they are ready with your reception and accommodation. The programs team in Kailasa is ready to host you. The cognitions I am manifesting here and in Kailasa are different. But the breathing I am doing is same. In all the 11 dimensions and 14 planes, Now the air I inhaled crossed all the 11, 14 and comes out. I want you to know the strength of the life in you is strength of your breathing. When the breathing becomes intense, your brain's capacity to cognize all the other planes opens up. It is like cracking the code, cracking the passcode. Listen, I'll repeat. If your breathing is intensified, by attentively listening to a truth, it will crack a component in your brain which will give you access to Satyaloka. Understand? If your breathing is intensified through dancing, kirtan, it will crack a component of your brain which will give you access to Kailasa, because our kirtan is directly from Sadashiva. Understand? This Tirukkailaya Vadyam, there are 27 items. Unfortunately, only 20 items are available now. The 7, we don't even know how to make them. And in the 20 also, our laziness, we have not procured all the 20. These Vadyams and this 108 Karana are directly from Sadashiva. Listen carefully. Totally there are 1008 asanas Sadashiva has described in Agama. We are able to lay our hands only on 600 to 700, not all the 1000, because we Hindus, as usual, losing scriptures is our lifestyle. Not maintaining, not teaching, not protecting, not preserving. So we lost, I should say, at least 400. 300 to 400 we lost. So around 600 to 700 we have. We were able to lay our hands. Totally 1008 asanas Sadashiva has described. Time-lapse version of 1008 asanas is 108 Karana. Listen. Time-lapse version means how you fix a camera and capture 24 hours and condense it into 2 hours or 2 minutes. The time-lapse version of 1008 asanas is 108 Karanas. So, if your breathing is intensified through this 108 Karana based Kirtan, our Kirtan is completely 108 Karana based. Karana means Gana in movement. Intensity in movement. Length, breadth, depth is Gana. Gana in movement is Karana. Our Kirtan is completely based on this 108 Karanas. So, with the Karana, because of these Karanas, if your breathing is intensified, a component in your brain is electrocuted by that prana, which gives you access to Kailasa, which gives you the perception and cognition of Kailasa. the day you have the vision of Kailasa, you are born in Kailasa. So then you start existing in both planes. You start experiencing two-dimensional life. The more dimension life you manifest, more fulfilling you are, more complete you are, more Sadashivatva manifests through you. Understand? Understand? Through puja, if your breathing becomes very, listen, intense does not mean through dance, getting intense will have a different physical expression. That will naturally be like a big hyperventilation kind of a action. But through puja, when your breathing becomes intense, it will not be hyperventilation type, it will be deeper ventilation type. Like Sahasradala Pangaje Shagala Sida Rashmi Prabham Varabayagaram Vimalaganda Pushpambaram Prasanna Vadanikshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam Smarechirasiyam Sagam Tatapimana Purvam Gurum. It's actually Dhyana Sloka for Guru. I can see very clearly Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Sahasradala Pangaje Shagala Sida Rashmi Prabham Varabayagaram Vimalaganda Pushpambaram Prasanna Vadanekshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam. On the 1,000-petal lotus, Varabayagaram Vara Abhayakara, Prasanna Vadanikshanam, with a beautiful, alive, Prasanna Vadana, smiling, welcoming. Prasanna cannot be translated just as a smiling or welcoming. Prasanna should be smiling, welcoming, alive, illumined, graceful, all that words should be added. Prasanna is something which brings you to the present. Prasanna Vadanekshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam, embodiment, or in the form of Sagala Devatas, all the gods and goddesses. Smarechirasi hamsaham tatapimana purvam gurum means with my breathing flow, hamsakam. See, hamsam is the integrity syllable of your breathing. Listen carefully. Integrity means being what you are known for. If a lion is known for something and it does that same, it is integrated to being a lion. An elephant is known for something and it is doing the same thing, it is integrated to being an elephant. If suddenly elephant starts eating the flesh, what will happen? He is not known for it. If he does for what he is known, he is integrated to it. So, the integrity syllable of your breathing is hamsam. Hamsam. This hamsam is the ajapa japa mantra. unchanted mantra which gets chanted continuously by the integrity of your breathing. When your breathing gets into your system and comes out, the natural sound it makes is called hamsa. Hamsam. Understand? Where this hum sound takes a turn of some sound is Sahasrara. That is where Guru is sitting. That is why it is called hum. Please listen carefully. That is why he is addressed as Hamsakam. Where the hum turns into sam, his agam resides there. That is his house. If the hum does not turn into sam, you are savam. Understand? If the hum, listen carefully. If the hum is 100 unit and sam is less than 100, 99, you are just aham. If the hum is 100 and sam is 100, you are hamsa. Jiva, individual soul, who had Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata. If the hum is 100 and sam is 101, you are Paramahamsa. Listen carefully. This hum-sam proportion decides the level of integrity you have in your system. This hum-sam, that decides how many dimensions in your brain are open and available, accessible to you. Listen very carefully. If this hum is 100, sam is less than 100, you are in the plane of agam, human. Boo. If the hum is 100, sam is also 100, you are hamsa, jiva who is awakened. If the hum is 100, sam is even 101, you started entering into the Paramahamsa dimension. Means the Guru component has started manifesting in your jiva. Means he started mixing in your taste of life. What is your desire? Your Guru's desires. What is your taste of life? Your Guru's taste. What is your joy? Your Guru's joy. What is your opinions about death? Your Guru's opinions. What is your opinion about life? Your Guru's opinions. His taste, if it has started mixing in your brain, the hum-sam proportion drastically increases. Understand? Actually, I am explaining the whole science of opening different doors of multi-dimensions of the universe to you. And now if you are opening your sleep dimension, your sushupti dimension, Patala Lokam only will open for you. So please, do not plan for Patala. Let's plan for Kailasa. Your breathing becoming intense, especially through certain activities, opens up those dimensions, those planes, and your brain awakens the ability to have access to those dimensions. Listen. Now, you are intensely listening to this truth, and even if it is going above your head, you are trying to let me. Then your breathing actually gets into certain subtle flow, which is intense. Subtle don't think means shallow. No. In subtle breathing also it gets intense. During the puja, that subtle intensity happens. During the kirtan, raw intensity. During the yoga, a programmed intensity. Understand? Regulated intensity is yoga. Raw intensity is karana, kirtan. A subtle intensity is while during puja or during the satsang. Now, your breathing is getting subtle, it will go and hit a component in your brain which will open your ability to access Satyaloka. Listen, each of the activity and the prana intensified through that activity opens up a component or a part of your brain construct which gives you access to the different dimensions of life. Today I told Mahayoga, I have decided I am going to initiate people into experiencing different dimensions from today. So that is the reason I am introducing. Listen. In yoga, certain regulated intensification of pranic flow happens, which opens certain dimensions in your brain, which gives you access to Tapoloka. In Kirtan, certain kind of an intensity happens, a raw intensity in your breathing process. Because our Kirtan is as per Sadashiva's design. The brain component gets awakened in your system, gives you access to Kailasa. Listen. Visions and Puranas written by our masters are not fantasies and myths. They had access to those lokas through their brain's capabilities awakened. That is why they saw what was going on between the Devatas and demons and the Ksheerasagara Mandana, the milky ocean churning, and they described it so beautifully. Various intense breathing currents, breathing patterns, getting awakened in your system and opening different constructs of your brain and having access to those dimensions is what I call manifesting powerful cognitions and having access to multi-dimensional universe. That's really fun. Understand, it is fun to have this life. Poor are those who try to be ruler of this plane. Your brain and its construction and ability to access multidimension are all theory few years before. Now the scientists have started smelling the broken facts and informations about this truth. And it's my responsibility to reveal it to them. If at all they access this video and they are interested, I welcome. Come and be here. I will provide everything and give you this knowledge, but don't come with some big grants. No, I am not interested. I am not a researcher for your grant. I am a guru. If you want to come and sit in the style of Gurukul style, I am ready to share. Whether you are a physicist interested in having a breakthrough, whether you are a chemist interested in alchemist, whether you are working on this cosmology, interested in various dimensions, or you are studying neurology. Neurology is a set-top box for the universe. Your brain is the set-top box for the universe. So whether you are working on the set-top box or the channels relayed, satellites relaying the channels, whether you are working on your brain or the multi-dimensions available for your brain, you are welcome to Gurukul. I'll share. Everything exists. I am not using the word everything I can. I am saying everything exists. I'll share with you. Understand, working for grants is not my integrity to me, but sharing everything exists is the way I am. That is my integrity to me. If I work for grants, it will look like lion eating the grass or the elephant eating the meat. That's not me. That's not Mysore Road. I'll tell you everything exists. I'll give you precise landscape of Sadashiva's quarters in Kailasa. Not only give you precise landscape, awaken the ability to access, see that in multiple brains and multiple brains will perceive precisely the same and paint it. To establish the authenticity, nothing else. Your brain is constructed for this multi-dimensional access. Understand? Ability to access multi-dimensions of the universe is your nature. It is there with you. Just the breathing need to be intensified through different methodology to open up those dimensions so you can have access. When there is a heavy truth is told, still you have not completely cognized, but that does not mean you are not able to cognize. It is like a digestion is going on. It is like digestion is going on. It is there on your head, like a funnel, it is going inside, and you are. During that time, certain intense, subtle breathing gets developed that gives you access to Satyaloka. And when you take certain kind of alcohols, your breathing goes through again intense pattern, gives access either to Swarga or Naraka based on your pattern structure. Deep pain or high joy. No, actually it is nothing to do with here. I am trying to release intense prana so all of you will digest what I am revealing. The intensity of the prana is getting increased, so body is just balancing, that's all. So your brain cognizes what I am talking, because I am sending compacted files into your system. All the words I am using are only password, not information. Information is going through the intense files, the compacted files. The words I am using is only the password to open your brain. The words I am using are not informations I am conveying to you. It's only the password. The information I am sending it through the compressed files. The words are used only for opening up, means like a password. The prana only is used to send the compressed files into you. So the file goes and sits directly inside you and the cognition happens. That is why many times after the satsang you go and start talking many things which I never uttered verbally, but matches very logically with the subject I am talking. It means the compressed document has been inserted inside. I am not conveying what I want to convey through the words. I am only opening you through my words. What I need to convey, I am inserting into you through the breathing, through the prana. That is why for higher level initiation, the Shaktipada becomes very important. Being in the breathing space becomes very important. When you are away, of course you will understand what I am saying. You will not cognize what I am saying. You may not cognize what I am saying. When you sit physically, you will cognize what I am saying. After the satsang, when you are doing your job, causing, or when you are talking to other people, Adinavasis, suddenly you will see so many ideas will open up and you will be talking. Then understand the file has gone inside and the file is opening up. Suddenly you will start talking and causing many things you never heard in the satsang are never expressed by me verbally. Means that file is opening up. If you are in the Adhinam, do not miss this morning 2 hours chance you get to sit with me. Morning only 2 hours you get chance to sit with me. Morning Pada Puja and Satsang. Don't miss that 2 hours. That is actually the reason why you are here. That 2 hours is the essence why you are here for remaining 22 hours. That is why I make sure the other 22 hours is not that easy. So you are the first reason to remain here is only these 2 hours, not any other hours. All that can be only secondary. But the primary reason should be this first 2 hours. I'll continue to expand. I think try to understand and have Jivartha Satas. Essence of today's satsang. 3 lines. 1. Integrity is being what for you are known. That's all. Second, various methods of making your breathing intense opens up different components and parts of your constructs of your brain, gives access to different dimensions of universe. Third, very carefully listen. Listen very carefully. Neither my form nor my words can be equivalent to my breathing space. Because all these are different in other dimensions, but only my breathing is same in all dimensions. The air inhaled goes to Kailasa and gets exhaled. So the essence of today's satsang, the air goes to Kailasa and comes back. Do Jivartha Sadas on it. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam. Sada Shivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Parayantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all.
the experiential session on Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself as of now to whatever you can perceive you. Till that level, you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore individually, separately, you are Shiva. Listen, let me repeat once more. Whatever you perceive as you, as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you, whatever you are perceiving as of now, to whatever you can perceive as you. Understand? Even if you perceive yourself as Sadashiva, you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. Only then you are Shiva. Listen carefully. I'll repeat once more. Whatever you think as you as of now, from this to whatever you can think of you, perceive you, all that put together is Jiva. There will be a space where you can't perceive you separately. That is Shiva. The basic unit of Jiva, I'll explain now. Listen carefully. Basic unit of Jiva. Listen. You all know in your day-to-day experience, sometime you are with thoughts. I should say most of the time maybe. You are with thoughts. There are some moments in your life where you don't have thoughts, without thoughts. I can project this on you in your screen. I project it on LED screen. Listen. With thoughts. Now, there are some moments in your life where you don't have thoughts. Every night, deep sleep. That is why you wait for that moment where you can forget your spouse and boss. There are some moments in your day-to-day life without thoughts. And there are some moments in your life where you have that clear I identity with I consciousness. Now, for example, now, how many of you feel you have that I identity clearly, I consciousness? If you have not raised the hand, you don't have. Okay. Waking state, you have that I, that idea. Listen carefully. In the dream state, you don't have that I clearly. That is why the thoughts are driving you. The I is not able to do anything in your dream. You can see your thoughts are acting, functioning in much higher frequency than your individual I. How many of you understand what I am saying? That is why I am saying in the dream state you do not have the I clearly. In the deep sleep you don't have the I completely. How many of you understand there is a space in you where there is no I? So the basic unit basic units of your life is with thoughts, without thoughts, with I consciousness, without I consciousness. These four crisscrosses each other. I'll explain. When you have thoughts and the identity, idea, I, both, it is called waking state, where almost 80% of you are. Not 100%, I'm seeing still. Some are in Pongal Samadhi, some are in Puri Samadhi, some are in Vada Samadhi, some are in Pav Bhaji Samadhi. I don't know what is the evening snacks. Huh? Mixture. Okay. Mixture and bundi Samadhi. Whatever. In the waking state, you have I and thoughts, both. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? I want you to come along with me so that when I explain the 25 states, it will be literally experience for you. First understand, step by step. Where you have thoughts and I consciousness, that is Jagrat state. Where you have thoughts, but the I identity is not strong enough. It is almost non-existent. That is why in one night itself you will see the dream of you getting married, you writing exams, you being chastened by the tiger and elephant and lion. All bad dreams. No. The I is not that clear. Thoughts drive the whole happening. Thinking, thoughts are there, but I consciousness is not there. That is what I call dream state. If you have any doubts, I will further give you more examples and give you clarity. There is a space where you neither have I thought nor have thoughts. You neither have I consciousness nor have thoughts. That's what I call deep sleep. I think 20% of you are there. Whoever has not laughed, I know, they are there. Where you do not have I consciousness and you do not have thoughts. Both are missing. That is what I call sushupti, deep sleep state. Then there is a fourth state, very rarely you experience, where you have I, but you don't have thoughts. Very rarely, when you are having energization. when you are really, really unclutched, or when you go through a very powerful energy experience, those moments, you get the glimpse of it. We call it Turiya, where there's no thought, but there is that I exist. The whole Buddhist enlightenment is only up to Turiya. Understand, these four are the basic units. Of consciousness, in Sanskrit, I use the word Jakrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Turiya. Turiya means simply fourth state, that's all. Fourth state. There's no meaning for the word Turiya technically. Technically, Turiya, if you translate that word Turiya, means fourth state. Maybe in English I can give a new word, awakened state. I myself can create a word, that's all. There is no English translation. If I translate that word Turiya, it only comes as fourth state. Listen, there is a fifth state on which all these four states operates. All these four functions, that fifth state is almost like this board. Board on which all these four happens in you. The idea of I, the awareness, the consciousness, whatever. That is called Turiyatita, alive state, where the wax out of which your waking state and dream state is made is under your control. You can melt this wax and make whatever you want. Anything you want, it will be under your control. I'll try to repeat once more. Waking state is the state where you have the idea I and thoughts. Dream state where you have thoughts but no idea I, stable I. That is why in one dream itself you will feel you are writing examination, and same way you will feel you have your son next to you. You would have written examination much before your marriage. This examination fear is one of the strong wedge inserted into your consciousness. How many of you, after 3-4 years of your education got over, used to have a dream that you missed your examination? God, please keep the hands up. I never had this dream. First of all, I don't have a dream. Next thing, I never went to examination. So both problems. Neither I have dreams, nor I went to examinations. Examination fear is the strongest wedge inserted into human consciousness. If we can remove examinations from our education system, world will become non-violent. Really, world will become non-violent. Examination is the worst thing. You go through most horrible experience thinking that if you go through this experience, you may never need to go through any other horrible experiences in your life. It's like I read a one-liner. Husband is a person who stands by you during all the problems, trials, tests, difficulties, which will not be there if he is not there in